Good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
You have a very nice background. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. It's fun.
Hello.
Hi, Julio. How are you?
Good. I just saw this invitation. I had no idea that something was happening.
No, nothing is happening. Don't worry. We're okay.
Okay.
We are going to start in about 3 minutes.
Okay. Great. So, all right. So this is the site for the CSM then?
Yes, you are at the right place.
Okay. Well, that's good. One I can check one thing off as a success today.
Succeeded.
Yeah. Goals achieved.
Yes.
All right.
The connection is under.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start pretty soon. So anybody who is on the actually panelist list, if they can mute their microphones.
So if it's in that gallery mode, it shows up on YouTube too. But
Okay,
it's up to you.
I'll just show it this way first.
Yeah, it's up to you how you want to do it.
Okay, I think we should go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody, and I hope you can hear me fine. This is an unusual meeting in the sense that we are having our first ever digital CESM workshop. So welcome to the 25th Annual CESM Digital Workshop. And some of us are here at the Mesa Lab, and many people are essentially at their homes participating. We had a record number of registrants for this meeting. We have over now, as of this morning, over 700 participants, and the participant number who are actually who are actually coming online is increasing. I can see the ticker going up. So we are Everett Joseph, NCAR director, is supposed to give the welcoming speech or talk. Unfortunately, we don't have him yet online. So I just wanted to wait just a few minutes for him to join. But while doing that, I wanted to make you aware that when you participate both verbally and when you text your questions and answers, please follow NCAR/UCAR Code of Conduct. And please treat all of your colleagues with respect. And when you provide comments or questions, please offer constructive feedback, share the air, acknowledge teamwork, encourage innovation, show appreciation for other people's work, and please consider new ideas and be open to them. And by participating in this workshop, you already agreed to follow this code of conduct, and please be considerate when you type things online and your questions. So check one more time if Everett is online. So Everett is not online yet. And I wanted to also take this opportunity to thank you for your participation in the CESM Annual Workshop under the circumstances with lots of things going on, not just COVID-19 and other stuff going on in the United States. So I again thank you for your participation. So he's on. Okay, Everett, can you hear me? Everett, can you hear me? I don't. Oh. Please bear with us. We are having difficulty with Everett's connection, it looks like. What I would suggest, I'll go ahead and start, and then when Everett can join, we'll have that way. Okay, so what I would like to do, since we're having difficulty with Everett joining in, it looks like I'll go ahead and start, and then we'll have Everett come back online when he can. Okay, I do hope that you can see the screen now. So I already covered code of conduct. So for the next half an hour or so, I would like to provide you a very brief update on where CESM, Community Org System Model efforts stand. I'm Gokhan Danabasoglu. I'm currently serving as the CESM Chief Scientist. So what I would like to do here, I would like to cover 3 topics. First, I would like to spend some time summarizing our efforts on coupled model intercomparison project phase 6, that's CMIP 6. Most of the talk after that will be more forward-looking. I will provide you an update on code release and ongoing large ensemble and high-resolution simulations. And then I would like to also summarize some of the primary activities towards creating our next version of the model that would be CESM 3. So starting with the CMIP 6 efforts of CESM, I just wanted to first make sure that everybody is on the same page. And this is a plot showing two diagrams from Veronica Eyring's GMD paper from 2006, summarizing what CMIP is. On the right-hand side, you can see so-called DEC experiments. It stands for Diagnostic, Evaluation, and Characterization of CLIMA. And these experiments consist of pre-industrial control of the order of 500 years, 1% CO2 concentration increase stimulation, 4 times CO2 concentration instantaneous quadrupling of CO2 experiment, and then finally an AMIP style simulation that's essentially forced atmospheric model, forced with SSTs and surface conditions. These 4 sets of experiments are supposed to be independent of a particular MIP, and that's why the DEC does not have a number, and it's supposed to continue independent of a model configuration that's used for other MIPs throughout, for example, CMIPs. On the left side, it is CMIP 6 specific, so it's a version specific. At the center, you see the DEC experiments. Around it, you see the CMIP 6 historical simulations. They require updated forcing data sets to run the historical transient simulations. That's why they are tied to a particular MIP number. And then around it, you have the questions that CMIP is trying to address, or themes that CMIP is trying to address. These include systematic biases, variability, predictability, and future scenarios, and finally, response to forcing type of themes. And then as you go further out, you see more specific sort of themes focusing on, for example, ocean, land, and sea ice, clouds, and circulation. And finally, around that, we have CMIP endorsed MIPS. These MIPS that are listed here are the MIPS that CESM has been participating, and we I think added a few more MIPS over the last few years. So, but anyway, this gives you an idea about the sort of extent of our CMIP 6 efforts. We are participating with 2 sets of simulations. The first set is using our workhorse nominal 1-degree horizontal resolution version of the model with both Chem6, that's a low-top model with limited chemistry, and Vacuum6 atmospheric model components. Vacuum6 is a high-top model with more comprehensive chemistry, atmospheric chemistry. The second set is using identical component models with the exception of the atmosphere. Both Chem and Vacuum versions use the nominal 2-degree horizontal version of the model. And this is mostly designed for longer simulations for paleoclimate purposes, for example. And we have performed DEC simulations with this setup, and these setups are also being used for paleoclimate related MIPS. So by the numbers, since August 2018, that's when we started sort of our CMIP simulations, we have performed order 1,000 CESM2 simulations for CMIP 6, and we still have about 10 more simulations to complete. We produced roughly 1.7 petabytes of compressed time series files. Of these, over 550 terabytes of compressed CMIP 6 files from about 950 cases have been already published on the ESGF, and we still have about less than 40 terabytes waiting to be published. We have published roughly 830,000 files. This is about a month ago or so. And when we are all said and done for CMIP 6, CESM2 will have about 600 terabytes published to the ESGF. And that's about 7 times more than the grand total from CESM's CMIP 5 participation. So it's a lot of data. We have arranged for a special issue, and that's on the AGU, that's in the AGU journals. It's the special issue is the AGU CESM2 virtual special issue. It covers multiple journals. but most of the manuscripts are going into James. If you want to see the submitted or in press publications for the CSM2 virtual special issue, you can go to this web address, or you can just type CSM2 publications. You'll get there automatically. We are anticipating about 70 total manuscripts for this special issue. I'm very pleased to say that about 38 of them either already published or they have been submitted. We just extended the deadline just last Thursday or Friday, I can't remember, to September 30th. And just because of the COVID-19 situation, plus, as you may know, there is a 4-month extension of the IPCC publication deadline as well. So this is considering those. And I suspect that this deadline will be the final extension, essentially. We will not have any more extension for CSM2 special issue manuscripts. The primary manuscript, providing an overview of the CESM2, has been already published, and that's available, publicly available, open access. It's published in James, and this is the reference for that. As a side, I wanted to also make sure that you are aware of this page. It's again from the same CSM publications page. We are collecting information on publications that primarily use CESM, and with Elizabeth Faircloth and Ryan Johnson, they essentially extended extended the capability on our website to make everything automated. So all you have to do really go to the website and then submit your published manuscript information, including title and particularly DOI number. And once you submit this thing, this automatically goes to an automated database. We also digitized all of the previous CESM related publications, and they are also available on the same web page. And you can essentially search all of the previous publications based on the co-authors or based on the publication years. So this should make everything a lot easier for people to search for. I just, as I said, this talk is mostly more forward-looking than summarizing results from CESM2 simulations. And in the past, I have essentially showed you many highlights from CESM2 simulations, and I just wanted to skip that here because they're already either I already showed them, or you can easily access them from the CESM2 manuscript. So here, I just wanted to provide 2 summary slides showing CESM2 results in comparison to other model results. As you know, one of the emerging properties of the system, or any coupled system, is its equilibrium climate sensitivity, as well as its transient climate response. For those of you who are not familiar with what equilibrium climate sensitivity is, it is representing the change in surface temperature at equilibrium when CO2 doubles. Of course, it is impossible, or it's not practical, to run fully coupled systems to equilibrium. There are other techniques used for this purpose. One group generally use slab ocean models, or you can use the so-called effective climate sensitivity measure, which is essentially an extrapolation on a scatter plot of top of the atmosphere radiation imbalance and the change in surface temperature. What is shown here now is equilibrium climate sensitivity in the x-axis here versus the transient climate response. Transient climate response, for those of you who do not know what it is representing, again, change in surface temperature at the time of CO2 doubling in 1% CO2 increase experiments. Perhaps that's a more practical, more realistic measure of the transient climate response. And this plot is from Jerry Meals' paper, Equilibrium Climate Sensitivity versus TCR Scatter Plot, from, I believe, 25-ish or so models, from CMIP models. And the 2 CESM2 CAMP 6 and CESM2 VACUM 6 values are given here. And on the left side of the panel, you see our previous, essentially, value. In CESM1, the equilibrium climate sensitivity was order 4 to 4.1 degrees C. In CESM2 with CAM6, whether we use the slab ocean model or effective climate sensitivity technique, we get 5.3. And if you use the vacuum version, we get 5.1 for slab ocean model version and 4.8 for effective climate sensitivity version. And I think that's what's plotted here. The bottom line is that we are seeing, not just in CESM, there are order 5 or 6 models showing equilibrium climate sensitivities of more than 5 degrees, and about 9 models, I believe, in excess of 4.5 degrees. So these essentially represent models with higher climate sensitivity, more models showing higher climate sensitivity than their CESM, their CMIP 5 equivalents. In our own case, and we are going to actually, Mark is going to cover this thing in more detail later on this morning. Our own investigation suggests that the increased equilibrium climate sensitivity in CESM2 has arisen from a combination of relatively small changes to cloud microphysics and boundary layer parameters that were introduced during the development process. And I would like to emphasize that the cloud feedbacks, particularly over the Southern Ocean latitudes, are quite important in our CESM simulations. The second panel that I wanted to show, or the second sort of summary result, is from John Fasulo. He has developed a new package, a new tool called Climate Model Analysis Tool, CMAT. It essentially provides a concise summary of model evaluation. So what is shown here in the x-axis, in the bottom axis, is, I believe, 37 models participating in CMIP 6, and it's using only one ensemble member from each modeling group. And on the y-axis here, it is looking at, in comparison to reanalysis products or available observational estimates, models' energy and water budgets, including representation of certain dynamical properties, considering annual, seasonal contrast, and ENSO time scales. And there are about 16 or so variables listed here from the atmosphere, and they are color-coded based on what they refer to. For example, the energy budget, the fields that are related to the energy budget overall are shown by the orange lines, orange color here, like long wave net and short wave net energy fluxes. Water cycle is shown by the blue colors here. And a score is provided for each field. And in this plot, being on the red side is good. Red, actually higher numbers represent good agreement with reanalysis and observational products. The bluish colors, especially dark blues, are really bad. So you want to be on the left side of this chart. And I underscored CESM2 for CESM2 participants. This is CESM2 with CAM6, with VACAM6, and then FV2 ones are the 2-degree atmospheric model versions. So it's we can see that in these measures, of the 4 CESM models actually are within the top 10 in this metric. So I don't want to essentially show more slides with our results here, and I would like to now focus on where we are going or where we are at this point. So starting with updates on code release, large ensemble, and high resolution simulations. So as you may know, since 2018, we have been providing what we call incremental releases of the CESM code. We have done 3 of them so far, and the last one was on February 14th, 2020. These are intended to be non-answer changing, and they further simply expand the available set of out-of-the-box configurations of CESM2 for readily performing all of the DEC, historical, and many mid-tier 1 simulations for CMIP 6 as they become available. Our next release, tentatively scheduled for August 7th, is going to be containing answer-changing modifications and features. I said it tentative here because it will depend upon Cheyenne will be down for about a week, and then we need to make sure that we perform the required tests for this purpose. So that'll be available hopefully in August. Okay, another piece of news, and you probably heard about this thing in my previous email about a month ago or so. We have actually created now a new working group called Earth System Prediction Working Group, ESPWG. Current co-chairs are inaugural co-chairs are Katie Pijon from GMU, George Mason, Yaga Richter and Steve Yeager from NCAR. The idea here is essentially this working group will serve the CESM and broader geoscience community by facilitating and coordinating fundamental research focused on understanding and advancing research on initialized Earth system predictions on timescales from subseasonal to multi-decadal. A key aim is to facilitate Earth system prediction research through provision of large ensemble initialized hindcast and forecast simulations that are really too computationally expensive for individual university researchers to undertake. And I put down some examples down here, three plots showing essentially what we had been doing with, or what we have been doing with CESM. We have been performing CESM1 with CESM1 code subseasonal to decadal predictions, and our results are actually show that CESM shows quite a bit of skill in predictions of, for example, 2 meter surface air temperature, MJO, or summertime Sahel precipitation. And this is also stressing the importance of many ensemble member simulations. Our existing CESM1 decadal prediction simulations actually has 40 ensemble members. So we have been already doing this kind of work, and this is essentially this working group providing a more sort of a better framework and coordination across many groups within CESM. Another activity that's going on is the creation of a new CESM2 large ensemble simulation set, CESM2 Lens. This is a collaboration partnership with the Institute for Basic Science, Center for Climate Physics in Busan, South Korea. We are performing a 100-member ensemble for the 1850 to 2100 period. And for the future scenario part, we are using the SSP 3.70 scenario projection. As of last week, we have completed 40 ensemble members. Anticipated completion date for the full ensemble, another 60 ensemble members, is early December of this year. As the ensembles are being completed, we are transferring them to NCAR. They are being Seymorized, and they'll be available for use of the broader community via ESGF for the complete set in early 2021. I wanted to mention that in contrast with the CESM1 lens simulations, we have followed a different approach for initialization for this ensemble set. All of these were decided in collaboration with, or in communication with, the broader community. So we are essentially performing initialization for these large ensembles using a combination of so-called macro and micro initial conditions. For those of you who are not familiar with these terms, micro simply indicates that when we initialize the system, we simply perturb the atmospheric model in its potential temperature field at round-off level. So everything else uses, every other component uses the same state across all the ensembles. Macro initialization essentially uses different states for each component model. So what we decided to do is essentially we are performing 20 ensemble members considering different initial conditions from year roughly 1000 to 1200 of the PI control simulation. 10 of them are standard output members. 10 of them will be so-called MOAR simulations. MOAR stands for mother of all runs, meaning that we are essentially increasing the output fields. And then for the remaining 80 members, we are looking into different phases of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation during the control simulation. And then these red X's mark the initial condition as chosen for this simulation. So we have chosen 4 different states corresponding from high to low AMOC or going down to going up AMOC states. And we'll be also performing 20 micro members each. That's how we get to 100 ensemble members. Another effort that's going on is the CESM high resolution simulations. This is performed under the umbrella of the International Laboratory for High Resolution Earth System Predictions. It's a partnership among 3 institutions, in addition to NCAR, Texas A&M, TAMU, and Chinda National Laboratory for Marine Science and Technology, QNLM, are the partners. For this purpose, we are using an older version of the model, 1.3. Atmosphere and land are at 1/4 degree resolution. Ocean and sea ice is at nominal 0.1 degree resolution. And the code base has been substantially changed to run on the Sunway system. And one of the agreements in this partnership is that whatever we do, it's essentially openly available to the broader community. Indeed, the code base has been made available from the IHASP website, and you can just type IHASP, and it's from the served from the TAMU side. And the manuscript describing all these changes is in review, and it is, I think, requiring minor modifications, minor revisions. So it will be published pretty soon, but you can essentially check it out, which is available in the Geoscientific Model Development Discussions page. So over the past year, under this partnership, we have performed these simulations. So we have a 500-year pre-industrial control completed, an 1850 to 2100 transient simulation with RCP 8.5 scenario completed. An 80-year 1% CO2 increase simulation is completed. And then we also completed 4 cycles of ocean sea ice coupled simulation, forced with GRA 55 DO dataset for the 1958 to 2018 period. In addition, we have performed 3 sets of simulations in support of CESM's participation in the high-res MIP. These include 130-year 1950 control, 1950 to 2050 transient simulation, again with RCP 8.5, and then finally a 1950 to 2050 AMIP style simulation. And the projection SSTs come from coupled model simulations or estimates, coupled model simulation estimates for RCP 8.5, or maybe it might be actually SSP, another SSP scenario. I'm not 100% sure on that. And we have also performed low resolution equivalents of all of these simulations. The data sets from the coupled high-res MIP simulations and the first 300 years of the PI control roughly were released just a week ago, and they're available. And I sent out also a broader email to the CESM community about how to access these data sets. This is just showing a tropical cyclone map. The top is for the 1950 to 2018 period. Top is from the model. The bottom is from observations. I mean, we clearly get this right number of sort of observed number of cyclones, tropical cyclones per year, but the strengths, of course, there are biases. The model strength is less than what the observations show. And then the model latitudinal extent appears to be much sort of broader than what the observations show. An interesting feature that we are seeing in the fully coupled pre-industrial control simulation is the sort of presence of a polynya-like structure in the Southern Ocean. What I'm showing here is sea ice extent time series from the PI control. Blue is for the Northern Hemisphere sea ice, and the oranges are showing the orange line is showing the Southern Hemisphere sea ice distribution. And you can see that after roughly year 200 or so, we are seeing order 40 to 50 year sort of variability or oscillation in the sea ice extent. And these bottom plots show the September, October, November averages of the sea ice sort of coverage. And at its height, high sea ice concentration corresponds to this distribution. And when it is low, we are seeing essentially almost like a polynya structure, almost like a C-shaped structure to the east of the Weddell Sea region. And this kind of variability actually is seen in many other fields in the coupled simulation. So towards CESM 3 now. What I wanted to here summarize essentially some of the efforts that are going on towards creation of our next model version. So I wanted to start with a new project that's just funded. It is essentially covering some simplified models, idealized modeling, serving to create idealized modeling toolkit. This is in collaboration with university partners. And the goal here is to develop a simpler models query tool to allow users to easily understand which simpler model configurations are easily available and supported, whether they are compatible with certain options, and what different options like physical packages are available. This will also help to develop infrastructure for customization of ocean basin and land geometries. And finally, provide a tool chain for seamless model setup for coupled idealized configurations. Another set of efforts are related to new climate process teams, CPTs. For those of you who are not familiar with what CPTs are, they are essentially projects bringing together observationalists, theoretical folks, process modelers, and climate model developers to work closely on improving representation of a particular process, a physical process that's not represented well, or it may have lots of biases in the model, in multiple global climate models with an ultimate goal of reducing such persistent biases. These started in 2019, and we have 1 ocean, 2 atmosphere, and 2 land CPTs addressing various biases or processes. From the ocean side, it covers, for example, eddy mixing, and we are developing, working on new parameterizations for this purpose that'll be implemented or used in the new ocean model for CESM, that's MOM6. We have received supplemental funding from NSF for CESM atmospheric modeling. This was much needed, and I would like to essentially thank NSF and particularly Eric de Wever for his leadership in getting this funding in place. It is covering some atmospheric model priorities that include framework for understanding cloud aerosol and cloud sensitivities in CAM6, alternative approach for developing and validating new and existing physics. These bullets both involve large eddy simulations to create a consistent workflow to support a model hierarchy, and finally develop infrastructure for improving accessibility and participation by the community. The funding is enough for 6 positions. 3 of them have been already filled. There will be advertisements coming out for 3 new positions, 1 for letter track scientists and 2 for software engineers. You can contact either be on the lookout for jobs in CSM jobs, or if you want to get more information, please contact Rich Neal about these possibilities. Okay, we are we formed an atmospheric model task team. It is looking into atmospheric model vertical resolution and the model top for the next workhorse version of CESM. The task team has these members listed here, chaired by Isla Simpson, and they are tasked with investigating possible vertical grid configurations and model tops for the next generation workhorse atmospheric model version. This model is anticipated to be, so this will be a model that does not extend as high as vacuum, but extends higher than the present CAM and has a grid structure with improvements in vertical resolution in the free troposphere and stratosphere and the boundary layer in order to capture features of interest. We are anticipating that the recommended number of vertical levels will be around 80, with a top around 80 kilometers. And we are also hoping to have a mid-level height and resolution for cheaper simulation and tuning purposes. This group actually just sent me their interim report on Friday. I haven't gotten a chance to look at it in detail. This effort was primarily motivated by a few things, and they are listed here. We want to avoid running both vacuum and CAM for various exercises, including CMIP. Vacuum still doesn't have the high enough vertical resolution to adequately represent, for example, the QBO. Extratropical stratospheric variability and change have an important influence on the troposphere, and CAM is really too low to have confidence in its stratospheric representation. Vacuum is difficult to initialize, given that the top is higher than the analysis products usually used for initialization, and there are other reasons related to atmospheric boundary layer and lowering the lowest model level. So you'll hear more about this thing likely in the atmospheric model working group presentations. Another focus area for us is looking into options for atmospheric dynamical cores. As of today, we have 3 dynamical cores in the works within CAM. The first one is the spectral element, SE dynamical core, with option for accelerated transport scheme. This dynamical core is highly scalable, hydrostatic dynamical core with flexible mesh refinement options. It has capability of running physics on a separate. It can be coarser grid for uniform grid applications. The second dynamical core is the finite volume on the cube sphere, FV3. This is GFDL's dynamical core used by ANSEP for global weather forecasting. Scalable, finite volume dynamical core essentially, and currently using hydrostatic version, but non-hydrostatic versions are available. And then the last dynamical core is MPAS. MPAS stands for Model for Prediction Across Scales, and it is NCAR's global weather forecast model. Non-hydrostatic finite volume dynamical core is used, and it also allows for flexible mesh refinement. So you'll hear more about the top 2 SE and FV3 dynamical cores in Julio's Bikemeister's talk in Atmospheric Model Working Group. MPAS's implementation is in progress. We are doing testing with simpler models with this dynamical core. CESM Scientific Steering Committee, in consultation with the community, will be choosing a workhorse dynamical core for CESM3. I stress workhorse here because even though we are going to choose one dynamical core for these sort of workhorse simulations, it doesn't mean that other dynamical cores will not be available. They'll be available for specific applications within the CESM framework. Work has been completed to check many details of physics, dynamics coupling, and verify that the new dynamical cores have been coupled to CAM physics correctly. We are using simpler models framework as well as fully coupled simulations. And this effort is essentially led by Peter Lauritsen, and he is looking into conservation properties, computational performance in standard simulations or different configurations. And he's looking at various metrics for mean climate in, again, as I said, in AMIP style and coupled configurations. The last topic that I wanted to briefly touch on, and this is going to be discussed more in the Ocean Model Working Group, is the status of the MOM6, that's the Modular Ocean Model version 6 in CESM3. A development prototype, MOM6 version, has been running within the CESM framework in both ocean sea ice coupled, so-called G-COMSET, and fully coupled, so-called B-COMSET configurations. The resolution is nominal 2/3 degree in the horizontal. It uses a tripole grid with equatorial refinement, and there are 65 Z-star levels in the vertical. We have been conducting really extensive simulations to gain experience and intuition for model sensitivities, especially with the new approaches for mesoscale mixing parameterizations. And the panel, the plot here shows the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation at 26 degrees north. It is showing the time series from for one forcing cycle. The red line here is from the existing POP ocean model, and the black line is from the MOM6 equivalent. So we are essentially duplicating pretty much what POP produced. And there are, of course, still quite a bit of work to be done on this topic. And some of the needed efforts are listed here. We would like to replace or adapt estuary box model. We need to import, to the extent possible, the overflow parameterization that existed in POP2. Port of Ocean Biogeochemistry, that's the MARBLE framework that's underway. We are still exploring hybrid vertical coordinates and how the solutions essentially change with that. And we're also looking into additional resolutions and configurations, idealized simplified physics, higher resolutions, and regional downscaling. The OceanMar Working Group is providing also learning or training opportunities through webinars. They have been quite successful, and they've been going on for the last month or maybe 2 months actually. And an early sort of functional friendly user version of the MOM6 will be included in the CESM 2.2 release. With that, I would like to finish and show you where we would have been maybe. The top one is Breckenridge. This is the hotel that we used to have our meetings till maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And then the bottom panel shows where we are. Well, some of us at least. This is Boulder, and NCAR is located here. Unfortunately, I'm quite sad that we cannot be together in person, because one of the goals of CESM workshops is to encourage participation and collaboration among various members of the community. And unfortunately, we are not fully doing that, but at least I thought that we would be providing some information to you on CESM. So with that, I'll stop. I mean, I don't know whether I mentioned it or not. We have about over 700 participants for this meeting. And so far, it looks like we have about 318 participants joined this morning's session. Thank you. Let me check with if Everett is okay. Is Everett online?
No, he has to come back.
He has to come back. Okay. So Everett has to come back. He is busy, I guess. We have a few minutes. I can perhaps take 1 or 2 questions if there are quick ones. I'm just checking it. It says, do the data sets for the recently released CESM2 CMIP6 deck and historical simulations include a standardized set of graphics for those commonly analyzed? Yes, they do. You can essentially go to our website, CESM website, and you'll see a bunch of diagnostics. And again, this is from Chalk. In those instances where the new dynamical cores do not agree with CAM physics, how do you determine whether the problem is with the new cores or with the CAM physics? Well, there will be a lot of tests, and I'm not probably the right person to answer this question. I would suggest essentially you provide or you ask the same question to Peter Lauritsen in the atmospheric model working group session. The publications tool is very nice. Any possibility to include information about CESM versions so that people can search for publications based on version number? We can do that. We haven't, I believe this hasn't been considered yet, but that's a very nice idea, essentially. Okay. I think those are all the questions that we have so far. Okay, so we'll try to get Everett later on this morning, and I suggest we move on. We are roughly 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So I wish, again, we were doing this thing in person. The next order of business is the announcement of CESM Distinguished Achievement Award. Just a second. So we will start with the announcement of the CESM Distinguished Achievement Award. It is my great pleasure to announce the recipient of this year's award, and it is Dave Lawrence from NCAR. And I put in here 2 pictures of Dave. One seems to be younger, the other one is slightly maybe more mature. Dave has recently stepped down as the co-chair, as one of the co-chairs of the Land Model Working Group. In his role as the co-chair, Dave has overseen a substantial expansion in land model development efforts within the CESM community. Under his leadership, the Land Model Working Group has developed a culture of openness and collaboration, which are the envy of climate model developments in the world. And his nomination was really quite extensive material write-up. And I wanted to quote one thing here. In the nomination, it says, managing the communication, understanding and focus on scientific best practice necessary to foster this culture is something at which Dave excels. Dave excels to a degree that it seems almost effortless. But it should be noted that this effort or his efforts on coordinating such a vast project are nothing less than heroic in scale. He has also, under his leadership, and of course, many members of the Land Model Working Group were involved as well. The CLM5 model evolved into a state-of-the-art in land modeling in the world. And he has also, he has been involved with many sub-projects within that development cycle. And more importantly, essentially, it's not just coordinating activities. He's essentially going into deep into what science is essentially being done. And over the last 3 years or so, Dave has focused on leading an activity to unify land modeling activities across NCAR. And now they are unified under the umbrella of Community Terrestrial Systems Model, or CTSM. So I wish Dave and I were to be in the same room right now so that I can present him the plaque and all that, but we are going to reserve that thing for another time when we are allowed to be in person. So again, congratulations, Dave, and you know the punishment. So the punishment is to provide a presentation. So I'll stop sharing and then we'll welcome Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, thank you, Gokhan. Yeah, so is this working? Yeah. Okay, thanks, Gokhan, and thanks to the committee and to those who nominated me. It'd be much better and more fun to do this in person, obviously. And I'm just going to start this at the beginning and say, notes at the start, it's probably ill-advised, but I'm going to I have several jokes, funny bits in this presentation, and I'm just going to have to assume that you're laughing or at least smiling. It's hard when you don't get feedback, but I just wanted to do it. I really appreciate receiving this award, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to talk to you today about something that's really important to me. And it's important to a lot of us involved in this project, and that is community modeling. Okay, so I was also surprised to get this award because, as many of you will recall, back in 2008, the Land Model Working Group received the Distinguished Achievement Award, and I accepted that award on behalf of the Land Model Working Group. And that award was for the cooperative work in producing CLM 3.5, which is a considerable improvement over CLM 3. And it was fun to look back at what we were talking about 12 years ago in terms of what we thought was a major advance. And so I have a list here of the things that we worked on for that version of the model. It was mostly focused on hydrology and trying to resolve, in particular, some really gross errors in the partitioning of evapotranspiration, wherein the CLM model at that time, CLM 3, had very little of the water coming from plants, most of it coming from ground evaporation, canopy evaporation, which was really inconsistent with the real world. And we resolved a lot of those problems with CLM 3.5, which was important for land atmosphere interactions and things like drought. But then if you sort of think about the scale of that, I look back and I say, well, that was actually kind of cute, that effort to put together CLM 3.5. if you start seeing the scale of things as they evolved through time as we went up through to other versions. So if you look at CESM 3.5, which we released in May 2007 with this list of topics, and I'm not going to get into the details of any of these because that's probably not the point here. If we look at then CLM 4, which we released in June 2010 with CCSM 4 and CSM 1, we advanced the model in several different ways, in particular going to a full carbon cycle model and with land use change and a permafrost enabled model. And that model was very widely used. It has been very widely used. There's been more than 1,000 citations for the overview paper for that model version, more than 1,300 citations for the tech note. And in fact, I think that this paper is either the top or one of the top 2 papers ever in terms of citations within James. So that was a pretty big effort. Then we actually just an interim version, another big effort, CLM 4.5 released in June 2013, where we introduced a lot of new features, methane emissions, updated the lake model, worked on the fire model, a bunch of things as well. And then finally, you can see the change in scope of the effort from sort of CLM 3.5 to CLM 5. The number of topics and processes that were addressed by the CLM community really expanded in a barely manageable way. And we were able to release that model in February 2018. And I think we've put together a pretty nice paper that was published late last year, documenting the new features and parameterizations. And as was noted in my nomination, this was a big group. It was more than 50 researchers from 30 or so institutions were involved in the development and the assessment of CLM 5. Hang on. Sorry, my mouse just disappeared. Okay, so was that effort worth it? Do we have a good model? Well, we fortunately have this new tool available called ILAM to evaluate the model, integrates the analysis of a lot of variables and a lot of data sets together to enable analysis of the model. And I've shown this many times before, so you've most likely seen it. But if you look at ILAM, and it integrates all these metrics together, and you can sort of evaluate whether or not for a particular field, in this case biomass, whether or not you've made an improvement. In this case, red colors indicate that the model is worse out of the models considered. Here, CLM 4, 5, and 5, and green is an improvement. And what we've seen, and I've shown this before, is that on average, for most variables, we've seen an improvement going from CLM 4, 4.5 to 5. So we're quite pleased with that. And it's not just mean states that have gotten better. We can look at variable to variable comparisons, and this is an example of for example, precipitation versus leaf area index. Some sort of indication of a process level improvement rather than just a tuning success. And what you can see is that, again, for most of the variables that we are assessing, variable to variable relations, we're seeing a broad improvement in the models as you go from CLM 4 up to CLM 5, most of these fields. And if you look into the context of the other CMIP 6 models, ILAM assessment of the CMIP 6 models, a paper that's being prepared by Forrest Hoffman right now, what you see, this is a diagram that's way too complicated to really visualize, but what you can see is that if you focus in on the CSM2, as with what Gokhan showed in the previous presentation for the fully coupled system, if we just focus on the land quantities, there does appear to be that that the land simulation is among the better models. Let's just say that. Certainly you can find variables where it's not doing as well as others. Soil carbon is one example, but on average, the CSM is performing well in terms of its land state. And if you look down here at the forcings of the climate state too, this is sort of focusing on the surface climate. And part of the reason why the model is performing well is because of the surface climate. But that's not only it, because if you also look over here at the Norwegian Earth System model, which is also using CLM 5, you see a lot of green, and they have a different climate state than CSM 2, obviously. If you focus in on a couple of key features, and I don't want to spend too much time on the science because a lot of this has been shown before, I want to get more into the process for the bulk of my presentation. If you look at a few things, I think one of the biggest improvements was the net ecosystem carbon balance, how much carbon is accumulated on land throughout the 20th century. And this plot shows the carbon accumulation due to mainly CO2 fertilization. And what you see is that the black line is an observational estimate. So that's what the target is. CESM4 in the brown colors here was not accumulating carbon the way it should have due to excessive nitrogen limitation. CESM 4.5 had other problems. It was meaning it was accumulating too much. And then CESM 5 happens to have hit the sweet spot and is actually matching up with observations quite well. Now, there is some element of that it may be that there's luck. Or not luck, but we've been able to show through a series of papers supporting CESM5 that part of it's due to an improved response to CO2 and also to nutrient addition. Will Vitor was able to show that in his paper. But Gordon has also pointed out that if you look at longer timescales, the full 20th century, there's a lot of uncertainty that's associated with many factors, but in particular, one of them is with historical climate uncertainty. And you can get a different result depending on which climate trajectory you force the model with. And Rosie Fisher has also shown that there's probably quite strong parametric dependence. So it may just be that the set of parameters that we settled upon are giving this good result, and a different set of also reasonable parameters may not be quite as good. If we look at another way of looking at this, I kind of like these diagrams, looking at the sort of the carbon state of CESM4. This is the carbon state on the left, and then how it evolved. If you take a zonal mean and look at year-on-year changes in the land ecosystem carbon, where blues indicate a loss of carbon and reds indicate a gain of carbon, you can sort of see the trajectory. And then on the right-hand side here is the overall change from the pre-industrial state. What you can see is some nice signatures. One is the strong impact early in the record of land use change, where mostly the carbon was being lost from the system, and it wasn't really until around 1950 when the CO2 fertilization starts to kick in. If you compare that to CESM5, you see the signature of this has really changed a lot. The land use change pattern is still broadly similar in the early part of the record, but due to the difference in our CO2 fertilization response and our nutrient addition response, you see a much different overall global response to changes in climate and CO2 concentrations, with a lot more accumulation of carbon on land occurring in CESM5. Another nice new feature you can see in this is the loss of carbon. I don't know if you call it a nice feature. It's unfortunate for the climate system, but the fact that we can represent the permafrost climate carbon feedback and losses that are anticipated to occur in the high latitudes as permafrost thaws, and the carbon that is stored there starts to decompose. Improvements to the hydrology, just some new features, variable soil depth and dry surface layer. In CESM 4.5, we had evapotranspiration that was too responsive to rain events and got kind of spiky compared to observations where these peaks that were too broad and too after a sort of a rain event, would be a lot of ET, and a much better simulation when we resolved some of the issues with the dry surface layer, and also a more realistic soil moisture profile as we went to deeper soil columns, at least at this location, so we can explicitly resolve the water table position rather than implicitly resolving it, and have a self-consistent representation of the soil carbon and water dynamics. And then finally, land management in CLM, we really made a big effort to focus on increasing the capabilities with the global crop model, crops and irrigation that's on by default, industrial fertilization, wood harvest, urban environments, et cetera. And with that model, we can start really exploring some neat new things. For example, looking at crop yield and how crop yield is what is responsible for our changes in crop yield through time, attributing it to crop area increases, industrial fertilization and irrigation. And other things like they use the irrigation model to assess the impact of irrigation on heat extremes. A nice paper by Wim Thierry that just came out showing that in general, all the forcing CO2 greenhouse gases are leading to an increase in heat extremes, but irrigation expansion on its own is actually going counter to that and leading to a decrease in heat extremes, particularly in places like India, Indian subcontinent. So that's all I want to show in terms of results. I think we're really excited to see what happens in the model in CMIP 6, and CLM is obviously going to be widely used in the large set of experiments that are in CMIP 6. And in particular, there's a lot of new land-oriented MIPS that are in CMIP 6 that CLM can and its capabilities can really sort of contribute to, and hopefully those MIPS can take advantage of those capabilities to find some interesting science, and that's already sort of happening, on the land use side, water and climate, and the carbon cycle. Okay, but now I want to turn, as opposed to just sort of going back and seeing what happened, I want to actually get to this, sort of discuss how we got there, because I think that's an interesting feature that we don't often hear in presentations, some of the details of how we got to where we are. And so I want to tell sort of a story, or some of the stories that went on in the CLM5 development process. It was a lot of fun and a lot of stress and a lot of challenges. Before you start, you need to have scientific priorities, right? So we have priorities that are driving the CLM development to help us answer some questions. So understanding, these are sort of the broad list of questions that we're sort of always focusing on. Understanding, predicting land processes and weather, climate variability, and climate change, the obvious default things that you need a land model to be able to do. But we're also increasingly interested in questions about ecosystem vulnerability or resilience and the impacts that would have on carbon cycle and ecosystem services. Earth system prediction is a growing importance, and so there's always questions about the sources of predictability from land, and expanding interest in ecological prediction. Can we use these models to make seasonal to annual to decadal predictions about ecological states? Land management for climate change and greenhouse gas mitigation is really critical, and looking at the trade-offs and co-benefits of land management techniques, with the idea that in a lot of these low emissions scenarios or the low warming target scenarios, land management is really utilized and required to achieve those low targets. Up to 30% of the carbon emission reductions is coming from better management of the land in some of these scenarios. And is that realistic? Can the real world actually support that? And then finally, issues of water and food security. So for CLM5, to answer these questions, we had a sort of a parallel focus on mechanistic improvements and also an expansion of capabilities. There was a pretty big emphasis on hydrology that was more consistent with state-of-the-art understanding. We wanted to build a model that if a hydrologist came and looked at it, they would say they would not be so disappointed that they wouldn't want to use it for their research. And so there was a lot of ways that the CLM was falling short in terms of its representation of hydrology that we've been trying to address to make it really a useful tool for hydrologists. It needs to be more ecological. We wanted to develop a model that was more ecologically relevant, especially for things like plant carbon, nutrient, and water dynamics. And then, as this aforementioned, really focusing on expansion of the representation of land management so that we can ask these questions about trade-offs and co-benefits of targeted land management practices. So you need a community to do this, and we built this community. And I think this is true throughout the CSM system, is that we each have our own disciplines. CLM is coupled to CSM, or it can be coupled to other atmospheric models, and it has been to answer all sorts of questions about climate variability change, land-atmosphere interactions, weather predictions, air quality. But to build the model, you really need to draw on expertise that may not really be involved typically in our system modeling. Those, hydrologists, ecologists, biogeochemists, and people specialized in the cryosphere. There is no one set of people who know everything about the terrestrial system. So you need to really draw on a lot of expertise. So, from about 2012 to 2016, we were soliciting and getting contributions from a very large number of people across the national and international research community. This is a really rewarding aspect of the job, is interacting with all these different scientists who are interested in contributing to the model. And each one of these people here really represents a team of people behind them who have helped build, professors. These are often the graduate students or postdocs, and professors who are behind them on our research. So we had these contributions that came in consistently across many years. It's a big pile of stuff in the end, this list of stuff that, every one of these contributions was evaluated and tested on its own. There's papers behind essentially every single one of these. That each one of the authors of those papers demonstrated an improvement. But the question is when you put them all together, is it going to provide a better overall model? First of all, will they even work together at all? And second of all, will the model be performing better than it was before in terms of some key metrics or features? The first step before you can even ask that question is software integration. And I can't stress this enough. This is absolutely critical to be able to have a successful project, is to have a good, robust software team who can handle the large volume of input. In this case, Mariana and Bill did a lot of pre-work before CLM5 to restructure the model to kind of remove some of its legacy technical debt that was preventing us from efficiently bringing new features into the model. And then Eric and Bill were responsible for bringing all these new features in a sustainable way, so that we could turn them on, turn them off, so we work and pass all the tests. It's a really incredibly challenging job. And then there's also the science integration. These features have all been developed independently, as I said, but then they get brought together, and then there's things that are not self-consistent with each other. So how do you actually make everything work together? Well, you need to have in-house expertise who are willing and able to look at the code and address challenges of integrating the code. And in particular, I just want to highlight one example. Rosie took on this really hard project of merging 3 separate branches of nitrogen cycle development. They were coming from 3 separate research groups across the country. The fund model, FlexCN and Luna. I won't try to go in and explain the details of these models, but just the complexity of this diagram indicates how complicated it was. These 3 different nitrogen cycle developments were all interacting with each other and affecting each other. And so Rosie went through the heroic effort to disentangle it all, make sure it all worked, everything crossed across and passed information correctly between each other. And that was really hard, and she eventually got it to work. In doing all that, really, it was this sort of Herculean task, pushing the proverbial boulder up the hill. Sometimes I thought we were never going to, it was never gonna work. And meanwhile, Gordon Bonin, our intellectual leader and essentially who built the original version of CLM with collaborators, I felt like he was watching us and wondering how in the heck we were going to do this, and perhaps sometimes doubting that it was possible. And it was nerve-wracking because Gordon literally wrote the book on terrestrial ecosystem modeling, and fortunately we were able to pull it off. So the integration of contributions into CLM, after many months, really years of effort, we finally got a model configuration that ran. I use this analogy of an old car because it wasn't running smoothly, it wasn't running fast, but it ran with everything we wanted. But there were many new uncertain parameters that came with all those new parameterizations. And there was a growing realization that in some parts of the parameter space, plants were not surviving through the spin-up process. And so this is a picture here showing the leaf area index, a really key diagnostic and key feature of the model. And basically anything that's this sort of magenta color here indicated that at that location, that particular plant type did not survive. So that's not good. This particular plant type, the deciduous tree, otherwise known as larches, was essentially not living anywhere. The deciduous tropical tree was only living in the deep tropics where it was very wet, and anywhere where it would really wanted to grow in the sort of more semi-arid regions, it was dying. So Ben Sanderson stepped in. Those of you who know Ben's always full of brilliant ideas, and he can convince anybody that his idea is brilliant. So he says, look, we can do global parameter optimization by, I'm using the term machine learning. We were using emulators I'm using machine learning as a broad term, using emulators specifically. And Ben's like, this is totally going to work. It's going to be great. It's going to be the first time that any group has done a global parameter optimization. People have done it for single sites before with varying success. He was convinced, many attempts, mostly dead. So that was disappointing, but Ben was perpetually undeterred, and we just kept trying and trying. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was focused on the painstaking hand tuning of all these new parameters and trying to understand their interactions so we could generate a model that would work. Well, one thing that I was doing was running interference with Jean-Francois, who at the time was the chief scientist of CESM. And so here's a reenactment of a particularly momentous day in January 25th, 2017. The scene is that we were desperately trying to finalize CESM2 in order to take advantage of the Cheyenne-Yellowstone overlap so that we could run our simulations. Those of you remember that we actually intended to do that, and it looked for a while like we were going to be successful. After multiple extensions, Jean-Francois gave us one last weekend to sort out our parameter problems, or he was going to recommend we had to revert back to CESM 4.5, which would have been obviously extremely upsetting to the entire working group after all the work that had gone on. On Friday, Keith Olson set off 2 CESM spin-ups, one with a new machine learning calibrated parameter set and one with our best hand-tuned parameters. 6:45 a.m. Monday morning, Keith and I both agreed to show up at the office really early. Keith had to drive in from Denver. Keith comes into my office and shows me the calibrated parameter results, mainly dead plants. Dave, it's me. Okay, that's expected. Let's check the other parameter set. 10 minutes later, email from Keith. Plants in the backup parameter set are not surviving either. Uh-oh. And this is a reenactment. The reenactment here, I'm in my home office. And what I did in my real office is I closed the door, even though there was nobody in the office at 6:45 a.m. And I put my head down on the table. I didn't cry, but I did consider whether or not, what I could say to Jean-Francois. Should I just resign, retire, quit this job, go home? I really had no idea what we were going to do. Another 30 minutes later, I get another email from Keith. Scratch that. There's a bug in my analysis code. Backup parameters results look great. My bad. So fortunately, we finally had a configuration that looked good. Most plants were living and many other metrics looked good. And we had a working model for CESM2. And this is just the LAI, again, showing from, everyone will remember run 215 of the coupled model, I'm sure. But we actually had a good simulation finally with a lot of the plants living. Not everywhere, but most places. And then what actually ended up happening in the real world is that the Labrador Sea ice problem actually reared its ugly head again, and it turned out that we had many more months of development after that. But at the time, we didn't know that was what was going to happen. Ben unfortunately had to give a presentation about the misadventures in parameterization and why the robots haven't won yet. Great presentation, but we're still working on it. See the intro to our new project that we'll be able to talk about this afternoon. And I like this quote from the IT group that's posted outside the door of the IT group up at CGD, and it says, on average, solving more problems than we create. So I think that's true for the terrestrial sciences section as well. And I'm not trying to imply that this dead plant problem was the only problem. There was many other problems: the giant crop problem, the irrigation problem, the glacier runoff problem, the grass problem, the hydraulic redistribution problem, the energy conservation problem, and on and on and on. Nonetheless, we finally were able to drag CESM 5 across the line. Here's me, I guess, trying desperately to pull it across the line as it was tripping and falling. Rosie being very encouraging and trying to pull as well. Jean-Francois and Gokhan, I initially thought, I think this guy, a photographer, I thought he was a timekeeper, but looking over our shoulders, and I don't know who this guy is, looking out in the future, maybe at CESM 6. I mean, why are you doing that at this point? But anyway, we get the model over the line. We released the model in February 2018, about 6 months before the CESM2 release. Okay, so then the last 2 minutes, I just want to give some perspectives on community-driven model development. That's sort of, you could call it lessons learned, but I think these are sort of my perspectives on what makes a successful community model development project. First, persistent model development is hard. It's really hard. you always think that we're eventually going to run into a step of the process that's not hard, and it has not happened yet. You can use these research priorities that I outlined in the beginning to guide decisions. And that's obviously an important thing to do, but I don't think we should get too hung up on those because, the whole thing with CSM and CLM is that is a number of research, we want to keep an expansive ability to answer new and exciting research questions as they come up. And so you cannot stick too closely to a specific set of research priorities, but it's still useful to have them as an overall guide. Robust and diverse development community is essential. And really it's more fun to have. The more people who are involved, the more fun I have found it to be. And it's really important to have not just the development community, but also the user community. We're learning about the deficiencies in our model, either deficiencies in the simulation or deficiencies in terms of the things that the model can do from that user community. So how do you build and maintain that community? I mean, there's lots of ways to do it. Here's some thoughts I have. One thing that I always really try to do is to be responsive to contributing collaborators. We're not going to have a community if we keep saying, I'm sorry, we're too busy. We can't take your new development now. Come back next year. Obviously, that is true a lot of the time. But if we do that, we're not going to have a community. So I always try to accept that community contributions when we can. Also, encourage those contributors to take ownership. Those contributors are the ones who are. Sorry, I just got distracted for a second. I really encourage people not to call it NCAR's model. None of us should be calling it NCAR's model. It is the community model, and those people who contributed to it need to take ownership of that model and consider it to be part of, they're part of the team. Once they've contributed, they're part of the team. They haven't just given it to NCAR so that we can use it. Provide clear software development decision-making guidance. It really helps to have places where people can see how to develop the model and to help make decisions, help them understand how we make our decisions. That is really critical. Provide tutorials, for example, about how to develop the model, like for example with GitHub. And acknowledge and reward model development. The nice thing that's happened in the last few years is a lot of you are aware, a very good colleague and contributed to CLM community for years was Drew Slater, who died unexpectedly in 2016. He was a great friend to the Land Model Working Group, one of my best friends and my best friend. And his family was nice enough to sponsor an award for the Land Model Working Group. The photo on the right there shows Drew taking a big crash. And so we're really encouraging students and postdocs to be bold and go for it and not to worry about crashing. So we've been giving out this award annually for the last 3 years. And in the age of Zoom, I thought it'd be fun to get that group together. These are the award winners coming from across the country. And each one of these, actually 5 out of 6 of these people were doing model development or in Katie's case, parameter estimation work. And the one who wasn't, Megan Fowler,
Kitty.
she was doing some really nice analysis, and as it turns out, she's not going to do model development. She just at NCAR. Okay, build and maintain that community. A few more lessons. Clean, well-structured, and well-documented code is worth its weight in gold. We need to get away from what Martin Clark refers to as the shantytown syndrome, where a postdoc or graduate student or anyone really just bolts on a feature to make it work without thinking about the long-term maintainability. I think we're getting better at that. It really makes a huge difference, though, if you can maintain that. I have to admit, I've been at fault the number of times I said, let's just do it quickly because I'm feeling the urgency. When Bill or Eric is telling me not to do that, it's usually come back to bite us, but we're getting better. Full integration of new features requires in-house experts. You really can't get away with the community. Having community contributions is great and absolutely essential. But our experience is that you cannot get it all the way to an operational version without people making in-house, in this case, NCAR people who are willing to put in the time and effort to understand how that code is going to interact with all the rest of it. You need the community's involvement, but in the end, it comes down to the local people. Set realistic timelines and try hard to meet them. Not don't do this. I like this quote from a colleague just reminded me of this quote. I love deadlines. I like the whooshing sound they make as they fly by. Okay, we try not to do that. As much as possible, I was always trying to say to our team we do not want to be the Land Model Working Group, the CLM, to be the last tag that's ready for a CSM configuration. Now, we frequently, as Gokhan and JF and other CSM chairs can attest, didn't meet that goal, but we are always trying to meet that goal. It's also really important to make plans and then be totally willing to throw them out and start again. And finally, don't panic and keep it fun. And it's incredibly hard. A lot of time it's challenging, it's frustrating. We need to have fun with this. Obviously, we've been doing things like the Ride to CSM for years. Great group of people who are on the top of Berthoud Pass. The last time we got the opportunity to go to Breckenridge for a meeting. And even yesterday, we had a socially distanced ride. The first time most of us had seen each other in 3D, in 3 months. It was really fun to do kind of an easy ride with some colleagues. And finally, I like this analogy. It's not quite right, but I think it's fun. In terms of the keep it fun, some people think football. So I'm a big soccer fan. Love this quote by Bill Shankly, who is the manager of Liverpool. He said, "Some people think football is a matter of life and death. I assure you, it's much more serious than that." I think we swap out. It's not quite the right analogy, but our system land modeling is a matter of life and death. Serious, much more serious than that. But in all honesty, the work that we do is incredibly important for society. It has big relevance. It can be stressful if you think about it. It is important, but we need to remember that we have to have fun while we're doing it. So I think that's it. Here's me. I'm skiing off to the distance in Italy. I've stepped down as co-chair. Of course, we've already started the race towards CLM 6 and CSM 3. Will Weeder gets to take on that responsibility now. And I will just ski off into the sunset. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm going to be heavily involved because it's just way too much fun. So thanks again for the award. Thanks again to everybody who I've gotten the opportunity to work with in building CLM 5, and I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dave, for that very nice talk. I'm not sure whether you should quit your day job or not, because you seem to be having a good career in acting and reenactments as well.
Thank you.
In fact, Angie indicated that, yeah, she says it's very nice reenactment, Dave. So if you have any questions, please type them in the Q&A session. We have one question. I think this was going back to the toolkit that you showed at the beginning of your presentation. The question is, can we use this tool for flood detection and error?
It's probably not the best tool yet. We have introduced capabilities to do flooding, so that flooding into CLM, but it's not active by default, and it's proven to be a sort of a challenging feature. I could get into the details of why it's challenging, but it's particularly challenging in a couple of model contexts because it's hard to determine flood stage. It's a feature that we are maybe sort of working towards, but I guess I wouldn't use it out of the box for flood detection, or you would have to be very carefully used. Let's put it that way.
And I got an email also, Peter Gent. He indicated that the pictures that I showed was before becoming the Land Model Working Group co-chair and after finishing the term. Apparently that's what it does to you.
Yes, yeah, I'm like Obama.
Any questions? Any other questions for Dave? Looks like nothing else. So Dave, we are going to, when we are allowed to be in person together, 3D, we'll have a photo opportunity with the presentation of the award. So
great, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Okay, we're about 5 minutes ahead, and I guess we'll go ahead and yeah, great. Oh, there's actually one more. Just a second. What's global? Okay, so another question, Dave. What is global T/ET of CLM5?
Yeah, the transpiration to ET ratio. I think it's around 65%, which is perhaps a little bit on the low end compared to some of the new estimates, but it's more in the ballpark of what. There's quite a range of observational estimates, but it's in the ballpark.
And I mean, one more question. This is from Charles Jackson. Was there significant interaction between developments making tuning difficult?
Yeah, there was interactions, and it really, a lot of it came down to the carbon. In the case of the tuning, it was the carbon nutrient interactions that proved to be quite challenging, and in particular, this sort of issue of we did a lot of our initial analysis at present day climate conditions because that's when you can compare to observations. And what we were finding is that when you went back to 1850, under the lower CO2 concentrations, those plants were not as healthy, and sometimes they would not survive. So it's a challenge that was part of the reason why we had a hard time doing this machine learned effort, is because of that sort of two-step thing that really we need to get the plants to survive in 1850, but then match the present day observations.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on, and let me share my screen. Okay. Our next award is the CESM Graduate Student Award. And again, it's my honor or my pleasure to introduce the recipient of this year's award. And it is another land person, and the award goes to Daniel Kennedy. So his picture was already included in Dave's Graduate Student Award winners from the Land Model Working Group side. And he is currently an ASP postdoc at NCAR. I think he started earlier this year, but it was, I guess, a short-lived sort of three-dimensional period being at NCAR. He graduated from Columbia University, and he implemented a plant hydraulic scheme. In short, it's called PHS into CLM5. And PHS is a mechanistic representation of vegetation water stress and replaces the empirically-based soil moisture stress parameterization that existed in CLM, and that's, I believe, still in use in many other CMIP models. He started implementation, but apparently he was assuming that it would only take a couple of weeks to implement that parameterization. Needless to say, it required several years of intense interactions with the CLM group, but he persisted according to his nomination. And his implementation of the PHS scheme in CLM5 is the first such implementation in a CMIP class model. Daniel also is involved with Land Model Working Group activities, and I believe he was a lecturer during the 2019 CLM tutorial, where he gave an inspiring presentation that described his experience with the implementation of the PHS scheme, including his trials, tribulations, and rewards for code development within a complex model such as CLM. So again, it's my pleasure to introduce Daniel. And unfortunately, again, we can't be in person, and we'll have a photo opportunity when we can be together again. I'm not sure whether Daniel is actually on via Zoom or not. He was having difficulties, so we may end up advancing his presentation. Are you available, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm here, but yeah, I had to call in. So if you could advance my slides for me.
Just a second. If I can get out of this. I can't get out for some reason. Just a second.
Yes.
So you are there? Now I need to find your presentation. Just a second. I'd better download it, right? Or it's not, just a second. Yeah, we are fine. Yeah, I need to just set it up just a second. Are you seeing the slide? Let me put it on the full
Yep.
screen mode. And just let me know when I should advance it.
Will do.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Gokhan, and thank you very much the nomination. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Kennedy. As Gokhan indicated, I recently graduated from Columbia University, where my main thesis project was implementing plant hydraulics in the community land model. And as of January, I'm now a postdoc here at NCAR in CGD. Next slide, please. So I'm still seeing the...
I advanced it actually, so there must be a delay.
Can someone in the chat confirm that they're seeing the second slide? Yeah, it seems in the Q&A that they're indicating that
They can't see
they're
it?
not seeing full screen, and it's stuck on the first slide. It seems like my connection is okay, I guess.
Can you try it from your side?
Yeah, why don't I try? And then if I run into issues, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, so see right here at the bottom.
Okay, so
Yeah, see the arrow.
okay, but I got out of. Let me share it again. Just a second. We'll try again.
You sure you don't want me to try it?
Go ahead. You can try it if you like. Yep, it works. Okay.
And now you're seeing it in the full screen?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, so hopefully this will just work. All right, so this work started, as Gokhan indicated, several years ago, back in 2015, when I came to the 2015 Land Model Working Group winter meeting and presented isohydricity and anhydricity, which was just a toy model, not at all in CLM. But I'm very thankful to Dave Lawrence, who encouraged me to pursue this idea further and connected me with significant resources to help the project along the way. This included a hosted visit at NCAR during the summer of 2016 and access to the supercomputer for computing time. But likewise, and perhaps more importantly, connected me with some of the scientists at CGD, including, for example, Rosie Fisher and Keith Olson, who were incredibly helpful in designing and implementing the new model. I want to also thank all the co-authors in this project, and especially thank the software developers, Eric Kluzik and Bill Sachs, who helped implement and test the new model. So then at the end of that summer visit, what we ended up with was this new module implemented within CLM called Plant Hydraulic Stress, which is a soil-plant atmosphere continuum model meant to represent how plants use water and how they experience water stress during drought or from interannual variability. But before I get too far ahead, let me give a bit of background. The fundamental problem in terms of vegetation water use involves modeling how vegetation managed the so-called stomatal trade-off. The stomates are these small pores on the undersides of leaves, and plants need to open these pores to obtain carbon dioxide for growth, but when they do so, they lose water, and water is often a limiting resource. So plants can open and close the stomatal pores in response to environmental conditions, hopefully to most efficiently use the water that they have available. Different plants have developed different strategies. You can imagine there are some plants that are more risky, want to get as much CO2 as they can, and aren't as worried about the availability of water, whereas some plants are more risk averse. And it turns out that this is an important question, even on the scale of Earth system models. Here I'm showing a plot from Friedlichstein, 2014, which is looking at 11 Earth system models from the CMIP5 ensemble, forced by RCP 8.5 emissions. And the line plots here are how much carbon has accumulated on land since 1860, projected out to 2100. And you can see that the spread between the models is quite large and on the order of 100 years of current emissions. And what we've come to understand is that water stress is an important part of the divergence between models. A recent paper by Anna Trugman indicates that 40 to 80% of the intermodal variability in the carbon cycle is due to the functional form of soil moisture limitation. Likewise, at a site level, at a site in the Amazon, which is very important for the global carbon cycle, model predictions poorly replicated the response to an experimental drought treatment. And so I should give a little context for a broad audience about vegetation water use. So this is vegetation water use in a nutshell. Water in the soil plant continuum will generally flow down pressure gradients. And the plants are able to extract water from the soil by allowing the pressure in their vasculature to fall lower than the pressure is in the soils. However, there's a constraint because if the pressure in the plants gets too low, it can actually damage the vasculature. So there's a trade-off here. You want to make your pressure low to get water, but you have to be careful because if it's too low, you can damage your conducting tubes and risk mortality. So some terminology to get us on the same page. I said pressure previously, but as hydrologists, we use water potential. Water potential is in units of megapascals, and it incorporates both mechanical pressure, but also the contributions of osmotic potential and things like surface tension. The symbol that we use when we write out equations for water potential is psi, the Greek letter psi, and the values are always negative in reference relative to water, kind of at stable gravitational modes. So our job here is looking at the soil plant atmosphere continuum. And there is fundamentally two jobs within a land model that the soil plant atmosphere continuum is tasked with. One, how much water stress is the plant experiencing? Usually we represent that with the variable beta, and it's some scalar from 0 to 1, and you're using that to calculate photosynthesis and transpiration and what fraction of photosynthesis you're accomplishing at a certain level of water availability. And then beyond that, you also have to decide where in the soil column, where in the vertical soil column is the transpiration coming from, which soil layer. So before my work, CLM had a parameterization that we call soil moisture stress, which I'll abbreviate SMS throughout this talk. And it was basically a two-parameter kind of piecewise linear model, empirically derived, and it calculates the root water uptake and the water stress solely based on the soil potentials. So the plant isn't really that involved in how much stress there is or where the water comes from the soil column. There are two problems with this. One, it kind of conflicts with the current theory of vegetation water use and hydraulic theory in general. And two, this is an empirical parameterization that actually has almost no observations to back it up. There's an extreme scarcity of soil water potential measurements. It's very difficult to make those measurements of soil water potential because they're underground. So instead, we implemented a more physiological model called plant hydraulic stress, which tries to bring the plant more into the center of the soil plant atmosphere continuum. It's a slightly more complicated model. We have 4 parameters instead of 2, but we're adding new prognostic plant water potentials. This has a stronger physical basis, and now it calculates the root water uptake based on the soil moisture, but also on root water potential, that's psi root, and then it calculates water stress from leaf water potential. This has the advantage that it better comports with hydraulic theory. And now the really exciting thing is that we've moved that water stress variable above ground. Now that we're using vegetation water potential, we can actually see that and measure it because it's above ground and much easier to observe. And that means it's possible to validate as we go forward. So like I said, you fundamentally have 2 jobs: how much water stress, and then where in the soil column is the transpiration coming from. So I'm going to show some results from a modeling exercise that we did that was based in Cachoeira, Brazil. We chose Cachoeira because it's a critical biome in the tropical rainforest. It's also a very well instrumented site. It has been highly studied, so there's a strong publication record at this site, and it has a meaningful drought signal because there's a seasonal dry spell from August to November every year, and there's an experimental manipulation that also has extra drought for us to look at. So I'll start with, is PHS, the new model, functioning as expected? So here I'm plotting that stress factor from 0 to 1 for the 2 flavors of CLM. The top panel is with soil moisture stress, and then the bottom panel is our new model with plant hydraulic stress. And I'm trying to tease out 2 different factors here. So on the x-axis is vapor pressure deficit, how dry the atmosphere is, and then the color in the plots is indicating the soil moisture. And so I split it into terciles where blue is wet and red is dry. And what we're seeing here is that soil moisture stress really only reacts to the soil moisture, right? You can see that the colors manage to segment the stress, but there's no real response to atmospheric dryness. And then plant hydraulic stress responds to both soil moisture and VPD. And this is a much better reflection of hydraulic theory as we know it. So for us, this was, plant hydraulic stress is operating as it should. But we also have some observations from this site. So how do we compare with field observations? So we'll look at transpiration. And so in the top panel is, again, the soil moisture stress flavor of CLM, and the bottom panel is the plant hydraulic stress. And here I'm plotting error model versus observations. But instead of just doing a scatter plot, I'm plotting it versus soil potential and showing that PHS is showing less error overall, but also it removes this kind of problematic structure of error where with SMS, when soil potential was closer to 0, so wet conditions, it was overestimating transpiration. And then in dry conditions, it was underestimating transpiration. So not only, was the model incorrect, but it had this really kind of drought signature to it. Whereas now with PHS, our error obviously is not 0. We haven't completely removed bias, but we've seemed to mostly remove that sort of structure of error, which is a really positive result. And more on that, here I'll show, we also have some soil moisture observations from this site. And again, the top panel is that soil moisture stress flavor, and the bottom panel is plant hydraulic stress. And here I'm plotting, the line is the model, and then in the red dots are our observations. And so at the top of the panel is kind of wetter soils, and the bottom of the panel is drier soils. So you can see a pronounced dry season across 3 years at the study site. And the soil moisture stress has really large biases during the dry season, where it's finding that the soils are much drier than observed in reality in the observations, whereas plant hydraulic stress removes that. Likewise, what we see is that there's kind of a numerical issue with soil moisture stress, where there's a nonlinearity during the dry season in the parameterization, which causes there to be absolutely or very, very little variability in soil moisture during the dry season, which does not comport well with observations. And we were able to ameliorate that with our more physically based model. So from there, we moved on to observing PHS from a more global perspective, and this is still in prep, but I'll give 2 of the highlights. So CLM5, one of the big concerns and one of the known deficiencies is the interannual variability in photosynthesis. And so we're interested in asking, how does PHS specifically affect variability in photosynthesis? And it actually was kind of exonerated as a culprit there, because overall interannual variability increases with PHS. And so from the map, what you'll see is the reds are places where PHS has higher interannual variability than SMS, and it's especially the differences in terms of having higher interannual variability is predominantly in semi-arid regions, and that's confirmed when you plot the difference in interannual variability versus mean annual precipitation. So PHS tends to have more interannual variability in drier climates, and maybe a little bit less interannual variability in wetter climates. And so we wanted to look at that a little bit further. And this is kind of one of the
Daniel, this
really
is Gokhan. You have about a minute.
Yep. Yeah. I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
So the kind of most positive result that we got was that PHS shows stronger interannual correlations between photosynthesis and terrestrial water storage. So these histograms represent the distribution of correlations across grid cells in a semi-arid domain. And what we're seeing is that PHS shifts this distribution to higher correlation values. And this comports with an important paper from 2018, which suggests that this is a big issue in Earth system models, and that they significantly underestimate the photosynthesis to terrestrial water storage relationship. But yeah, so to conclude, PHS is now the default vegetation water use parameterization in CLM5 and CESM2, including in all of the CMIP6 ensemble members. It better comports with hydraulic theory, and very excitingly, it exposes the model to a new suite of observations for validation and parameter estimation now that we have these prognostic plant water potentials. And likewise, I think it expands the user pool for CLM because it creates an entry point for plant hydraulic researchers to test hypotheses on broader spatial scales, people who didn't really have access to their sorts of questions on the Earth system model scale. But with that, I guess I'll take any questions. And yeah, thanks again.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Yeah.
We are right on time, actually, 10:20. Before we take a break, are there any questions? Let's see. There is one question. How does PHS affect ET? What is the computational increase with PHS for global simulation? Do you differentiate parameterization for isohydric and anisohydric plants?
Okay, so 3 questions, I guess. So in ET, it's a variable. It depends on the climate. In general, higher interannual variability in ET, and a little bit more buffering in the soil column. So what we've been finding is longer timescales of soil moisture ET coupling. So if you have a negative anomaly, that can percolate farther into the future. The second question was computational demand. So yeah, when we were doing this, if I remember correctly, we were saying somewhere on the order of a 20% cost increase for CLM. But we still, at this point, we think there's some meat left on the bone there and that we could probably pare things down a bit on the numerical side. And that's something I'm interested in working on, especially now that numerical weather prediction is getting more interested in using CLM. So I think that we can, hopefully reduce that. And then the third is about isohydricity.
Yes.
So isohydricity is kind of an emergent behavior of a plant hydraulic model. So it is kind of within the functionality of PHS, but it's not explicitly a parameter, whether you're isohydric or anisohydric. So it would be an emergent property of the model.
Okay, and one more quick question. Can you improve dry period soil moisture simulation through tuning parameters associated with the water retention curve in the SMS simulation as well?
Yeah, to some extent you can, but to me, I think that there's a question of, do you need to include the plant hydraulics or not? I don't think you absolutely need to include the plant hydraulics, but I think that if you aren't including the plant hydraulics, SMS is not the best parameterization. There are some just very kind of unphysical aspects to it. And like I said, there's a numerical signature to nonlinearity there that would need to be removed. So I don't think just shifting the parameters would totally help. It would you could definitely make the model observation agreement better in this one place. But there are still structural problems that would need to be addressed that don't necessarily require plant hydraulics, but a slightly more nuanced model would be better.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a couple of more questions, but I suggest if you send your questions directly to Daniel, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer those questions. So thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we'll take a break till 10:40 local time. That's Mountain Daylight Time. So we'll be back in about 17 minutes, and we'll have two plenary talks starting at 10:40 local time. Thank you. Mark and Clara, do you want to do the check quickly? If you are still there?
Yeah, I'm here and happy to share.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, everything looks fine. Do you want to advance one or two? Yep, looks good.
Okay.
Okay,
You can hear me all right?
yes.
Okay.
And Clara, go ahead. I think Mark is still as the, no, I don't know. Yep.
Is this working right now?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yep. Oh,
Does this work?
yep, it's going forward. Looks good.
Great.
Excellent.
Great.
Okay.
Should we, so all cameras are off, I assume, or?
You can turn your camera on when you are giving, we are recording it, so you'll be there. That should be fine.
Okay.
And I'll turn mine off as later.
Okay, great.
So 5 more minutes. Thank you. one more minute or half a minute. Okay, let's get started. So welcome back, everybody. And during this session, we are going to have two plenary talks. And our first speaker is Clara Orbe. She's a research physical scientist at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. She also has a joint affiliation at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in the Global Modeling and Assimilation Office. She graduated from Columbia University in 2013, and she has been working as a civil servant at NASA since 2018. Her research interests include large-scale atmospheric dynamics and transport and how they may respond to future changes in climate. She has been leading an analysis of 6 US climate modeling models, their CMIP versions. So she'll be essentially showing results from that analysis, and her title is Representation of Modes of Variability in 6 US Climate Models. Thank you, Clara. Take it away. You are muted still.
Great. Well, thank you, Gokhan. Thank you very much for to you and to the rest of the organizing committee for inviting me to give this opportunity to share these results. So I'm going to just go to full screen right now. Great. So so Gokhan, can you see that? Is this fine?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Okay, so so thank you very much for everyone for being here and for listening to all these great presentations. As Gokhan indicated, this is work that I'm presenting about the representation of different modes of primarily atmospheric, but also oceanic modes of variability as represented in the 6 US climate models. And so I would like to thank very much all of the co-authors on this manuscript, whose names are listed right here, and you can see that they represent quite a diverse number of institutions. So a comprehensive understanding of atmospheric modes of variability is important, not only for the robust detection and attribution of climate responses to forcings, but also because of their strong influence on regional climate variability and extremes. And so traditionally, climate models have been able to simulate the gross features of many, but not all modes of variability. And in particular, there have been some modes that have been quite challenging, and these include, among others, the Madden-Julian oscillation and the stratospheric tropical quasi-biennial oscillation, which was quite poorly represented in CMIP 5. However, since CMIP 5, there have been several individual modeling studies that have documented various improvements in the representation of these modes in more recent models. And so to this end, and in wake of the IPCC Working Group 1 deadline from last December of last year, a team of scientists from 6 different US agencies got together and we performed as extensive an evaluation of multiple atmospheric modes of variability across CMIP 6 US climate models at the time that for the models that we had available at that time. So this work was directly supported by NASA, DOE, and NOAA, and it stemmed directly from the US Climate Modeling Summit that was held the previous year in April in Washington, DC. And so what you can see right here is the list of the modeling centers that participated. So we had model submissions from the DOE, GFDL, both GIST and the GMAO located at NASA, NCAR, as well as NCEP. And from NCEP, we had some incorporation of subseasonal forecasts. My focus primarily here is going to be in climatic timescales, but nonetheless, we did broach the question of whether or not some model development improvements on climatic timescales also improved subseasonal forecasts. So focus was placed on initially on looking at key tropical modes of variability. These included things like the El Nino Southern Oscillation, which is schematically shown right here in terms of its characteristic anomalously warm and cool sea surface temperature anomalies, respectively associated with El Nino and La Nina. And overlaid on this figure 2, you can see the anomalous circulations manifest in the trades that are in the opposite sense during El Nino and La Nina. And in addition to looking at ENSO, we also looked at the Madden-Julian oscillation, which is just taken this schematic from the original Madden-Julian paper in 1972, showing this eastward propagation of deep convective and zonal wind anomalies across the maritime region. And this planetary scale propagation is generally characterized on intraseasonal timescales with a time scale of anywhere between 20 and 90 days. And so in addition to looking at the tropics, we also looked at the extratropics, and in particular, we looked at the Pacific decadal oscillation, shown here in terms of its characteristic dipole of sea surface temperature anomalies over the Pacific. But what is nice about, it's nicely illustrated in this figure right here, is the strong relationship that these Pacific sea surface temperature variations also have with anomalies in the tropics. And there's this strong coupling, as we will allude to at the end of the presentation, between these different modes of variability. And in addition to looking at the PDO, we also looked at the northern and southern annular modes. And here's is a figure adapted from the original Thomson-Wallace paper looking at geopotential height anomalies that have been regressed onto the southern annular mode index, and the respective changes in surface temperature that are associated with an increase in the index of the SAM. And so finally, even though we tried to keep a bit focused on just the troposphere, we did also broach the issue of tropical variability in the stratosphere. And to that end, we did an analysis looking at the quasi-biennial oscillation, which is represented here in terms of pressure time plots of the equatorial zonal mean zonal winds, in this case shown for MERA 2 reanalysis. So this is a figure that I've adapted from Larry Coy's MERA 2 paper back in 2016. And what we can see is that there is this, this nice downward oscillating pattern of respectively westerly and easterly winds throughout the middle and lower stratosphere, in some cases descending all the way down to the tropopause. And the characteristic period for the QBO is approximately on the order of 28 months. And MERA 2 does quite a good job of representing that. So just to clarify, there have been several recent studies coming out that have done a really great job looking at the CMIP6 models and doing preliminary analyses of individual modes of variability. But the main goals of this effort really were oriented around doing kind of a broad analysis of different modes. And to that end, we really wanted to capitalize on the expertise contributed from different members in this group, with different people respectively focusing on different modes. And in addition, we really wanted to make sure that we were looking at different analysis measures, because we know that the representation of model fidelity can depend very much on the metric one uses. And so we really try to make a concerted effort to make sure that our conclusions about model performance were not specific to the metrics in question. And so finally, we found it quite useful to incorporate intermediary model versions between CMIP5 and CMIP6 when available. And as such, these intermediary model versions, in which, for example, one parameter had been changed or a series of parameters had been systematically changed, afforded a lens into the development changes that either improved or degraded model performance. And as I indicated before, these results have been summarized in the form of a manuscript that has just been recently accepted in Journal of Climate. And the specifics are shown right here. So the models that we considered in our analysis represented a reasonably broad range across model top and the distribution of vertical layers within the troposphere and stratosphere, for those that incorporated a mesospheric component. They also included pretty good good range and horizontal resolution, as well as reasonably different convective and gravity wave drag parameterizations. And this table is by no means presented to be read in full completion, but I just wanted to show you the model versions that we considered. So as you can see, for the NCAR family of models, we include both for CSM1 and CSM2, both the low top and the high top versions, respectively. For the GIS model simulations, we have both a low top CMIP 5 submission, as well as a low top CMIP 6 submission, GIS E2.1, and then the new middle atmosphere high top version of the GIS model E2.2. So in addition to that, we have both the E3SM, as well as the CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 versions of the GFDL model. And in addition, while GEOS is not traditionally run as a climate model, we did incorporate a 10-member ensemble of free-running AMIP simulations that were produced using the exact same version of GEOS that underlies the MERA-2 reanalysis. And then finally, as I indicated, we did do some analysis of subseasonal forecasts. I won't be focusing on those results here in this presentation, but this was to address the question of whether or not model developments on climate timescales also were realized on shorter seasonal timescales. So with respect to the model simulations that we considered, our focus primarily was on looking at the historical simulations that had been submitted as part of the deck to CMIP 6. And so these are highlighted right here in the gray in this table. And so at that time of our analysis, which was last fall, you can see that, you know, for some cases, we only had one ensemble member, but for others, and generally for most of the other model versions, we did have at least 3, and then upwards of 18 and 20, in some case, ensemble members. So again, there was a concerted effort to make sure that our analysis was not just based on one ensemble member. And, you know, of course, as the CMIP 6 archive increases, we're going to be updating all of these model version samples that we have to see how and if our results change. And so, as I mentioned before, too, in addition to the official deck historical simulations, we also, through the individual contributions of members on the team, we had access to intermediary versions between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6. And as you can see here, we had access to 3 intermediary model versions that I will appeal to later as we attempt to interpret what some of the model development work changes were that contributed to improved performance in some modes. And so just quickly, with respect to validating these historical simulations, we used a variety of different observational and reanalysis products. For the MJO, we use the TRIM dataset for precipitation, and then ERA5 for the reanalysis fields. For the QBO, we looked at MERA-2 reanalysis fields, but we also did offline comparisons with ERA interim, which do indicate some differences in certain aspects of the QBO, like where it achieves its maximum height. But overall, the results from our analysis did not critically hinge on the choice of reanalysis. And then we also looked at the extratropical modes, and we incorporated, you know, owing to the decadal scale nature, especially the PDO, we wanted to exploit fully the full historical simulations, and so for that we used some of the 20th century reanalyses. And so with respect to metrics, I indicated the attention that was paid to making sure that our results did not hinge too critically on one metric or another. We used a range of evaluation metrics, and these were respectively optimized for each mode. And so for the case of the extratropical tropospheric coupled modes, we used the PCMDI metrics package, illustrating model skill through use of the Taylor diagrams. For the case of tropical coupled variability in the troposphere, we used the climate variability diagnostics package for our analysis of ENSO. And then for the MJO, we used evaluation measures that have been used in previous intercomparisons of MJO performance. And then finally, with respect to stratospheric variability, we use the metrics as delineated in this paper, which were recently applied in the SPARC endorsed effort, the Quasi-Biennial Oscillation Initiative. And these metrics have been applied and compared in these papers right here, along with others. So before I go into the details for each specific mode, I thought it was useful just to present the key findings, so as an overall performance assessment. And so the first point is that there are some modes, and these include the MJO and the QBO, for which there is unequivocal improvement moving from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6. However, for other modes like the northern and southern annular modes, as well as certain features of ENSO, the improvement in model performance is more clear only upon conditioning on CESM, measure, modeling group. And so robust improvements in the representation of these modes still remains an important challenge for future model development, moving even beyond CMIP 6. And then finally, I would just like to emphasize that the incorporation of intermediary model versions was quite helpful for us in identifying structurally which changes in model development, be it increased vertical resolution, changes in convective parameterizations, impacted performance, and most importantly, perhaps, those changes which resulted in improvements consistently across models. So I'm going to begin with just a review of the key findings based on our analysis of the Madden-Julian oscillation. And so our evaluation of the MJO centered around an analysis of the signal strength of precipitation, illustrated right here in the figure shown at the top panel, and also in the coherence of the eastward propagation of the MJO across the maritime region, as illustrated here in the bottom figures. So more precisely, what I'm showing right here, the canonical Wheeler-Collattis frequency zonal wave number decompositions of, in this case, precipitation, but one could also look at something like OLR or the zonal winds in the lower troposphere. And what we're comparing right here in the left panel is the CMIP 5 version of the GFDL model, and then the CMIP 6 version of the GFDL model. And what one can see is that in this region right here that we associate with the MJO, there is this enhancement in the signal strength of precipitation in this region, indicating an improvement moving from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6 for this particular model. And then right here, what I'm showing with respect to the eastward propagation of this anomaly is the low top version of the CMIP 5 model of CSM, so CSM 1, and then compared with CSM 2. And again, what we see is that upon moving to CMIP 6, we see this much more coherent eastward propagation relative to the previous model version. And so you can say, well, you're just cherry picking two modeling groups. How can I have any confidence that this is what we see in other models? Well, this plot right here, which shows the relative precipitation amplitude versus the pattern correlation, shows in each symbol different model versions, and the green symbols correspond to the CMIP 5 versions of models, and the blue symbols denote the CMIP 6 versions of those models. And so what we can see when comparing against the reanalysis, which is shown right here in the upper right-hand corner, is that generally there is a progression from the green models in this portion of the figure towards the reanalysis for the CMIP 6 versions of those models. And so in this particular case, we've not only looked at precipitation from the reanalysis, which may be problematic, but also relative to the trend observations. And this general improvement across model performance across the CMIP phases is manifest not just in precipitation, but we've also looked at similar plots, looking at pattern correlations, but now for the case of the zonal winds in the lower troposphere. So in addition to looking at just kind of more first order measures, we can also look at things like the pattern correlation signal strength relative to the east-west ratio. And again, what we're seeing both for the case of precipitation and for the lower tropospheric zonal winds, there's this general progression from the CMIP 5 versions of the models shown in green to the CMIP 6 versions of the models, again, towards the reanalysis and the direct satellite measurements. And so, I mean, of course, there are some outliers here, interesting features, but generally there is this sense that the CMIP 6 models are doing much better. And so if we try to understand what may have contributed to some of these improvements, here what I'm showing is one simulation of the GIST model. This was an intermediary version between the CMIP 5 version of the GIST model shown here in the gray square and the CMIP6 version of that model shown in the blue square, again here in terms of the zonal winds. And what's important to note for the case of the simulation was that the changes that were made in the parameterized convective scheme included changes that overall were oriented to improving the sensitivity of parameterized convection to environmental relative humidity. And so while the exact details of these convective changes may differ relative to other model versions, this general notion that the convection has to be more sensitive to environmental relative humidity was something that was also noted in the other modeling groups, which demonstrated improved performance in CMIP6. And so moving next, I'm going to go to the quasi-biennial oscillation. So this is a stratospheric, primarily tropical oscillation in the zonal mean zonal winds, which are shown right here, as was illustrated earlier. Here for the case of MERA 2, where we're looking at, again, at pressure time evolution of the zonal mean zonal winds with respectively westerly and easterly phases of the QBO. And what one can see when comparing the reanalysis QBO with that of different models that we analyzed is that with the exception of 2 of the low top, low vertical resolution versions of the model for which we did not expect to see a QBO, basically every other model exhibits something that at least resembles a QBO. And this is quite impressive because only 5 models in CMIP5 exhibited anything that even resembled a QBO. So overall, this improvement in QBO is consistent with increases in vertical resolution and increases in model top, but also more models have been incorporating source-based non-orographic gravity wave drag parameterizations that are tethered to things like frontogenesis, shear, as well as convection. And so for the case of things like the QBO period, this incorporation of non-orographic gravity wave drag schemes does contribute quite significantly to improved model performance. And so just as one illustration of that, right here, what I'm showing in these 2 panels right here is this is the default version of the E3SM model, where what we see is we definitely see something that looks like quasi-biennial oscillation with it's oscillating westerlies and easterlies, but it's quite clear that when we compare this to the case of MERA 2, that this period is much too fast. And so if we do this and then we compare this to a version of E3SM in which the non-orographic gravity wave drag scheme was modified. And so this was a simulation that was performed and written up in a manuscript that was published last year by Jager Richter. The change that was made was that the efficiency with which parameterized convection contributes to the non-orographic gravity wave momentum flux entering the lower stratosphere was changed. And in the process of changing that, Jager was able to achieve a much more successful representation of the QBO period, something which was much more in line with the approximate 28 period in this version. And just to show that this kind of change that was made in this context is something that other modeling groups are also doing, I'll just make a brief comment here that for the high top version of the GIST model E2.2, which I developed at NASA, this is exactly the same kind of change that we use whenever we're effectively tuning the period of the QBO. So there's this efficiency factor that relates the extent to which penetrating convection can contribute to the non-orographic gravity wave momentum flux in the lower stratosphere, and the structure of these parameterizations is quite similar. So while the QBO period can, as illustrated before, be explicitly tuned in models, again, provided that there's sufficient vertical resolution, there are other features of the QBO that are quite challenging and are not well depicted in the CMIP6 models, at least as we've been able to ascertain. And in particular, these include things like the QBO amplitude and specifically its propagation down into the lower stratosphere. And this can be seen in the case of this figure right here, where we're looking at the QBO amplitude for the different models. And what we can see is that generally, nearly all of the models exhibit a significant underestimate in the amplitude of the QBO. And although right here, this amplitude in this case has been evaluated a bit higher up at 30 millibars, this the sense of this bias does indeed get larger as one propagates down into the lower stratosphere. And so this result is actually quite consistent with what other modeling studies have indicated, not only for that of the QBOI models, but also in 2 recent papers that have come out looking also at the QBO in the CMIP6 models, both in a paper that Jaga Richter recently published, as well as one by Neil Bouchard, albeit in the context of the future SSP scenarios. So if we further decompose this QBO amplitude bias into its respective westerly and easterly components, we find that most of this amplitude bias is reflected in the 2-week bias in the easterly westward component. And again, this is quite consistent with at least the preliminary analyses that have been done by other groups of the CMIP6 models, as well as the biases exhibited in the QBOI models. So with that, I'm going to move to the extratropical modes. And I'm just going to begin by presenting an overview picture before going into each mode separately. And so what's plotted here is a correlation coefficient. So this is for ENSO and the PDO, as well as the northern and southern annular mode. And a rightward progression in each of this figure is good. And what's shown right here in the cyan is the distribution corresponding to the CMIP3 models. Red shows the CMIP5 models, blue shows the CMIP6. And so it's quite clear using this rather gross metric that both the performance of ENSO and the PDO have improved quite substantially moving into the CMIP6 models. Now for the northern and southern annular modes, this case is not so clear. And indeed, as we'll go more into this, it turns out that the story is quite dependent on the season one looks at, whether or not one looks at individual modeling groups. And so the story for extratropical modes is a bit more complicated than what we were finding with the MJO and the QBO. And so as indicated, if we do a bit more of a closer inspection at different aspects of these modes, several of these apparent improvements are much more nuanced compared to the QBO and the MJO. And in particular, if we look at something like the southern annular mode, and what I'm plotting right here is a Taylor diagram illustrating here the model skill effectively for austral summer. And what we can see right here is that moving from the CMIP3 versions of models denoted in the red to CMIP5 shown in green, and then to CMIP6, there is this general progression towards this one line on the one circle on the Taylor diagram. And so this is a quite favorable presentation of the SAM performance in the models. And however, if one looks at other seasons, this improvement is not quite so apparent. And if anything, one could argue, to the extent that this is representative, that the CMIP3 versions of the models may actually look a bit better than the CMIP6 versions. So the changes in the performance of the NAM they also vary across modeling group. For example, if we just focus on the boreal winter northern annular mode as represented in the GFDL models, we get this picture that indeed model performance has improved moving from CMIP3 and 5 to CMIP6. But if we look at the GIST models, we see actually kind of a different story. We see, if anything, a degradation in the representation of the boreal winter NAM, moving from CMIP3 and 5 to CMIP6. And to that end, we also do see somewhat of a degradation in the performance of the North Atlantic Oscillation in more recent versions, so CSM2 versions of the NCAR family of models. So, of course, this is including just the model submissions that we had as of last December, and so it would be important to see if indeed these progressions across different modeling groups are altered once more members and submissions have been uploaded to the CMIP6 archive. So perhaps a clear indicator of improved simulation in extratropical modes is the case of the PDO, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And so what's shown right here in this figure, which shows biases in both the first and the second components of the sea surface temperature empirical orthogonal functions that were used to diagnose the PDO. what we can see right here in this figure, which in the gray circles shows all of the CMIP models denoting CMIP 5 with the open circles and CMIP 6 and closed. And then the models that we focused on in our analysis, the 6 US climate models shown in the colored lines, what we can see is that generally there is a progression moving from CMIP 5, so again, this open circle, to CMIP 6. And we can see this not just for the case of the GIS model shown in the green line, but we also we can see that in the GFDL models as well as in CSM. So generally there is this leftward progression, does denote an improvement in the sense of these biases. But nonetheless, you would be correct to point out that the observations are still lying somewhere over here. So these things are by no means represented perfectly in the CMIP6 models. And so finally, I'm going to touch upon the analysis of ENSO, and in particular, with respect to relevance to extreme climate and the global impacts of ENSO. This figure right here shows a DJF sea level pressure composited over El Nino events for the case of the era 20th century reanalysis. And what we can do if we compare that to the mean CMIP bias, so not distinguishing between 3, 5, and 6, but just looking at all of the CMIP models, what we can see is that the sense of the CMIP bias is one that is out of phase with the climatology. We look not just over the Pacific, but also the Atlantic and Southern Ocean. And this bias is indicative and suggestive that the teleconnections and CMIP models are underestimated as they pertain to ENSO. And so we can look at things not just like the spatial component of ENSO in terms of its teleconnections, but also a more refined picture of ENSO, not only considering it's what we typically think of the strongest power being somewhere between 3 and 7 years, but with the actual full spectral distribution of ENSO, particularly since it's changes in the spectral distributions of these patterns that typically are associated with changes in climate extremes. And so this figure right here shows for each spectral band the observational constraints shown in the black and the gray, the CMIP 5 versions of the models shown in the black symbols located at the bottom of the figure, and then the colors again denote the individual models in our analysis. And what's quite striking, to the extent that our analysis is representative of the larger archive, is that there is quite an increase in the amplitude of the ENSO. In some cases it's higher for some models, but generally this is something that we are finding in most of the models that we've analyzed. And this is interesting because this bias is actually opposite to the sense of what it was in CMIP 5, and it will be interesting to see the extent to which this bias in the models, this larger amplitude in ENSO, is manifest in models as the archive expands. And so finally, in what was yet another of these intermediary experiments that we used, John Fazula from NCAR contributed one submission of a version of CSM2 in which gamma, which is a parameter within the shallow convection scheme, used in the model that controls the width of the probability distribution function of vertical velocity, was changed. So there was only one change in this parameter. And what's illustrated right here in these figures, the left panel showing the regression between DJF sea level pressure and the Nino 3.4 SST index, is that upon making this change in the single parameterization, there was quite a discernible impact on the strength of teleconnections to high latitudes. And this is quite interesting because it had appreciated that changes in this parameter did have effects on things like low cloud feedbacks, but the extent to which this signal propagated to high latitudes was not as appreciated. And currently, we're doing more work trying to understand the mechanisms of how the change in teleconnections occurred, be it through changes in the actual generation of Rossby waves, or their propagation, or a combination of those two factors. And so finally, even though we did not really address this in the manuscript, I think it's interesting to broach the subject of how these modes are coupled potentially to each other. And so of course biases in modes can often preclude an examination of their coupling, but to the extent that they're reasonably well represented, it's still an interesting question to ask. And in particular, I'm going to use the example that has drawn attention from several recent studies, which is the potential role that the stratospheric quasi-biennial oscillation plays in modulating the MJO during boreal winter. And so what's illustrated right here is the MJO amplitude as a function of MJO phase. And the red bars denote years in the Merritt-2 reanalysis when there was the easterly phase of the QBO, and blue shows the westerly phase. And so what one can see and what is realized in the reanalyses is the sense that during the easterly phase of the QBO, there is an increase in the amplitude of MJO activity as opposed to during the westerly phase. So this modulation that's seen in reanalysis and observations is not really captured at all in models. And there are many reasons why this may be. And in particular, this idea that the QBO is not penetrating low enough into the lower stratosphere is one potential contender for why models, even that do successfully get an MJO, may not be representing this coupling sufficiently. And so I thought it would be interesting to include the yet another contribution, which is that it's not only aspects of model development like resolution or changes in the underlying gravity wave and convective parameterizations that can change these things, but one must also be cognizant too of the impacts that things like interactive composition can have on the representation of modes. And so in particular, what I'm showing right here is a latitude distribution of the temperature anomalies associated with QBO east minus west for the case of the Merritt-2 reanalysis. And what I'm really focusing on right here are these blue contours, which show this lower stratospheric cooling associated with this pattern. And if we compare this to two different versions of the GISS high top model, in this case we have, so this is a version of E2.2, which is this coupled version of the model, coupled to the ocean, in which the chemical fields from an interactive version, so chemistry is done at every time step, have been prescribed as zonally varying monthly mean files. And so what we can see by comparing the non-interactive and the interactive versions of the model is there's quite an amplitude increase in this temperature, this cold temperature pattern in the interactive version of the model. And this is much more consistent with what we're seeing in Merritt-2 as opposed to in the non-interactive version. So of course, this is not by no means the only contributing factor to some of these biases that we're seeing in modes, but I do think that it is important to be aware of the impact that things like interactive composition effects can have on how well these modes are being represented. And so with that, I'm coming to my general conclusions. The first of which is that overall, our preliminary analysis of the CMIP6 models indicates that for some modes, like the MJO and the QBO, there has been unequivocal improvement moving from CMIP3 and 5 to CMIP6. For other modes, however, the improvement is not quite so clear, and it depends on season, measure, and modeling group. And certain aspects of variability, things like ensospectral decompositions, the QBO amplitude and its penetration to lower stratosphere, remain important challenges for future model development. And we found it particularly useful to have access to intermediary model versions, whereby we could attempt to see if there were any specific model development changes that had been performed consistently across modeling groups that then resulted in improved representation of these modes. And so finally, I can't stress enough that this analysis is preliminary, and so it's going to be important to revisit this once we have more CMIP6 models and more ensemble members. But to the extent that these improvements do hold to be true, I really find the CMIP6 archive to be a very exciting tool to begin to look at problems that we could not really look at in previous models because these modes were not being represented. And so these include questions related to the coupling between modes of variability, the role that composition feedbacks have on the representation and on the coupling. And so I'd just like to thank once again NASA, DOE, and NOAA for funding this effort. Again, this this manuscript has recently been accepted, and I would like to thank everyone for their attention. I hope everyone has a great workshop. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clara. So we have two questions. Let's just, I'll just read them to you. So the first one is, was there an expectation that improvements in representation of different modes would be coupled? Was it surprising that improvements in MJO/QBO were not necessarily concurrent with improvement in other modes?
So was it surprising that those things were being improved and other modes were not?
Correct.
Well, I think, yeah. So I think we had, you know, I think our impression was that these were kind of two classes of improvements. So, you know, for a long time, we've been able to represent to first order things like the SAM and the NAM, but really for the MJO and the QBO, this really was quite a significant, abrupt kind of model change in that we went from a regime in CMIP 5 where we had no representation of these modes to in CMIP 6, we did have this abrupt transition. And I think for the case of CMIP, you know, 6, most of these models, you know, really significantly improved their vertical resolution, and they did include some of these non-orographic gravity wave drag changes. And so for that, we had, you know, a bit more of an expectation that this would be an abrupt transition in performance. So yeah.
Thank you. And then one last question. Any insight into what affects ENSO amplitude in coupled models? It's a loaded question, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I can only kind of really intelligibly comment about for the case of the GIS model, you know, we are among some of the models that do exhibit this increase in the amplitude of ENSO moving from E2 to E2.1. And so, you know, our suspicion is that, you know, a lot of this, it can potentially be related to some changes that were made in the convective parameterization. You know, for the case of the GIS model, we have performed experiments where if you vary the rate or the re-evaporation above the cloud base, which appears at the outset quite to be a particular aspect of the convective parameterization, but that actually has quite an impact on the ENSO amplitude. So my answer to that question would be that many things can affect this, but for the case of the GIS model, you know, we were finding that sensitivity to that aspect of the parameterization.
Okay, well, thank you very much. In the interest of time, we should move on. Thank you again. So our next speaker is Mark Zelinka. And Mark is an atmospheric scientist in the Cloud Processes Research and Modeling Group at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. His research interests essentially include how clouds, through their impact on the Earth's energy budget, determine how much global warming accompanies increasing greenhouse gases. He got his PhD in 2010 from University of Washington, and he has been he started as a postdoc, I guess, at Lawrence Livermore National Lab around 2011 or so, and then since then he has been there. So today he'll be talking about equilibrium climate sensitivity, or causes of higher climate sensitivity rather, in CMIP 6 models. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciate the invitation to present at this workshop. As Gokhan mentioned, I'm presenting on the causes of higher climate sensitivity in the CMIP 6 models relative to CMIP 5. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors who did a lot of the work for this paper: Tim Myers, Dan McCoy, Stephen Pochedley, Peter Caldwell, Paolo Ceppi, Steve Klein, and Carl Taylor. And I'd also like to say that we're thankful to the RGMA program at DOE for supporting this research. So this will be something of an update from the paper that we published earlier this year. As Clara alluded to as well, this is of course a moving target because the CMIP 6 archive continues to be populated. At the time that we wrote the paper, we had 27 CMIP 6 models, and I currently have 40 in the analysis, but they continue to come in over time. So it's important to verify that these results have kind of held up, which largely they have, with some details, some changes to the details. So before we do that, let's get some background information on equilibrium climate sensitivity. This is the equilibrated global surface temperature change in response to a doubling of atmospheric CO2. Why should you care about it? Well, for one thing, it's highly relevant to future climate warming, even in more realistic scenarios where CO2 is more gradually increasing. It's also crucial for determining these stabilization targets for CO2 to avoid crossing dangerous temperature thresholds. And even though it's a simple kind of scalar number, it does encapsulate substantial information about the climate system and how it responds to perturbations, particularly CO2. We have a number of ways of quantifying it, none of which are perfect. We can use paleoclimate evidence, for example, how much colder was the last glacial maximum than today, or how much warmer was the Eocene climate than today. We can use the instrumental record. We've had basically thermometer measurements of the Earth's surface for 100 years. We can estimate how much climate sensitivity is based on inferring how much of that warming was due to CO2. And then, of course, we can directly double CO2 in a climate model and just see how much it warms. That's kind of the most direct method of doing it. And that's the method that we'll be investigating in this study. So just to orient you as to what types of experiments we're using in CMIP 5 and in CMIP 6, these are abrupt quadrupling experiments where you suddenly have a step function change in CO2, a doubling or a quadrupling. And immediately upon imposition of that CO2 change, you have a large top of atmosphere energy imbalance with more radiation coming into the planet than leaving. We quantify this as the radiative forcing due to CO2. And then as the planet responds to that forcing, it warms up and slowly it damps that radiative forcing. And so eventually you come back at equilibrium to a balanced top of atmosphere radiation budget. And at that point, you have reached your equilibrium temperature change. So we can relate all of these things to each other. We can express the top of atmosphere radiation anomaly R as the sum of a forcing and a response. So the forcing is the radiative forcing F. And the response we typically parameterize as simply the product of lambda, the radiative feedback, which is negative for a stable planet, and multiplied by T, the global mean surface temperature anomaly. At equilibrium, this R goes to 0, the TOA imbalance goes to 0, so you can solve this for what that temperature would be at equilibrium, and it's what we define as the climate sensitivity. It's the radiative forcing divided by this net radiative feedback. If you look at that first equation, it looks a lot like y equals mx plus b, and that means that you can diagnose the forcing, the feedback, and the ECS simply by scattering R against T, and that was proposed by Gregory et al. In 2004. So just to show what that looks like, if you were to plot the TOA radiation imbalances in the abrupt 4x CO2 runs with respect to the corresponding PI control runs, each year plotting an individual point as the temperature warms over time and the radiative balance begins to approach 0 as the planet warms. That gives you this thing that we call a Gregory plot, and we can do this for all the CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 models that have done a 4x CO2 experiment. So again, we can use this plot. We simply fit ordinary least squares linear regression to it. And the y-intercept gives us an estimate of the effective radiative forcing. So this is the instantaneous forcing plus stratospheric and tropospheric adjustments. So in this example, you get a 2x CO2 effective radiative forcing of about 3.7. Again, the slope of that line is our net feedback. And then we extrapolate this all the way down to 0 TOA radiation imbalance, and that gives you an estimate of the effective climate sensitivity. There's an entire body of literature that is looking into deviations from linearity in these plots, and so we deem the ECS here effective climate sensitivity, and it's well known that this is likely to be an underestimate of the true climate sensitivity because this slope tends to get shallower over time in these simulations. But for the CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 models, we're just using the 150-year abrupt 4x CO2 runs and fitting a line to it to derive the forcing, the feedback, and the climate sensitivity. And of course, it's helpful when you're trying to diagnose sources of spread or changes in climate sensitivity to break down the feedback into components. So for example, if your planet had no interesting feedbacks and it just kind of radiated more to space as it got warmer following the Planck response, you'd have a very strong radiative damping, a very steep slope on this diagram, and you'd warm by about 1.2 degrees Celsius for a doubling of CO2. Of course, the planet is more interesting than that, and we have all kinds of positive and negative feedbacks operating. So for example, as the planet warms, you melt away bright reflective surfaces, snow and sea ice. So that gives you a positive feedback, which kind of reduces the strength of this negative damping relative to Planck. So you get a shallower curve. You can add on the water vapor feedback, and it gives you an even shallower curve. And then, of course, the cloud feedback, how does that add on, has been identified for decades as being the main source of intermodal spread in climate sensitivity. And so it will turn out, again, for explaining the difference between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, that clouds are a big part of that story. So as I mentioned, we're looking at this in CMIP 5 and CMIP 6. We're using the abrupt 4 times CO2 experiments, and we compute the anomalies with respect to a coincident pre-industrial control simulation. We do these Gregory regressions using all 150 years of the abrupt 4x CO2 simulation. The regression slope is the feedback parameter. The y-intercept divided by 2 is the effective radiative forcing, and the x-intercept divided by 2 is your effective climate sensitivity. We divide by 2 to put it in terms of a 2x CO2, which is the kind of standard measure of climate sensitivity. And then we use kernels to decompose the net radiative feedback individual components. So the kernels, if you're not familiar with them, quantify the impact of changes in temperature, humidity, and surface albedo to top of atmosphere radiation. So you can relate a change in temperature or albedo or humidity to top of atmosphere radiation. And that allows you to quantify the Planck, the lapse rate, water vapor, surface albedo feedbacks. And the cloud feedbacks are derived as well using these, but it's a bit of not a direct cloud kernel method, it's an adjustment. We use several kernels to do this, and we end up settling on the one that yielded the smallest residuals, and those are the ones that were generated by Yi Huang using ERA interim. The results are not sensitive to which kernel you use, but the actual magnitude of an individual feedback will depend on which kernel you use, especially the surface albedo feedback. And we report constant relative humidity feedbacks. So in that sense, the temperature and the Planck and lapse rate feedbacks are computed assuming that relative humidity is held constant. So you have some mix of temperature and humidity changing together in this feedback framework. And then the water vapor feedback goes away and it's replaced with a feedback due to deviations from constant relative humidity. Here's the primary result. In blue, I'm showing the CMIP 5 models. Individual models are shown with open circles, and multi-model mean is shown with a solid circle surrounded by a black ring. CMIP 6 models are shown in orange, and you can see in the first plot, ECS, the multi-model mean climate sensitivity has gone up, as has the intermodal spread. So we now have 14 models out of the 40 that are shown here that now have climate sensitivities in excess of 4.5 degrees Celsius, which was the kind of top end of the likely range from IPCC. The average ECS has gone up by about 0.5 degree. And then we can break this down into its different components. So the forcing has slightly gone up, and you can see some marked decrease in the intermodal spread from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6. So the forcing has gone up slightly. And the net radiative damping, the net climate feedback parameter, has also become less negative in going from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6. The reason for the increase in the feedback is almost entirely due to clouds. As you note, the Planck, lapse rate, relative humidity, and albedo feedbacks are pretty much unchanged on average between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, but the cloud feedback has shown a bit of an increase. For figures of this nature, I'll be trying to indicate statistical significance. If the means are different, I'll connect them with a line. And if the variance has changed between CMIP 5 or CMIP 6, I'll show arrows pointing away or towards the mean. You'll note that for climate sensitivity, the means are not connected with a line, which indicates that they're not actually statistically significantly different at 95% confidence. between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, nor has the spread actually, the variance actually increased currently. So I note that we're at 40 models from 22 centers, and according to the models that have signed up to do the deck, we're still waiting on about 60 models from 13 more centers. So this is still a moving target, and it may be that eventually the differences in means will be statistically significant and the variance will increase. But at this current snapshot in time, that is not the case. So getting back to this, we see that the ECS change is pretty dramatic, actually. Even though it's not statistically significant, it is quite marked. You have a marked increase in spread, and you've got all these models that have a much larger climate sensitivity than they had in CMIP 5. And yet, when you look at the forcing and the feedback, these are really subtle changes. You have a slight increase in the mean and a decrease in the spread. And for the net feedback, you may have a couple models that are extending outside of the range previously shown, but it's really not that dramatic. So what's going on here? And it's important to note that ECS is the forcing divided by the feedback. And so it's helpful to plot those against each other and see how they look. So here again, blue is CMIP 5 and orange is CMIP 6. And I've color coded the CMIP 6 models such that if they're filled in, they have climate sensitivities that are sort of unprecedented. They're higher than anything that was in CMIP 5. Or in the case of the Russian models, they're lower than anything that was in CMIP 5. And so again, I'm plotting the net feedback or the net radiative damping against the net radiative forcing. And then I have isoplots of climate sensitivity shown here. And so, as I mentioned, the feedbacks and the forcings are not really extending beyond the range of CMIP 5. But what's unique in CMIP 5, especially for these high climate sensitivity models, is their joints, their location in this joint space. So they have very weak radiative damping, or they're characterized by pretty strong positive feedbacks. But their forcing, instead of being small like it was in CMIP 5, is now closer to the mid-range. So it's kind of a moderate forcing. So in order to get high climate sensitivity in CMIP 6, you had a very weak radiative damping, but kind of a near mean, near average radiative forcing. And this point was also made by Tim Andrews in his James paper looking at the HAD-GEM models. Here I'm just highlighting where CESM and E3SM lie on the diagram, and you can see that these are among the high climate sensitivity models. Here's the two CESM models and E3SM, and here's the WACM, or I'm sorry, the FV2 versions of these models here. So you can see that E3SM and CESM are definitely high climate sensitivity models characterized by very weak radiative damping. So as I mentioned, in CMIP 5, you tended to kind of the models tended to align themselves kind of along the ECS isoplots, and now the distribution has kind of oriented itself across the isoplots a little bit more strongly, allowing for these high climate sensitivity models up here in this space, part of the diagram. So one thing we wanted to know was how much of the increase in the mean ECS between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 was coming from the shift of the distribution to the right, so stronger forcing, compared to a shift of the whole distribution upward on this diagram, so a weaker radiative damping, and then also how much is coming from just the change in the covariance, so the fact that these have kind of rotated in this space. So we can do these transformations and compute kind of hypothetical changes in ECS due to those transformations and quantify how much of the mean ECS has come from these three components. And what you find is that the bulk of the change is coming from the change in the feedback. So the fact that feedbacks have gotten more positive on average accounts for more than half of the increase in ECS. This slight increase in forcing is giving you about 20% of the increase. And then the remaining 30% is coming from the reorientation across isoplots space, ECS isoplots in that previous diagram. So the change in the covariance. So hereafter, I'll focus just on the red portion, just why has the feedback gotten stronger? Why have the positive feedbacks increased in CMIP 6? So just to summarize where we're at so far, the mean and intermodal spread in climate sensitivity has increased markedly in CMIP 6, but these are not statistically significant at 95% confidence at this point in time. And we have ECS exceeding 4.5 degrees in 14 of these models, including E3SM and all of the CESM2 variants. The highest ECS values are coming from strong positive feedbacks and moderate forcing. And then the increase in mean climate sensitivity is coming about 20% from stronger forcing, more than 50% from stronger positive feedbacks, and then the remaining 30% from the steeper anti-correlation between forcing and feedback. Okay, so we'll dig now into why the cloud feedback has increased in CMIP 6. We'll use two methods in concert to detail this. We'll use the technique developed by Mark Webb in 2006, which allows us to separate the feedback into different clouds from different altitude bins. So we'll do low versus non-low clouds. And then for the shortwave cloud feedback, we'll use the APRP method of Taylor et al. That allows us to separate the feedback, the shortwave cloud feedback, into amount and scattering components. Okay, so this is showing that decomposition. So here you're seeing the net non-low cloud feedback compared to the low cloud feedback. You can see that the increase from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6 is entirely coming from low clouds, whereas the high cloud feedback has come down slightly, but is generally positive in most models, consistent with what we expect. Because low clouds only really affect shortwave radiation. Of course, the shortwave low cloud feedback also shows this large increase from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6. And the spread, again, has increased in that particular cloud feedback type. Breaking this down into its amount and scattering components, you can see that you're getting a contribution from both. So in CMIP 6, you're getting even greater reductions in low cloud amount than you did in CMIP 5 on average. And this feedback is almost uniformly positive now across models. The scattering component, this is the change in reflectivity or albedo of low clouds. On average in CMIP 5, your clouds are getting brighter, leading to a negative shortwave cloud feedback. Now the average cloud feedback, scattering feedback is actually positive in CMIP 6. So you can see the whole distribution kind of shifted upwards between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6. Looking at the zonal mean plots of the low cloud feedback, the top shows the total low cloud feedback, and then the components due to amount and scattering are shown below. You can see the big changes are really occurring in the extratropics. There's very little change in the cloud feedback at low latitudes, but in both hemispheres, but in particular the southern hemisphere, this entire zonal mean, ensemble mean cloud feedback has basically shifted upwards, so that the negative lobe of this kind of dipole at high latitudes is much weaker and the positive lobe is much stronger. And this is getting contributions from both the amount and the scattering or albedo effect. So that motivated us to separate this into tropical versus extratropical. So this is the same figure as before, but now I'm showing the regional means. Here's the extratropical and the tropical. So the tropical low cloud amount feedback hasn't changed much. Its spread has come down, but its mean has stayed the same. And the big changes are really occurring in the extratropics for both the amount and the scattering feedbacks. If you're interested where the CESM2 and E3SM lie, they are basically at the top of this diagram. So they're kind of the end members. If you toggle back and forth, they are the largest extratropical scattering feedbacks and global mean scattering feedbacks, as well as overall having the largest positive shortwave low cloud amount feedbacks. So if we go back to our zonal mean plot, now I'm just overlaying the individual CMIP 6 models on here in gray, and we can just overlay where CESM is and E3SM, and you can see that they are the end member in the southern extratropics. They are often the strongest positive feedbacks. So these are quite large positive feedbacks that are being simulated by CESM. E3SM also has a strong positive feedback, but it's a little bit more homogeneous in space. And I will note that all of these model variants actually no longer really have a negative extratropical negative feedback near the poles. So they've kind of wiped that out. So yeah, CESM2 has a very strong positive feedback. And in fact, you really could only describe it with one word, and I would say that it's huge. Please unmute yourself if you're laughing. I'll just assume it's crickets otherwise. Okay, so the summary so far is that, just to add to our summary slide, the stronger positive feedback in CMIP is coming from stronger decreases in low cloud coverage and albedo in the extratropics, and CESM and E3SM are definitely featuring this characteristic. So let's try to dig into this a little bit better and try to understand why the extratropical cloud feedback has increased in CMIP 6. It turns out that the models that have a larger positive shortwave low cloud scattering feedback have larger decreases in low cloud liquid water paths. This is the amount of liquid condensate in their low clouds. So let's try to perform cloud controlling factor analysis on the low cloud liquid water path. And we'll focus just on the Southern Hemisphere oceans between 30 and 60 south. So just to orient you as to what we're doing here, we're trying to understand how low cloud liquid water path changes with global warming. Cloud controlling factor analysis tries to break this down into two components. One is the sensitivity of this cloud property to various cloud controlling factors. So this is a sensitivity that we can derive from PI control simulations. We're looking at current climate variability. We use multilinear regression to estimate this. And then that sensitivity gets scaled by the actual climate change response in that cloud controlling factor, from which we use the above 4 times CO2 simulations. So the types of cloud controlling factors that are typically considered in these types of studies are sea surface temperature, inversion strength, advection, and other processes that we know govern low cloud properties. This has been done many times, both at the low latitudes as well as more recently in the extratropics. So that motivates our use of this to try to rationalize the change from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6. And we'll be pretty closely following the technique of Myers and Norris, but now extending it to the southern mid-latitudes. So this is showing the first term, the sensitivity of low cloud liquid water path to various cloud controlling factors in CMIP 5 and in CMIP 6. So we can compute this sensitivity using PI control runs. We do it to these 5 different cloud controlling factors, but I'll just draw your attention to SST because it ends up that this is the most important one. We can see that in CMIP 5, as SST goes up, liquid water path and low clouds goes up. Whereas in CMIP 6, the sensitivities on average are very close to 0. So this sensitivity has weakened pretty considerably in CMIP 6. In this framework, we then scale these sensitivities by the actual change in the cloud controlling factor with warming. And this is the reason that we focus so much on SST, is because that has the largest signal between pre-industrial control and abrupt 4 times CO2. So this ends up getting scaled by these sensitivities to give you a prediction of how much the liquid water path change is due to SST and these other components. And so as you'd expect from the change in the sensitivity scaled by this large change in the cloud controlling factor, you get a very large reduction between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 in the SST contribution to increased low cloud liquid water path. So now if we sum over all of the cloud controlling factors to get basically a prediction for what the total change in liquid water path is, we see that it predicts an increase in CMIP 5, whereas it predicts on average a decrease in CMIP 6. Again, owing to this reduced sensitivity. And we can compare that to what the models actually do, which I'll just show next to them in the dark box and whiskers. And you can see that the model does roughly capture what the model truly does. Again, an increase in liquid water path for low clouds in CMIP 5, and a much weaker, slightly negative change in liquid water path in CMIP 6. So our multilinear regression model does a fairly good job of capturing what the model actually does. And if you look at the across model correlation of the predicted versus actual, these are again quite good, suggesting that the model is doing a fair job of capturing the reason for the change in liquid water path sensitivity. So again, the upshot here is that we're tying the change in feedback to the liquid water path sensitivity, which is governed really by how sensitive the low cloud properties are to SST, which is essentially a cloud physics issue. Okay, moving a little bit towards more speculative questions, what actually is the root cause of the increased extratropical low cloud feedbacks? Why has this low cloud liquid water path sensitivity decreased between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6? One leading explanation is that it has to do with low cloud phase, so liquid versus ice phase. It's been shown previously by Dan McCoy in CMIP 5 models that have a larger mean state liquid condensate fraction, so more liquid compared to the more of their sub-freezing cloud being in the liquid state. These models have been shown to experience weaker increases in liquid water path with warming. So the idea at a simple level is that if you've got a lot of ice sitting around in the mean state and the planet warms, a lot of that ice is going to be converted to liquid. So models that have a lot of ice get a large bump in their liquid condensate fraction. Whereas if you had a model that already started off with not much ice and already had a lot of liquid, it doesn't get that big increase in liquid water path from the phase change. And experiments have been done with CAM5 to essentially produce higher mean state liquid condensate fraction to try to agree better with observations. And these have demonstrated that if you do that, you do get a more positive extratropical scattering and amount feedback. So that was work by Ivy Tan, focused on the scattering feedback, but also Fry and Kay had a nice paper looking at this that extended it to the amount feedback as well. And I'll note that in certain CMIP6 models for which we have pretty well-documented explanations for the evolution from the CMIP5 to the CMIP6 version, increased mean state liquid condensate fraction is implicated in causing increased cloud feedback in both the HAD-GEM model and in CESM2. So we can plot the liquid condensate fraction as a function of temperature, highlighting as you move from warm temperatures where you have all liquid to cold temperatures where you have all ice. There's a wide model spread in how exactly you transition from ice to liquid, and basically how much liquid you can maintain at cold temperatures. But overall, you can see that as you go from the blue curves to the orange curves, you're tending to move towards the left on this diagram, indicating that that these models are doing a better job of maintaining liquid at cold temperatures. We can characterize these curves with a single number, which is just T50-50, the temperature at which you cross a threshold of 0.5. So we have half and half liquid and ice. And then we just plot the distribution of these across CMIP5 and CMIP6 models. You can see that there's an overall shift of these values from values closer to freezing towards much colder temperatures, indicating that the supercooled liquid has increased in CMIP6 in the mean state. Just to orient you, the Calypso observations of this, which are not a perfect apples to apples comparison, but it's something of a guide, indicate that the models are moving in the right direction from right to left in this diagram, in the sense of maintaining more supercooled liquid at cold temperatures. And I would note that CESM2 and E3SM are both on the left side of this diagram. So just some kind of superficial evidence that perhaps there's some role for this supercooled liquid, the amount of supercooled liquid in the mean state having an implication for how much liquid water path increases with warming. You can see that if you just plot the CMIP5 and CMIP6 models T50-50 values against their change in liquid water path, there is a relationship. And if you've got a model that's got a lot of supercooled liquid, like these guys down here, you tend to have either weak increases in liquid water path or decreases. Whereas if you start off with a ton of ice that's kind of susceptible to becoming liquid, you get a big increase in liquid water path with warming. And of course, as I mentioned, CESM2 and E3SM are kind of on the left side of this diagram and have big decreases in liquid water path with warming. So I'll just add on to the conclusions here at the bottom. The stronger positive cloud feedbacks in CMIP6 are due, again, to stronger decreases in low cloud albedo and coverage in the extratropics. Both of these changes are tied to the model's physical representation of clouds. That was highlighted in the sensitivities that we derived of low cloud liquid water path to the various cloud controlling factors. So CMIP6 models compared to their CMIP5 counterparts show weaker increases in low cloud cover and water content with SST. Both of these could be related to increases in mean state supercooled liquid fraction in CMIP6. And I'll note that E3SM and CESM2 are among the models that have lots of supercooled liquid and related to that have big extratropical cloud feedbacks. So just, sorry about that. Just a couple of slides at the end here just to talk about some implications of this. We see in the CMIP6 models a number of things that actually we can kind of check off as being consistent with our understanding, like theory, high resolution modeling, or observations. And I just note three of them here. One is that global non-low cloud feedbacks are uniformly positive. We have very good evidence that high cloud feedback should be positive. We now have increasing evidence that the tropical low cloud feedbacks should be positive, and that's exactly what the CMIP5 or CMIP6 models are doing. In fact, with less uncertainty than before. And also that extratropical low cloud scattering feedback, we've seen that it shifted to more positive values between CMIP5 and CMIP6, and this could be related to improved cloud phase. So all of these things are actually consistent with our improved understanding of the cloud feedback problem. So all of these are qualitatively consistent. Does that mean that ECS is necessarily higher than we previously thought before CMIP 6? Not necessarily. I would say there's two things. One is that we need to determine whether the model's individual cloud feedbacks quantitatively agree with these other constraints. It's not enough just to say that they've got the right sign. They could be overdoing it in terms of magnitude. And then secondly, even if you were to kind of verify the strength of these feedbacks, quantitatively against observations or high resolution modeling, you would still need to reconcile that with the fact that other lines of evidence like the paleo record and the historic record do not support these very high ECS values that some of the models shown in CMIP 6 are getting. So I think both of these things would need to happen in order to really trust CMIP 6 high ECS values. And just before I conclude, I want to advertise that we put all of these CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 feedbacks, climate sensitivities, and radiative forcings on GitHub, both in a text format and also a JSON file if you're interested in just grabbing a JSON file and reading these in. And so these will be continuously updated as new models come in and I incorporate them into my analysis. So feel free to use those. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mark, for the nice presentation. We have one question, so I'll read it out. It's a bit long. I'm confused about the diagram suggesting that the reason for the higher sensitivity in the highest ECF models was an increase in forcing in those models with high positive feedbacks. But then your whole talk is about increases in feedbacks. What am I missing? What causes that increase in forcing?
Right, so the highest ECS models, indeed, they have very strong positive feedbacks overall, but unlike their kind of CMIP 5 counterparts, they've got kind of near average forcing. So the reason that the majority of the talk was focused on the feedback is that we did this breakdown of trying to understand. So the main focus of the talk is on mean, CMIP 5 mean versus CMIP 6 mean ECS. So if you ask how much of that mean increase is coming from these various terms, it breaks down like this. It's actually the bulk of that is coming from the feedback having shifted upwards. This nature of the forcing feedback space changing is really kind of covered in this covariance term. So in terms of the mean ECS, that has contributed about 30%, but the feedback is the main reason for the mean. I think your question more interestingly, though, is that, why has the forcing for these models gone up? And I guess you could alternatively just ask, well, why was there ever an anti-correlation in the first place? Why was it that if you had a large positive cloud feedback before, you tended to have a much weaker radiative forcing in the first place? And I don't know that we really have a good answer for that. There's some indication that this is tied in both cases to clouds, not just the cloud feedback, but the cloud rapid adjustment to the forcing is actually pushing some of these models over to the left. And so that there's some relationship between how clouds rapidly adjust to the forcing, which has an impact on this measure of forcing. And there's a relationship between that and the cloud feedback. But I think that that's still an important topic of research. And if we understood that better, maybe we'd understand better why that's kind of gone away a little bit in CMIP 6, where you're now no longer really showing such a strong anti-correlation between the effective forcing and the feedback.
Okay, thank you. We have quite a few questions actually, so I'll try to read or we can try to answer as many as we can, I guess. So another one is, if an increase in equilibrium climate sensitivity is due to Southern Hemisphere cloud feedbacks, is there an increase in the equilibrium climate sensitivity if averaged over the Northern Hemisphere only rather than globally?
So I'm not exactly sure if I'm not sure what it means to average ECS over the Northern Hemisphere since it's a global mean construct, but maybe just the Northern Hemisphere warming.
I think that's that's the implication, I think.
I don't know the answer to that, but the feedback doesn't necessarily, just because you have a big feedback in the Southern Hemisphere doesn't mean that that's where the temperature change is realized. And in fact, this is probably, if you have a big Southern Ocean feedback, that's probably the best place to put a big feedback in order to not have it be realized locally. So it's a good question, actually, whether that, if you average over the Northern Hemisphere, you get a similar sense. But I think a lot of this big positive feedback of the Southern Hemisphere could easily be sequestered at depth. So you wouldn't necessarily see it being realized there locally.
Okay, so one more question. Should more attention be paid to transient climate response and its relation to equilibrium climate sensitivity in these CMIP6 models?
Yeah, I think there's a good case to be made for looking at TCR, and that's Gokhan earlier showed the figure from Jerry Meals' paper, which I don't know if it's out yet, but there are some interesting features there. For example, I noticed on the figure that CESM2 has a big climate sensitivity, but not such a big TCR, relative to the other models that have that ECS, whereas E3SM is on the other side.
Right.
I think that tells you some very interesting things about maybe ocean heat uptake, and potentially also this pattern of the cloud feedback, where it's really focused and where you're getting all this additional heating. I think there's interesting things you can do both in the ECS and the TCR side. I happen to favor ECS, but so I don't think we should abandon researching ECS, but I think TCR is also interesting.
Yeah, one thing probably I didn't make it clear in my talk. In CESM, even though the equilibrium climate sensitivity went up, TCR numbers are very similar to what we got before. They are order 2 degrees. So there's not much of a change in the TCRs. One more question. What values of equilibrium climate sensitivity do paleo studies suggest?
Yeah, you can get a wide range of them. I think probably the best place to look is the recent Nature Geoscience review by Reto Knuti, where he kind of synthesizes a ton of ECS estimates in there. And I think they're all, they're kind of all over the place depending on who did the analysis and what they're using. But it turns out that they may not be in as great of a disagreement as they appear at first. I think we've learned a lot about things like pattern effects and efficacy of forcings that can allow us to kind of reconcile some of those differences among the ECS estimates from paleoclimate, and also potentially throwing some of them out that we think are just not valid. But there was an interesting paper recently that took the new CESM2, the model that's in CMIP6, and ran it for the Eocene climate to see whether it could simulate the Eocene, which had higher CO2 levels than today, and it doesn't do a great job. I think there's still questions about how stringent of a test that is, and some of the other things that have come out of that paper. But it's an interesting test of these high climate sensitivity models to see whether they can hit some of these paleo targets. But again, I would refer you to the Knuti paper, which has a really nice synthesis of the different studies that have estimated ECS, including a lot of paleo studies.
I think the short letter that you mentioned from Eocene was indicating that the models are actually showing too much sensitivity compared to the Eocene times. That was my understanding.
Right.
And one last question, regarding other constraints. Socrates campaign is examining fundamental cloud properties predicted by CLUB using field observations. Many suggest macrophysics of low clouds at mid to high latitudes, not quite right yet. Any thoughts?
I do have thoughts on that, and I'll just briefly preview some results that Tim Myers, who's working with us at Livermore, has been, extending this cloud controlling factor analysis globally. And it's kind of funny actually, because if you compare the models to what observations, satellite observations suggest, they've actually improved at the middle latitudes. So the agreement is now better in terms of low cloud cover and optical depth changes at mid latitudes, where we have this big increase in cloud feedback from low clouds. And so that has really exposed the fact that we still have errors at the trade cumulus level and in kind of deep tropical regions. The models are still not really matching the observational targets there, whereas now they're actually on average doing a better job of matching them at the high latitudes. So that's kind of an interesting thing, and that paper is submitted, and hopefully we'll get our reviewer comments soon on that.
Okay, and then one last question. I skipped one, it looks like. It says, you talked about how models with lower liquid fraction show higher increases in liquid water path. Is that because these models have an increase in ice water path instead, or because they are raining more?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but in talking with Dan McCoy and others, there is really an interest in looking at the rain process and how that's affecting these kind of supercooled liquid curves. It could be really implicating the warm rain processes or the conversion from ice to liquid. But I don't know the answer to your question, but I think precipitation processes will be important for that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We are slightly over our time. It's 12:05 local time here. So thank you again. I would like to thank both Clara and Mark for their nice presentations. It's hopefully you'll be both joining next year in person. I'm hoping that'll be the case. And with that, I would like to finish this morning's session. So we'll start at 1 o'clock local time, Mountain Time. And what we are going to do in the afternoon is that co-chairs for the working groups will provide sort of a 12 to 15 minute brief updates from their working groups. Since we have so many short presentations, what we decided to do is not to take any questions at that point because it's going to delay the presentations and their timing. Instead, I would suggest you save your questions for tomorrow's or Wednesday's working group sessions, and you can bring them up at those working group meetings. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock local time. Thank you. You seem to be anxiously waiting.
Well, I just want to make sure things are kind of working. I'm going to try sharing my screen.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, do you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then if I play from start. Okay,
Looks good.
all right. So I think that's it then. So I saw that we had, there were 300 participants at points, or close to 400.
Well, we have about 330-ish online at Zoom. And
Yeah.
we have another 40 plus, I believe, on YouTube.
Oh.
And then we have another 20 or 30 on the CGD stream.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So I think we were close to 400, maybe not quite, but that's where we are.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll have to keep doing this then.
Yeah, from now on, we don't need to. I know.
So you're at Mesa? You're in your office, or?
No, we are actually in the information systems groups suite.
Okay.
So we are separated here just in case.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to grab some water. I guess there's still 8 minutes left.
Hey, Gokhan, do you mind if I test sharing my screen?
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
We can see your screen. You can make it presentation if you want. Yep.
Do you see the display or do you see like the author view?
Oh, no, I see the display, not the author view.
I see the normal full screen.
Normal full screen.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, good to know.
Yep.
So have you heard any more about when And on what schedule NCAR might be reopening?
No, nothing else.
No.
Nothing else. We got permission only for this meeting, essentially, so a few of us. It feels strange to see people in three-dimensional space.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Yeah. Do you or your wife have family in the area? I mean, do you have?
Yeah.
Are you allowing yourselves to interact or
Remotely.
remotely? Yeah.
So 4 minutes.
We'll get started.
See, hopefully people will show up.
Yeah. Well, I imagine there'll be fewer for the afternoon than there were in the morning.
Well, I was expecting a huge turnaround for the first working group report.
Yeah, they'll start joining in when I'm done.
Yes. We have never done this kind of format before. Updates, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
In the morning, we came close to 400 roughly.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, that includes essentially CGD streaming, YouTube streaming, and the Zoom total, close to 400.
Like I said, I think we're not going to be allowed to go back to face-to-face meetings at this point. It's
not the same though. I mean,
and I got to tell you, the Zoom meetings start to get old pretty quick.
Yeah.
I think it's too bad that that the recipients of awards can't hear applause.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
We should have a little applause emoji or something we can display.
Well, somebody actually, an anonymous attendee, is asking me whether if I can see that him or her. I don't seem to have a panelist permission. Do you know who this person is? No. Could this anonymous person identify himself or herself? So it's Esther. Oh. Okay. So we'll, I have just a few sort of introductory items that, okay, Esther is on. Good. So as I said earlier, or right after the morning session, during this session, we are going to have 12 working groups presenting, sort of highlighting their activities and plans, and they have rather short time slots. I requested them, they restrict their time to order 12 minutes or so that we can essentially stay on schedule and go to the next speaker. And because of that, we will not take any questions. And if you have any questions, please note them and please bring them back during tomorrow's or Wednesday's working group sessions. And then several people have been asking also whether we are going to post these presentations. They will be posted. We are collecting them. We have them already for the morning sessions. We'll get, I'm not sure whether we have the full presentation for this afternoon yet. not all. Okay, we are social distancing here with Elizabeth as well, so she's far out somewhere, and so they'll be all posted, but they may not be available later today. We'll see what we can do. Some people requested that they'll be available this afternoon, but so that's what we have, and our. So again, I would like to request order 12 to 13 minutes, and then we'll switch over to the next working group. Until the break, we have 6 presentations, and we'll start with the atmospheric model working group. So Julio Buckmeister is going to be presenting. Go ahead, Julio.
Okay. Whoops. Can you see my presentation?
No, we can't see your present. We have a list of files.
Okay, here, just a second.
We can see it now.
Okay, great. Then let me. Okay, I'm going to give a brief overview of AMWG plans. This is with my co-chairs, Peter Caldwell and Christiana Jablonowski. Here's an outline. As Gokhan did this morning, I will give only a very brief recap of results from CAM 6 and CSM 2.1. There were 2 nice talks this morning that went into more detail about many of our current results. There's also a bibliography attached at the end, which you can see in the presentation when it's uploaded. Then I'll talk about plans for the atmospheric component of the CSM 2.2 release, some things about vertical resolution, and then a short update on some new activities in CAM development, and a brief discussion of some SEMA activities. And I'll define these acronyms as is needed. Okay, so this is a quick, very quick summary of CAM 6, some of the key results from CAM and CSM 2.1. Sort of the highlights of CAM 6 are given at the top with the various sort of key physics parameterizations in CAM 6. As was discussed this morning, our equilibrium climate sensitivity is quite high now. It's coupled with a transient climate response that actually hasn't changed, as Gokhan mentioned. There are many aspects of variability that have improved in CAM 6. Notably, the Madden-Julian oscillation is a lot better. There's a nice paper by Isla Simpson that also shows some improvements in synoptic variability. We have improved cloud radiative forcing. There has been some degradation in some fields. Low-level mean winds and sea level pressure patterns have gotten a little worse in CAM 6. As I said, there's a partial bibliography in the extra slides to this presentation. So what I want to move into then now and spend the rest of the time talking about is the CSM2 release and other future developments for CAM. As Gokhan mentioned, we're no longer concerned with trying to preserve answers in the 2.2 release. There have been some changes to club. There have been some bug fixes in CAM. But the real, I'd say the really important milestones in 2.2 for CAM are what's listed in the middle of the slide here: new dicores, regional refinement, higher horizontal resolution, which I'll show a little bit of all of these. The team in charge of this development is listed here: Peter Lauritsen, Adam Harrington, Patrick Callahan, John Truesdell, Brian Eaton. They've all contributed heroically to the effort to get these things into the release. There are 2 new dicores to be released with CSM 2.2. There's a spectral element SE dicore with an accelerated high highly accurate transport scheme called CSLAM. So we call this SE CSLAM. And there is FV cubed, that is GFDL's dynamical core, which is now being used by NCEP. Both of these are fully integrated into CSM. They're working. Here is a quick look at SSTs mean SSTs from short simulations with FV3 in the bottom and SEC SLAM. And without getting, there's not enough here for anyone to take away, any real sort of profound conclusions other than, kind of immediately there are very few or very small differences between the two dicores in terms of their annual mean sea surface temperatures. And these are both fields on this plot could be characterized as reasonable solutions, and they both use CAM6 physics. Our next steps for dicores in CSM, as Gokhan mentioned, we're also working on implementing the model for prediction across scales, which is NCAR's icosahedral dynamical core, which is non-hydrostatic. I'll talk a little bit more about plans for a new vertical grid, which Isla Simpson will talk a lot more about tomorrow. And we will continue, Peter Lauritsen will spearhead further comparison of dynamical cores using simpler models as well as fully coupled simulations, looking at things like intrinsic properties of the dicore like conservation, computational performance, but also looking at mean climate in AMIP and coupled configurations. And for more details, you can go to the document listed at the bottom here. So in addition to the new dynamical cores, there will also be some variable resolution configurations contained in the new release. On the left of the plot is the CONUS grid, contiguous. Well, I always thought it was continental US, but contiguous works too. That's one high resolution regionally refined grid with 12 kilometers over the continental US. There's an Arctic grid, and then there's a sort of a special Arctic grid with especially high resolution over Greenland for improved ice sheet modeling. Time required for a simulated year, only the two grids on the left and two global grids. Sorry, the two grids on the right. The time required for simulated year is shown here on the slide. So in addition to these regionally refined high resolution configurations, there will also be files and other ancillary. There will be a release of a global quarter-degree CAM configuration with this release. Shown here on this slide are mean precipitation fields for DJF and June, July, August, and these, they're not bad looking. They show many of the same features that we have seen with CAM5 and even CAM4 physics. When we go to quarter-degree resolution, there's an intensified precipitation over the ITCZ, which is increasing biases that are already there. And not shown here on this slide, but present in these high-resolution CAM6 runs are some problematic, let's just call them problematic wind profiles in tropical cyclones, which do show up explicitly simulated in these simulations. As far as high resolution development is concerned in the future, I think we have some discussion to. We should have some discussion. There is already high resolution, substantial high resolution, that is 25-kilometer work being done with CSM1. There's there has been some done here at NCAR, and IHESP, which Gokhan introduced this morning, a partnership between Qingdao Marine Science Lab at Texas A&M and NCAR, is doing coupled development of CSM1 at high resolution. Interestingly, they find similar transient climate response in CSM1 at 1/4 degree as is in the 1 degree model. And the two questions I would like to raise to our group, the 1/4 degree model with the current version of CSM CAM6 physics it's okay. It has some problems. And the question that arises is, is it a good investment of our human resources, which are limited, to really go and, go full throttle into developing a 1/4 degree, 25-kilometer version of CSM 2.1? Or is it more sensible to wait for later versions, including possibly a version with higher vertical resolution, which I will briefly describe now. This is another important effort that has been undertaken actually just in the last few months, but I think really excellent progress is being made. We are finally going to a model. We would like to develop a model with higher vertical resolution as well as a higher top. This development will happen in several phases. Phase 1, let's call it a rough cut of free tropospheric stratospheric resolution to be the next workhorse CMIP class model is nearly complete. Then in phases 2 and 3, we'll be looking into vertical resolution, the boundary layer, and developing what we're calling a half top or medium top model for more efficient tropospheric development. In total, we're aiming for somewhere between 80, 85 levels. Isla will talk a lot more about this tomorrow at 11:30. I'm just showing some, just as a teaser, some QBO plots from 3 different vertical grids. Our base case is at the top. This is 500 meters throughout the stratosphere, kind of stretching to 3 kilometers higher up. And then, so that's the base case, which is pretty good. Then below here, we have two different tapers, which start to decrease in resolution, lower in the stratosphere. And you see that when we start to decrease the resolution at around 20 kilometers, the QBO really has degraded significantly over what it was in the base case. But we're sort of satisfied with the taper starting at 25 kilometers. And as I said, Isla will show more results from these runs tomorrow. So in the time remaining, I'll just briefly describe some new efforts that are have been funded in CAM development. We've gotten some supplemental funds from Eric DeWeaver at NSF to enhance atmospheric model development here at NCAR. We've got 6 positions, funding for 6 positions over the next 3 years. They'll be working on several topics, including sort of increasing our activities in multi-scale development of and validation of physics, going from LES all the way to GCM resolutions. There'll be, support for developing more consistent workflow and infrastructure for accessibility, including cloud computing and simple models in Docker. We will be hiring more people. Rich Neal, contact Rich Neal if you're interested. Jobs will be announced on CSM Jobs.
Your time is up.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just stop there. I'll just quickly mention that we have 2 CPTs as well. And you can see the rest of the slides here. They'll be available for your viewing later. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So our next speaker is Rolando Garcia, and he'll be giving a summary of the whole atmosphere working group. Could you?
I'll stop. Okay.
Rolando, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead and share your screen. Thank you, Julio.
Sure. Can everybody see that?
Yes, this is the last slide, though, I think.
Yeah, I know. I am going to the beginning. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the update for the whole atmosphere working group, and essentially it's a status, it's a report on the status of WACOM. And as you know, WACOM is the high top atmospheric component of CSM2. We now have a new orographic gravity wave parameterization thanks to Julio Backmeister. There's a new planetary boundary layer parameterization, new boundary layers physics. Especially important, we can now do prognostic aerosols using MAM4, and we can use a number of different volcanic aerosols database. Mostly we have been using the one by Ryan Neely and Anya Schmidt from University of Leeds in England. SOA, Simone Tilmes has developed a database for that. We have updated to JPL15 chemistry. We have a new TSMLT scheme. That's a complete scheme, including tropospheric chemistry. We also have other options available that can make the model run faster, such as a mid-atmosphere set and a mid-atmosphere for the region of the mesosphere. The model can generate the QBO internally. There are some caveats, and I will come back to that later. One thing that is new is we have a 2-degree version, which is now available and tested. And finally, there is a version running on the SC numerical core that we are testing now with the help of Peter Lauritsen. Details for some of these, the results that have been published so far are in a paper by Andrew Gettelman et al. From last year. This is whoever came to the working groups meeting in March has seen some of these slides. This is just the bona fides for the model. On the left, you see the zone of mean climatology for the two solstices, and both the temperature and the zone of wind look quite realistic. And on the right, you see our southern warming climatology. We are getting about the right number of southern warmings. We still are not completely happy with the seasonal distribution, so that's something to work on. But in general, the dynamics of the model are working as expected. And a little bit on the chemistry. Again, I showed some of these slides at the winter working group meetings, but just to remind you, on the left is the simulation of the Antarctic ozone hole, one of the most important hallmarks for a model that includes chemistry. And what you see is that whichever version of WACOM you run, fully coupled with the ocean, the AMIP version with a specified ocean sea surface temperature and ice, or one where we essentially drive the model with the Merritt climatology, the evolution of the ozone hole that we get agrees quite well with the observations, which are in the black curves. On the right, you see another important marker of how transport is working in the model, and this is the tropical tape recorder for water vapor. And again, compared to MLS, we agree pretty well, both as regards the maximum and minimum values and the displacement velocity with altitude. We now can do stratospheric volcanic aerosols quite well. As I mentioned before, we have MAM4 working in the model, and we are driving that with the Neely and Schmidt database. And here is a comparison with LiDAR observations, both fully coupled WACOM and WACOM run with AMIP SSTs. And you can see that they are virtually indistinguishable at all of these stations against LiDAR observations, which are in the colors other than blue or red. So we are pretty happy with the way WACOM is working. And now I'm just going to review a few recent results and new capabilities that you may not be aware of. In particular, one thing that we have completed recently, in part due to a help from an NSC proposal that was funded last year, is a small ensemble of the SSP scenario simulations. So for the SSP 8.5, 4.5, and the recovery scenario, we now have 5 simulations each that have been done. And in addition to all of that, we now have 2 simulations that have been extended to 2300. The SSP 8.5 in particular, and then also the recovery scenario SSP 5 3.4 OS. So those are now completed and available for use. One thing that we have been doing with some of these scenarios is looking at geoengineering effects on surface temperature. This is some work that Simone Tilmes has been doing. And the main take-home message from this is, if you look at the orange and purple curves, both of which are injecting aerosols to meet a 1.5 degree Celsius maximum increase in temperature, the behavior of precipitation is very different depending on how you inject the aerosols. In particular, if you inject the aerosols in an intermittent fashion, you can get global precipitation to not change much, whereas you tend to suppress it otherwise. So this is a new recent result that we are pretty happy with. The other thing that we are happy with is the 2-degree version of WACAM 6. This has now been fully tested, and deck simulations have been performed, and the historical surface temperature is completely consistent with the 1-degree models, both CAM and WACAM running at 1 degree. So again, this is something where the 2-degree version is performing more or less indistinguishable from the high resolution models. We are now using this model for some last millennium studies. One is the Peliostra program that we are doing with some colleagues in Spain and England, and the PMIP4 exercise that Betty Odo-Glisson is leading here at NCAR. Now, the other thing that is new in WACAM is a study of how the QBO works. I had done some work with Jaga Richter back last year. I published that in JAS, where we showed that a model with 110 levels could simulate a very realistic QBO. That was done within the context of WACAM 5.4, a model that was never made officially available to the community. And what I would like to report here is that we can now get essentially the same results as were published in our paper with the WACAM 6 model when run at 110 levels. That model has 500-meter resolution through about 10 hectopascals. And as you can see on the bottom right, it reproduces a QBO that is quite consistent with the observations from ERA interim shown in the upper right. By contrast, if you run the model at with 70 levels, that is with a resolution coarser than a kilometer in the stratosphere, we do not get a QBO that is as strong as observed, nor does it descend below the 70 hectopascal levels. So it's beginning to look more and more that you need resolution of about 500 meters, free troposphere, lower stratosphere, to simulate a realistic QBO. I mentioned before that we are now testing a version of WACAM running on the SE core. And this is one example of what we are getting. This is a plot that I have from Peter Lauritsen. And what it shows is the QBO in WACAM 6 SE with 110 levels. So essentially the same grid as shown in the previous slide with the success of QBO. And what this shows is that you can essentially reproduce the finite volume results in the context of SE, as long, again, as you have sufficient vertical resolution in the free troposphere, lower stratosphere. You will notice that the QBO here has sufficiently large amplitude and that it reaches the 70 hectopascal level and below. So again, we are happy with this result thus far. And then in the last minute or two I have left, I just want to make a mention of something that Julio already introduced in his talk, and that is the QBO within the context of the proposed CESM workhorse model. At the last meeting of the scientific steering committee, it was recommended that CESM investigate a model that will have a top maybe near 80 kilometers, so a higher top than the conventional CAM has had up to now, and also a high resolution through the middle stratosphere, with the idea that you wanted to reproduce tropical dynamics, and in particular the dynamics of the QBO. And there's a number of grids that have been proposed. This essentially reinforces some of what Julio was saying before, but what this thing shows is the grids that we have tested systematically versus the conventional Wacom 70 level grid. All of them have much higher resolution in the free troposphere and lower stratosphere, but only at 500 meters are we getting results for the QBO that at least I am happy with. So this is under consideration now. And we will have more discussion on this at the joint meeting of the whole atmosphere group and the climate chemistry group tomorrow afternoon. The only things I want to point out here is that once this model comes to fruition, there are implications for the future of Wacom, and I list this in on the future directions. I think high vertical resolution is the next scientific frontier for the study, not just of the middle atmosphere, but also the troposphere. I think it's somewhat costly, but not as costly as increasing horizontal resolution, because the increasing cost is only linear with the number of levels. As I mentioned before, SSC recommended the investigation of such a workhorse model. We are looking at 80 to 90 levels total, including an increase of resolution in both the lower stratosphere and the boundary layer, top not higher 80 kilometers, and the option to run various suites of couple chemistry, as I noted before. Now, one thing that is important from the point of view of Wacom is that, yes, we do get a QBO, but a model that stops at 80 kilometers is not suitable for many studies of middle atmosphere dynamics and chemistry. So I think we need to look at this workhorse model as something that Wacom will have to be built on top of. So we will take the nice high resolution through the lower stratosphere, but we will need a higher model top, and we will need probably increased vertical resolution even beyond 10 hectopascals. So future developments of Wacom, and again, we can discuss more about this tomorrow, are going to have to be built on this workhorse model, but will have to be separate from it. And I think that's all I have right now. I will take any questions if there are any, and if not, I guess we can go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, Rolando, thank you very much. We are not taking any questions this afternoon because time is very tight, and the questions will come tomorrow or on Wednesday.
All right, so we will have a discussion on this. I think this will be one of the main foci of discussion tomorrow afternoon in our joint session with climate chemistry. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Rolando.
Mm-hmm.
If you can stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, let's see. How do I do that?
Great. Yeah, it's done already.
Done? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back on. No.
Yeah, thank you very much. So our next speaker is Louisa Emmons, and she'll be providing a summary of the Chemistry Climate Working Group.
Hi, everyone. Yes, so this is a brief summary of what we've been doing and developing so far and currently in chemistry climate. And I'd first like to acknowledge all the work that's been done by Xiaohong Liu and his group at Texas A&M on all the aerosol developments, as well as all the help Simona Tilmes helps the community, as well as us within NCAR, and Francis Vitt for making sure that all of our software really gets into the model. So just to show that several papers have recently been published that describe all the chemistry and aerosols in CESM2 and how they were run for CMIP6, and they're listed here, as well as a number of publications in review using the AirChem MIP simulations that we've performed with CESM to WACM are in this ACP special issue. And I also want to point out there are many simulations still available on GLADE and the Earth System Grid that could really be used for a lot more analysis, and encourage anyone who's interested to please have a look at them. So there are a number of updates that will be going into the next release version, CESM 2.2, particularly the functionality of running with the spectral element and CSLAM in CAM-CHEM, but we're still evaluating them, and so encourage the community to help look at them and make sure they're performing satisfactorily. And an exciting new development is the regional refinement of the spectral element dicore with a refinement over the US. I'll show some more of that in a second. And we're calling this Musica version 0. And I'll tell you a bit more about Musica at the end of this talk. There are a number of other comp sets for nudging to observe meteorology, and some updates to chemistry, and some online ocean emissions, which I don't have time to go into, but we can talk about during the working group session tomorrow afternoon if you're interested. So the grid for the regionally refined CONUS simulation has 14-kilometer horizontal resolution over the US and 1 degree for the rest of the globe. And we've regrid the emissions to look at, so that they match the grid of the model. So you can see on the right here that the 14-kilometer horizontal resolution does a much better job of resolving urban centers as well as ship tracks, and really allow us to perform air quality type regional scale simulations within CESM. So this is a couple plots of a comparison of on the top of a 1 degree simulation versus the 14-kilometer US regional refinement on the bottom. This is just a snapshot of hourly ozone, surface ozone on one day on August 9th. And you can clearly see the hotspots of ozone pollution in the regionally refined simulations. And a couple of papers are being written by Becky Schwantes and Forrest Lacey, really describing this configuration of the model and its evaluation. And as I said, this will be a comp set in 2.2, and people can help be able to use this configuration. And we're also developing a tutorial to have later this summer. So we'll keep things posted on that website. This is a quick example of evaluation of this simulation with aircraft observations. During 2013, there were a number of aircraft campaigns across the US, and several looking particularly at the US. And here we can clearly see that the simulation with 1 degree, the 100-kilometer resolution, does not match the surface NO emissions, and the 14-kilometer does a much better job at that. So this is exciting progress. In addition, we're comparing to surface ozone observations. The maximum daily 8-hour average ozone is a metric for air quality, and the 1 degree model on the top and the 14-kilometer resolution on the bottom. And the circles show each of the observation points. There are some general differences in these cases, and often in the Western US, surface ozone is higher, and we're still evaluating really the reason for that. And as well, but we do see there's some significant improvement at these low ozone values in urban centers where NOx titrates the surface ozone. The Musica, the 14-kilometer resolution does a better job. We also have a new scheme for doing nudging, and we can talk about that tomorrow if you're interested, instead of the old specified dynamic scheme. Now, a number of updates to aerosols have been implemented over the past year or so, and instead of trying to push them all into this next release, we're going to wait for the following release and make sure that the model is fully tuned for climate simulations. But they include Mosaic, which is a scheme for studying the gas, for determining the gas aerosol exchange, and it really allows us to simulate ammonium and nitrate aerosols. MAM5, I'll tell you about that in a second. Improved aerosol wet scavenging, brown carbon, and there's also a new dust emission scheme. So the Mosaic scheme has been, was developed by Rahul Xavieri been in WharfChem, and for this we've coupled it, it's been coupled to MAM4 in CESM2, and to really be able to treat nitrate aerosols. But it also includes ammonium, chloride, calcium, and carbonate as additional aerosol tracers. And we can see that in these plots that including the nitrate aerosols, the direct radiative effect of the nitrate has greatly increased over the last decades, particularly over India and Asia. So this is an important contribution to the model. So just in the last few months, we've realized that the modification to the coarse mode to account for stratospheric sulfate from volcanoes had an unintended impact on the sea salt and dust distributions. And so in order to really properly handle the stratospheric sulfate aerosol, we've added Xiaohong's group has done all this work of adding a mode 5, which will handle the stratospheric coarse mode. And then the original coarse mode, mode 3, will be returned to have the same size, range, and standard deviation that was used in CAM5 instead of CAM6. So this has just been put in and results look good. This is the stratospheric sulfate burden. The red and blue lines from MAM4 and MAM5 are right on top of each other, and they match the observations well. And we can see that this stratospheric burden with MAM4 and with MAM5 agrees quite well. Another important addition is the improvement in removal of aerosols in convective clouds, and I won't go into that, but it has a big impact in the upper troposphere. The old simulations often accumulated too much black carbon and sea salt in the upper troposphere, and compared to these aircraft observations from ATOM and HIPPO, the blue line now agrees much better with the observations. And Natalie Mahowald's group at Cornell has worked on a new desert dust algorithm. And so with the return to the CAM5 coarse mode distribution, we get good agreement with observations. And there's also introduction of a new, the Kokadal dust scheme that does not require a soil erodibility map. So this will make it much easier to use in higher resolution simulations, and also an improvement with the optics. And so that work is in preparation. And there are a few other developments going on, connecting the geochem chemistry module as well as an emissions module to CESM2, online soil emissions of NO, ammonia, and N2O, opportunity to use soluble iron in the model for biogeochemical studies. We're also working on developing a simpler chemistry than is currently used in WACM and CAM-Chem that will hopefully be more attractive for climate applications, being somewhat cheaper, and as well as more complex chemistry to improve air quality and other tropospheric composition simulations, and some coupling of the fire emissions calculated in CLM to CAM-Chem, and we're further evaluating that and trying to improve it to match observations. So the Harvard and MIT groups are working on connecting this emissions module, which will map emissions files directly into the model, taking care of regridding, which I'm very excited about. And I'm going to skip over a couple of these. And I just want to finish and talk about Musica, which is multi-scale infrastructure for chemistry and aerosols. And it's our, it's a plan to develop a model independent infrastructure for the development and simulation of chemistry and aerosols, so they can be put into models at multiple scales, different resolutions in a coherent fashion. So it's largely comes out of trying to merge our WRF-Chem and CAM-Chem activities within ACOM, but hope that it will really connect across the community to other models using variable resolution grids such as MPAS and FP3. And we've written a vision paper describing Musica that's been accepted by BAMT, led by Gabby Pfister, and that should be available very soon. And we're developing the implementation plan for all of this development as part of Musica. And the community is really invited to help to participate in that. And we have a web page that lists the various working groups that we've identified to start the development and research activities. And we encourage you to go to this webpage and you can sign up for as many working groups as you'd like to be a part of. And we'll start communicating with the community about how to be involved and work together in developing these schemes. I did skip this diagram. This is really, this will be connected to SEMA, which is a more modular way of incorporating all of our models components, so that there'll be a suite of chemistry and aerosol processes that will be coupled to the atmosphere model through a standard interface. And so this Musica will be part of the SEMA workshop in a couple of weeks. And as I said, Musica version 0 is going to be released. So please join us tomorrow afternoon at the working group session to talk about any more of this and ask us questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Louisa. If you can stop sharing your screen, great, thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Frank Bryan, and he'll be summarizing the Ocean Model Working Group activities. We're a few minutes ahead, but let's go ahead. Go ahead, Frank.
Okay, are you seeing full screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I'll focus primarily on our work in bringing MOM6 into the CESM framework. Much of the science being done with the current version of the ocean model POP is being done in collaboration with other working groups, biogeochemistry, or system prediction, et cetera. And I assume you'll hear about, excuse me, hear about much of that work in the other talks and sessions this week. So we've been working on this now for a couple of years. It's been a challenge, but MOM6 is a very different formulation of the equations of motion in the ocean than POP. And we've been working to understand that understand those differences and how they impact our choices in model physics. We're currently have been focused on a model in the eddy parameterized regime where the mesoscale is completely unresolved. This is the case with our current by one version of POP. So we would think of this version, this prototype version we're working with, as nominally a replacement for the 1 degree POP model. It does have somewhat higher resolution. We're working with what we're calling a 2/3 degree grid, but that increase in resolution is really almost exclusively in the zonal direction. The current by one POP has a very anisotropic grid with much higher meridional resolution than zonal. And we've brought those closer to one another so that the grid aspect ratio is closer to 1, which is which is preferable from a numerical analysis point of view. The number of vertical degrees of freedom is roughly equivalent, but we're using what is referred to as a Z-star, which is a somewhat adaptive vertical coordinate relative to the sea surface. And in the formulation in MOM6 allows much higher resolution near the sea surface, which is one of the limitations in POP that we were trying to get past in our choice of a new ocean model. So now we have a resolution around 2 meters at the surface versus 10 meters in POP. The expectation is that this will allow us to represent mixed layer physics and features like a diurnal cycle of SST much more realistically. Currently, we're using a vertical mixing package, which is configured to be as close as possible as we could to POP, and we're currently exploring its behavior in the context of the MOM6 dynamics, treatment of topography, etc., and revisiting some of the ad hoc assumptions and tweaks that were put in POP to accommodate peculiarities of that model. We are going with a more modern implementation of our lateral closures that is sort of the basis or sort of an entree into the ocean climate process team. In this case, we're using a scheme which diagnoses the expected mesoscale eddy kinetic energy, MEKI, based on the large-scale environment, and then uses that estimated EKE to scale the horizontal closure parameters. That is currently done with this geometric scheme. We're using the same submesoscale closure, the Fox-Kemper et al. Scheme. With the differences in the solver and these choices in numerics, the cost on a per grid point basis is about 4 times the current version of POP. We have about twice as many grid points, resulting in an 8 to 9 times cost increase over POP. Although based on Julio's talk, I think we're still, even with that, about half the cost of CAM in terms of per year of simulation. So our current status is we've been conducting, especially over the last 6 months, conducting extensive sweeps through parameter space and looking at various options for parameterizations within the MOM6 framework. Primarily in forced ocean ice simulations, with occasionally testing sort of a baseline from those experiments in a fully coupled context, developing our intuition for the sensitivity of these various parameterizations and understanding the differences in the way they behave relative to their behavior in POP. At this point in time, the SST biases in MOM6 and POP are structurally very similar. You can see that with the MOM6 SST bias relative to observed climatology on the left and POP on the right, indicating that, and these are both in the forced case with the OMIP protocol forcing data sets, indicating the dominance, at least in these structures, of the common forcing data set in combination with sort of the intrinsic limitations of trying to simulate ocean dynamics at this resolution. The RMS differences are really quite similar. The mean bias in MOM6 is now a bit warmer than that in POP. Gokhan showed a couple of, or maybe just one figure from the current simulations of the AMOC. In the subtropical latitudes, MOM6 and POP are very close to one another. In the subpolar latitudes, the MOM6 solution has a rather weak overturning relative to POP, although it's fairly close to the OMIP multi-model ensemble mean. One of the challenges we're looking at right now and trying to come up with a path forward is a rather poor representation of water masses that are the product of overflow waters. That, for example, the Denmark Strait area, Faro Bank Channel, etc. We do not have the type of overflow parameterization that's currently implemented in POP. in MOM6, and it's not clear that the Price and Yang stream tube model as it's implemented in POP is really can be ported in the current way into MOM6. There's just too many fundamental differences in the solvers. On the right, you can see a comparison of the Mediterranean outflow water. This is just off of Gibraltar in the Eastern Atlantic. And you can see that MOM6 actually has an overexpression of Mediterranean waters in the open Atlantic, whereas POP had almost completely lost its expression of med waters. So it's not the case that we're always, that POP was doing everything right, and we're actually finding, revisiting some of the things that we had sort of brushed under the rug for many years in our comparisons between MOM6 and POP. So near-term development, I would say this is sort of mostly over the rest of this summer and into the fall. As has been mentioned a couple of times already, MOM6 will be available in the CESM 2.2 release in sort of a functional version. We're not at the point where we're going to call this a scientifically vetted solution that can just be a one-to-one swap for POP. We're still in the development process at that level. We've been trying to build up our documentation and training opportunities. We've been having bi-weekly seminars. Those will continue through the summer in each week or every 2 weeks. We have 3 talks, one on sort of basic algorithmic issues in the formulation of MOM6, one is sort of a practical how-to talk, and then a 3rd talk on a use case, not just in CESM, but these are coming from across the MOM6 user community. That includes GFDL, the operational centers, EMC. MOM6 is being considered as the ocean component in the US Navy prediction system. So we have participants from the Navy oceanographic labs, as well as our university partners. We'll be continuing to continue trying to mitigate biases in this eddy parameterized prototype. We're in the very near future try to begin exploiting the very flexible vertical representation in MOM6 through its AIL coordinate system. We want to begin bringing in more of the wave-driven planetary boundary layer mixing, which we have not begun testing yet with MOM6. That's currently being actively developed in POP, and we want to bring that work into the MOM6 framework. The biogeochemistry, marine biogeochemistry model port is underway, and we may hear about that in the BGC update next. And we'll also, in the short term, be putting together, we're already putting together grids for higher resolution versions in the eddy permitting in sort of 25-kilometer resolution regime, and eddy resolving in the 8 to 10-kilometer resolution regime. We know that there's strong interest in the community for a lower resolution, or at least less expensive version. We would like to begin working on that, but we would like to get some assistance from those who are interested in using that configuration in their science, so that we have some guidance on what to be looking at and have some help in assessing those solutions. In the more intermediate term, I'd say, late fall into next winter, we will be putting together additional configurations, that is non-global or not, at least non-Earth configurations, along with primarily through the this wonderful work of Jianing Wu from Stony Brook University. We have put together fully coupled idealized configurations in two different kinds of planets, one a full aquaplanet with no continental barriers, and another a ridge planet with sort of a minimal continent, 1 grid point wide, that can support a zonal pressure gradient in the ocean and gyre-like circulation. And Jianing is using those in her thesis work. As Gokhan mentioned in the talk this morning, we have work underway to harden those configurations and provide a tool set for users to use those as templates for their own research in fundamental climate dynamics. We're also, with MOM6, we have the opportunity to begin supporting at some level, to be determined, regional ocean modeling. Scott Bachman and Gustavo Marquez are currently have developed and are beginning to run a tropical Eastern Pacific basin example. And that is building out of our own, the same repository we build our global model out of, and running through the CESM coupler. So in the past, while we've had some efforts at bringing in regional modeling, those have been with ROMs with a completely different code source and some machinations that have to go on to couple that into our system. In this case, it'll be using the same coupling technology and same code we use in our global modeling. There are a couple of aspects of the model physics that I think we really need to sit down and develop a new approach. For physics, we really have found to be quite beneficial in POP. And as I mentioned earlier, the current implementations have some shortcomings with respect to the MOM6 dynamics, in particular the estuary box model and the overflow entrainment parameterizations. We will be continuing to coordinate with the new ocean climate process team, who are developing a number of new approaches to both deterministic and stochastic parameterizations of ocean mesoscale mixing. There's also a pretty active group within the working group working on wind waves and their impact on ocean near surface mixing. We wish to bring that work into the MOM6 realm, and continuing to build up our analysis and workflow capabilities using more modern and easily adapted tools for workflow and post-processing. So we will have a discussion-only session tomorrow. The Ocean Working Group meeting was delayed and only happened 8 weeks ago, so we decided not to try to solicit talks again. So if you have questions, please come tomorrow at 1. Also, Alper Altuntis, our software liaison, will be giving a talk on the MOM6 technical aspects during the software engineering working group meeting on Wednesday. And if you wish to revisit our webinars, they've all been recorded, so you can watch the talks as well as view the slides on the CESM events webpage. And our next event will be next Monday, and next week will be Regional Modeling Day, so you'll be able to hear more about that new capability in CESM. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Okay, I have to find my Zoom window again to stop here.
Great,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, so our next speaker is Keith Lindsay, and he'll be summarizing the biogeochemistry working group activities. Keith, please go ahead.
Thank you, Gokhan. I'm currently working towards sharing my screen.
We can see it.
Thank you. This is a brief update of highlights from the biogeochemistry working group. The flagship product for the biogeochemistry working group is the coupled carbon climate model variation of CESM, where atmospheric CO2 is being prognostically predicted by the carbon cycle being fed into the radiation scheme, and as opposed to using prescribed atmospheric CO2 concentrations. And so I'll mostly focus on some of the results of CESM2 in that configuration and comparing back to CESM1. I'll point out the working group co-chairs are Gretchen Keppel-Alex, myself, and Abby Swan. One of the key aspects of the coupled carbon cycle climate experiments is evaluating the carbon cycle in the atmosphere, where we can compare to measured values. And in this plot, I'm showing the globally average surface CO2 concentration in the ESM HIST experiments of CMIP, In the top panel, there's model and observations. The solid black line is the observations that are being used in the coupled model, in the model itself when we're using a prescribed CO2. The solid lines are from the CESM2, a couple of ensemble members where we have prognostic carbon cycle. And in the bottom panel, in the dashed line is the CESM1 BGC variant of this. And then in the bottom panel is the bias from observations, model minus observations. There's a few key things coming that are evident in these plots. In our CESM2 integrations, there was a larger drift in the PI control than we had in CESM1. And so we're starting off at 1850 with a bias in atmospheric CO2 because it just happened to be that there was drift in atmospheric CO2 that led to CO2 being in our PI control that led to CO2 being elevated compared to the 1850 values. That's sort of the first feature that comes out of this plot is that CO2 in CESM2 starts off a bit too high and it tracks that bias stays constant up into the middle part of the 20th century. And then both versions of the model, the observations are rather flat in atmospheric CO2 in the middle part of the 20th century, and the models do not capture that, and they show a growth of atmospheric CO2. This is a feature that almost no CMIP ESM models have captured, this flattening of atmospheric CO2. Intercomparison analysis, almost all models show a divergence of atmospheric CO2 from observations in this part. And it's an active area of research to understand why this is so. Understanding if it's forcing or something inherent that all the models are missing. Then another key feature, another aspect of this graph is that in the latter part of the 20th century, the growth rate of atmospheric CO2 in CESM2 is very close to observations. So we have a bias in the latter part of the 20th century of around 15 ppm, but in CESM2 that is constant in time, and the growth rate of atmospheric CO2 matches closely observations. And this is in contrast to CESM1, where we had a greater growth rate in atmospheric CO2 than was observed. And then that excessive growth rate carried on to future projection runs. I'm not showing results from the future projection runs because there was recently a bug discovered with the projection runs that were the CAM configuration, and we have not yet redone the prognostic CO2 experiments for the projection runs with prognostic CO2. So this presentation is focusing just on brief results from the PI control runs with prognostic CO2 and the historical runs, the ESM HIST. So it's a significant improvement in the model that we're getting the growth rate much better in the latter part of the 20th century in CESM2 compared to CESM1. Another aspect of the model that is improved, and that is, I'll mention that is primarily from improvements to the land model that Dave Lawrence spoke about this morning in his talk where he received the Distinguished Achievement Award. Another area of the model where we have had a significant improvement compared to CESM1 is the Northern Hemisphere seasonal cycle of surface CO2. And here we're comparing at Point Barrow, Alaska. Again, the black line is the observed atmospheric CO2, and in the top panel, it's a climatology of 1981 to 2004. And again, the solid colored lines are CESM2, and the dashed line is CESM1. CESM1, the magnitude of the seasonal cycle was much smaller than it was observed. And in CESM2, we are much closer to observations in terms of this metric. Our phasing is a little bit off. The it looks like the growing season is beginning a little bit too early and having a reasonable length. I'm referring to this as growing season because this seasonal cycle is primarily due to Northern Hemisphere terrestrial carbon cycle growth and respiration. That is, the top panel is the climatology from 1981 to 2004, whereas in the bottom panel, we're looking at the time series of the amplitude of the seasonal cycle from the early 20th century out to the early 21st century. You can see the black line in the bottom panel in the right half of that. The observations is showing an increase in the magnitude of the seasonal cycle, and that is getting well captured by CESM2, whereas in CESM1, the dashed line, the model started off with a similar amplitude of seasonal cycle early in the 20th century. And the bias that you can see in the top panel is because there's not enough growth in the amplitude of the seasonal cycle in CESM1, and CESM2 has a better representation of that. And this improvement in the model is primarily from improvements to the land carbon cycle model going from CLM4 to CLM5. This is looking at Barrow, Alaska. We go look at the same diagnostic going a little bit farther south to Mauna Loa. It's not looking quite as rosy. The model is improved in CESM2 compared to CESM1, but there still is a significant bias compared to the observations. So you can see in this bottom panel, the growth rate of this seasonal cycle in CESM2 is improved compared to CESM1 and closer to the observations, but there still is a gap between the model and the observations. And we're trying to, analysis is ongoing to try to determine if this is from the surface fluxes themselves, and how much of this can be attributed to vertical exchange of CO2 anomalies in the surface out of the boundary layer into the free troposphere. So a unique aspect of the Mauna Loa Observatory is that not only is it capturing sort of large-scale Northern Hemisphere features, but the observation is in the free troposphere. It's not at a sea level elevation, and the model is being sampled at a corresponding pressure level, and so that we haven't disentangled this bias into the component due to the surface fluxes versus a component due to the propagation of the signal out of the atmospheric boundary layer into the free troposphere where the observation station is. Continuing the trend of things that aren't necessarily so rosy in the model. Another measure of the carbon cycle is the response to interannual variability. This plot is a little bit more complicated. This is the lag regression slope of atmospheric CO2 versus Nino 3,4 SSTs. And this is now in the PI control runs for CESM1 and CESM2. A known bias in CESM1 is that the interannual variability of atmospheric CO2, looking at stations such as Mauna Loa and Point Barrow, was low compared to observed variability. And at least at the low latitude stations, a large component of that variability was associated with ensodynamics. And that the feedbacks are primarily coming from the terrestrial system as precipitation from teleconnections to enso variability changed carbon cycle fluxes. This is showing a normalized view of the response of the carbon cycle to those Nino 3,4 anomalies. They're normal, I'm viewing them normalized so that it can take into account that the different models have different magnitude enso variance. And you can see here that the carbon cycle in CESM2's response to ENSO is weaker than half that of what it was in CESM 1. In previous work has shown that the response in CESM 1 was weak compared to observations. So unfortunately, this aspect of the model, it's been a degradation from CESM 1 to CESM 2. So sort of briefly summarizing these highlights of our flagship model, uptake of anthropogenic CO2 by the surface components is improved considerably compared to CESM 1. The seasonal cycle of atmospheric CO2 is improved, and the magnitude of the carbon cycle inter-annual variability has gone down, making a known bias worse. These results are all in a manuscript for the CESM2 special collection that is in preparation. We're just really scratching the surface and analyzing the carbon cycle in CESM2. Additional community analysis of the carbon cycle is encouraged and welcomed. Frank alluded to this, so I just added this slide about near-term activities. We're going to continue the analysis of carbon cycle in CESM2. And a big part of the biogeochemistry working group activities that is coming up is the OMWG transitions from the POP ocean model to MOM6, looking forward towards CESM3. We need to be prepared for that with the biogeochemistry model, and that will involve coupling the MARBLE biogeochemistry module to MOM6. This is a work in progress. At this point, we're just reading tracers in and starting to compute surface fluxes, but we have not coupled yet source sink terms. So there's some ways to go before we can start looking at the results to see if the results look as if that coupling has been done in an appropriate fashion. There's some things that we know we need to be on the lookout for, such as having a time varying vertical grid. That is the case in MOM6 that we did not need to deal with in the POP ocean model. So that is my brief summary of results from the carbon cycle in CESM2 and some of our near-term future activities.
Thank you very much, Keith. Thank you again. So our last speaker before the break is Will Wider, and he'll be giving an update on the land model working group activities. I'm not sure whether there's anything left for him to say after this morning's talks, but we'll see. Go ahead, Will. We can't hear you.
The problem. There, is that better?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I've had quite an introduction getting to hear both from Daniel and Dave today. So the land model working group update hopefully has some new things though. And so with Charlie Coven, I'm a co-chair of the land model working group. And to start, I'll see if I can advance my slides. So I wanted to go over some research highlights that the working group has over the last 12 months or so, kind of briefly touch on some ongoing community projects, and then spend a little bit more time talking about some of the future directions that we have for CTSM 5.1 and CESM 3. And so as Dave alluded to today, the land model has really expanded to fill multiple roles in the CESM. So not only does the land model serve as the lower boundary condition for the atmosphere, but it also serves all of these many other scientific communities and scientific disciplines. And by bringing in, perspectives from the crop model and hydrology, ecology, biogeochemistry, and land use change, we're really able to start including multiple components and look at the interactions between those kind of smaller component systems in the broader Earth system. And so in the last year, there's been a number of publications documenting CLM5. I don't want to go over all of these that have been presented at previous meetings, but kind of the highlight of that is Dave's 2019 paper in James, as well as Gokhan's 2020 paper also in James. And so this is actually from Gokhan's paper. We saw the figure from all of CESM that CSM seems to represent a pretty good climate model. And this is a similar type figure just for land. And so in this metric, you can see how we stack up for things like metrics for ecosystems, hydrology, radiation, and climate. And so what's on the left of these figures here, if you can see my cursor, is results from CESM1 and the lens, and then an ensemble of CESM2 simulations over the historical period. And so more green arrows, green boxes out of ILAND mean a better model. So we've made a lot of progress, as Keith said, on the land side, especially in terms of ecosystem and carbon cycle dynamics, making things look better in CLM5. And then I think Gokhan showed a variant of this slide maybe earlier, but or Dave showed it in his talk, but another important feature of CESM2 is that we're able to capture the end of the 20th century and start of 21st century land sink, which is shown here, estimated by the Global Carbon Project, or GCP, with the black line, and the uncertainty around it. And both CESM2 with CAM6 and CESM2 with WACM generally follow the magnitude of that slope, whereas CESM1 in the lens was a net carbon source to the atmosphere throughout the 20th century. So rectifying that kind of known bias in CESM2 is one of the major goals, and I would say accomplishments of the Land Model Working Group. But you can stack this up. Dave definitely showed this earlier, and I think we'll probably keep showing it until we have another figure to compare it to. But this is, another one of these stoplight diagrams looking at a number of metrics, and the details really don't matter here, but kind of one feature of this plot shows that, not surprisingly, the intermodal mean shown highlighted here in red for both CMIP5 and CMIP6 models are better than any single component model. But we can also see that again, CESM1, which has a lot of red, especially for ecosystem carbon cycle, has been improved a lot in CESM2, which shows a lot of green here, and at least to my eye, quite a bit of green compared to many of the other models in CMIP6. And so another way of looking at this is over the historical period, you can kind of see the effect of land use change causing a net carbon source to the atmosphere, and then over the end of the 20th century and beginning of the 21st century, this net carbon sink, or an ecosystem service that terrestrial ecosystems have provided, for roughly the last 70 years. And we can run those forward like we have in scenario MIP. So these are just two SSPs, so SSP 585 and SSP 534 overshoot. You can see that the magnitude of the land carbon sink is different in those two scenarios, not surprisingly. But then the question was, does that strong land sink persist? Like, when does it turn over? It persists throughout the 21st century, but when does it turn over? So Rolando presented this kind of temperature curves for these simulations, and these are the carbon cycles curves for the SSP extensions. And so these were scenarios that are done with a 1 degree CESM2 WACM6 run. There's one ensemble member each. The extensions start in 2100 with constant aerosol forcings and fully transient CO2 nitrogen deposition, land use, land cover change, and ice sheets. So Mike Mills is just about finished running these. They should finish through the course of this meeting probably. And there were contributions from the land model, land ice, climate change, and variability working group, as well as the biogeochemistry working group, and contributing these core hours, and a resource that I'd welcome people to start looking at. Another kind of apropos named project that Dave's starting to work on is the CTSM Parameter Perturbation Ensemble, or PPE. And the CTSM PPE is really a chance for us to start exploring some of the sensitivities of various model features in the land system to reasonable uncertainty and kind of model parameter values. So a lot of Rosie Fisher's work has pointed to the importance of this parameter uncertainty. So what we'd like to do with this project is to start quantifying the parameter uncertainty effects and long-term trajectories of terrestrial carbon and water dynamics under climate change. And our hope is to present, kind of come up with a generalizable enough framework for other working groups and other CESM components to start thinking about how to do it. So briefly, I'll kind of go through how we're doing this. And a huge part of it is having an updated code base. So this is kind of going to be a CTSM 5.1 beta tag, and Eric is, as one of the land model software engineers, is critical at kind of pulling this together. Another huge component of the work has been coming up, both isolating all the parameters that we have in the model, pulling a lot of those hard-coded parameters out into parameter files so that we can use them in the PPE, and then identifying ranges for those parameters. So there's a number of people that have been working on this, and I've just highlighted Keith here. A third component is we need the model to work fast. So we are working on a sparse grid with reduced dimensions that Forrest Hoffman at Oak Ridge is coming up with, and then an efficient workflow and analysis that Katie Dagon and Daniel Kennedy have been really critical in putting together. And then lastly, some sort of selection criteria. So after we have this huge parameter ensemble put together, how do we start to evaluate it and select the kind of nonsensical parameters and parameter combinations that we have versus ones that are maybe plausible? So Dave's kind of leading the charge on putting that together. And so I wanted to include this because in the last couple of months, we had a presentation from Gretchen Keppel-Alex and her student, Matt Wozniak, at the University of Michigan, showing this kind of persistent bias in the model. And so what's shown here is half-hourly GPP from CLM on the left and observations from the UMBS observational tower in Michigan on the right. And kind of what you can see is there's this hard cap of GPP around 22 micromoles of CO2 per meter squared per second. And so what Daniel did was with kind of a subset of parameters that we've identified for this perturbed parameter ensemble, shown that he can raise the cap, not quite as high as the observations, but to more reasonable levels. And the exciting thing here is just kind of proof of concept that we can get this PPE to work in a reasonable way. So as I said, there's a number of features that are going to be going into CTSM 5.1. I'm not going to go over all of these here. We'll talk about them a little bit in the land model working group tomorrow, and this will be up online. But I'd refer people to the CTSM GitHub page. There's a lot of information there and discussion about these new features, bug fixes, developments, and other improvements that are going in the model. Some other future directions that, again, I'm just going to really touch on now is this NCON Neon Cyber Infrastructure and Forecasting project, which really seeks to advance both the atmospheric sciences and macrosystem ecology by these synergies between the modeling communities and observational communities at both institutions, with this emphasis on supporting university research. So Gordon Bonin and Mike Clements at NCAR and Neon respectively have been really leading up this charge. Danica Lamberdazzi and David Durden, also at NCAR and Neon, have been really important. And then recently, Brian Dobbins has joined our team as a software engineer. So we'll hopefully be hearing more about this in the future. So the last couple of things I wanted to touch on were some of the priorities that we've identified for CESM 3. And one of those is asking the question, how do ecosystem function and vulnerabilities transform under climate change? And there's two components that are really important to addressing that. One of those is the hill slope hydrology model that Sean Swenson is working on, and the other is an ecosystem assembly model, or FATES, that's being spearheaded by Rosie Fisher, Jackie Schumann, and Charlie Coven. Another question that we're thinking of is how do we maintain food and water security in a changing world? And really, we're aiming to improve the representation of land management with increased flexibility and representation of crop modeling, including pastures and rangelands, water resources, water management, including integrated lakes, rivers, reservoirs, and reservoir management. And this work is really pushing the boundaries of thinking about how management can allow for more realistic responses to climate extremes. And so the crop model work is being led by Danica Lamberdazzi and Ben Peng with a model called AppSim. And then Naoki is heading up a new river model called Mizu Route, which will allow us to do more of the management work. So all of those, AppSim, the hill slope model, Mizu Route, and FATES all are kind of individually are working together, and really over the next year or two, one of our challenges will be to figure out how to get those to work together, especially, thinking about land use change, and the hill slope hydrology model is one challenge. Thinking about how FATES and the hill slope model might work together is something that we're going to be working on in the future. And with that, I'll kind of leave this up as a closing slide, kind of highlighting some of the big priorities that we have for CESM 3. And I welcome you to, actually, maybe I'll finish on this slide. If you have questions, my email is down at the bottom, or please join us at the Land Model Working Group tomorrow at 8:30, where we'll be talking more in quite a bit more detail about FATES in particular and how to integrate FATES in CTSM.
Thank you very much, Will. if you can stop sharing your screen, I guess great.
Yep.
Thank you. I think Ryan is controlling the
Ryan
screen
kicked me
from
off
here,
here.
so that's
All right.
good. Okay, so we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule, which is fine. We'll have a longer break. We'll come back and start at 2:50 Boulder time, 2:50 Boulder Mountain Daylight Time. Thank you very much. And yeah. Hansi, are you ready?
I am ready.
Great. Another minute or two. How are
Okay.
you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Are you at NCAR?
Yes, we got special permission, a few of us here, to run the meeting.
Okay, that's why you were wearing that mask. I was like, why is he wearing a mask at home?
Yeah, no,
He's
we
not
have
at
to
home.
wear a mask when we talk or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah.
Yep. Should I go ahead and share my screen right now?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do it if you like.
Okay, great.
Yep, we can see it.
Perfect. Okay.
Just 2 more minutes or 1 more minute or so.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm going to turn on my timer.
We have been streaming these as well. They're both on YouTube and also CESM streaming site. So okay, welcome back, everybody. So we'll go ahead and start our last session of the day. And we have 6 more working groups. They are going to provide their summaries. And we'll start with the Polar Climate Working Group. And Hansi Singh will be providing the summary. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Gokhan. So I'm going to be providing the summary on what the Polar Climate Working Group has been up to over the past year and some of our future plans. I'm going to be giving this talk on behalf of my fellow co-chair, Marika Holland, as well as our CEIS consortium liaisons, David Bailey and Alice Duvouvier, as well as the remainder of our wonderful working group members. And before I start, I'd like to say that Black Lives Matter and Happy Pride Month. And I hope that all of us have a chance to think about what we ourselves can do to promote greater equity in the sciences, equity and inclusion. Okay, so I'd like to begin by talking about some science highlights, particularly from the many Polar Climate Working Group CESM2 special issue contributions. I'll be going over those. I'll also be talking a little bit about CEIS-6, the next generation sea ice model, which is not yet in the CESM2, but will be soon. I'm going to talk about some community simulations that will be available through the Polar Climate Working Group, as well as of interest to folks that enjoy polar climate. I will be giving an overview over the last year of Polar Climate Working Group workshops. And finally, I'll be saying something about our future science priorities. So to begin, there's a lot of Polar Climate Working Group papers. So there are, if you can see my cursor, there are 6 of them here online that you will find if you go to the official CESM2 special issue site. And then just recently we had a 7th submitted, and it is likely that we are going to have a couple more to come. And so I invite you to take a look at them. some highlights from these papers. So first of all, this is a figure from D. Ripintigny et al. 2020. Patricia, I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, I'm sorry. So basically in this paper, they explored differences in Arctic sea ice evolution in the CESM2 CAM6, the CESM2 WACM6, and the CESM1 large ensemble. So on the top here is the September sea ice area. On the bottom is the March sea ice area. The CESM1 large ensemble is this kind of dark gray shadow shading here. And you can see that the CESM2 is generally lower, has less sea ice than the CESM1. And then the WACM is kind of in between the CESM1 and the CESM2 CAM6. And so in this paper, which you should read, they go over reasons for these differences. And what they find is that some of this is due to differences in climate sensitivity. Some of this is due to differences in forcing. In between the CESM1 simulation and the CESM2 simulations. And in particular, in the far future, where you see sort of this drop off, even in the March sea ice maximum in the CESM2, it appears that there are definitely some ocean processes going on as well, as including the efficiency of ocean mixed layer heat loss. So here we've highlighted that CESM2 CAM6, CESM2 WACM6 have significantly different Arctic sea ice area. So now the question is, why are these two CESM2 models so distinct? Alice Duvivier, in her contribution to the CESM2 special issue, has found that these differences are actually due to aerosol treatments. So differences in aerosol treatments between the CESM2 WACM, or CESM2 CAM6 versus CESM2 WACM6 mean that in CESM2 WACM6, we have more aerosols over the Arctic. These aerosols provide cloud condensation nuclei and therefore increase the cloud liquid water path, particularly in the summertime, which shields the sea ice from shortwave melt. On the other hand, the CESM2 CAM6 has fewer of these aerosols and therefore less liquid clouds. And so differences between the CESM2 CAM6 versus WACM6 can be attributed to differences in the chemistry and therefore aerosol treatments and therefore clouds. And so please check out her paper for more details about this. We have some more papers on clouds and precipitation as well. Please look at Michelhatton et al. 2020 as well, also available on the CESM2 special issue site for further information on Arctic clouds and precipitation. In particular, she does a detailed microphysics analysis on why, for example, CESM2 has some perpetual drizzle that happens in the Arctic, for example. And if you're interested in snow on sea ice and how the community models compare to observations, please check out Melinda Webster's contribution, Webster et al. 2020, where she compares observations CESM1, CESM2 CAM6, and CESM2 WACM6 to observations and analyzes differences in snow over sea ice in the Arctic. And so finally, one very important advance in the CESM2 has been in CEIS-5, which now, thanks to work by Adrian Turner and Elizabeth Hunke at LLNL, includes mushy layer thermodynamics. So mushy layer thermodynamics is such that salinity is now prognostic, and so within the sea ice. And what this does is it significantly changes a lot of the melt and growth terms. So this is a figure from Bailey et al. 2020, where the differences between the mushy and the previous thermodynamic scheme are analyzed. And so what you see is that these growth and melt terms are significantly different. And actually one of the things that this means, one consequence, is that the CESM2, amazingly, even though it's the same resolution as the CESM1, actually has polynyas. So on the left side here, is shown the frazzle ice growth in the CSM2 compared to the CSM1 during the growth season in the Antarctic. There's polynyas. So Duvivier and colleagues are actually working on a further paper looking at these polynyas in much greater detail in the CSM2. So now I'd like to go over CEIS-6, which is not yet in the CSM2, but will be in a future version. The CEIS-6 has many new exciting developments and has been developed within the CEIS consortium, to which Dave Bailey and Alice Duvivier are the liaisons from the Polar Climate Working Group. So first of all, the CEIS-6 will have land-fast sea ice. The CEIS-6 has a flow size distribution. This has been developed by Letty Roach et al. And colleagues. CEIS-6 has a treatment of surface radiation that is now uniform with the surface radiation treatments in the land model. And that is Charlie Zender's work via SNCR. And CEIS-6 will also have sea ice biogeochemistry, which has been developed by Nicole Jeffrey and colleagues at LLNL. CEIS-6 will also have the awesome ice pack column model for all of your model hierarchy needs. And hopefully one day somebody will take that and combine it with SCAM and combine it with some pencil ocean model, and we'll have a full Arctic or Antarctic column. It'll be so exciting. And finally, there's also some numerical changes. These are still in progress, and these are being done by Dave Bailey and colleagues to move CEIS-6 to the Arakawa Sea Grid in order to facilitate coupling between CEIS-6 and the future MOM. So now I'd like to highlight some community simulations that are going to be available. So first of all, there is the CSM2 Tuned Sea Ice Small Ensemble, or as Jen K says, the mini ensemble. There are 3 ensemble members here. The albedo of snow on sea ice has been tuned by changing the snow grain radius. And by tuning the snow grain radius, we can increase the albedo and thereby increase ice area, for example. And so the CSM2 large ensemble is shown here in gray. And then the little mini ensemble with the tuned sea ice is shown in blue, with the mean of the mini ensemble shown in this kind of thicker blue right here. And observations are shown in black. This figure is from some preliminary work on this ensemble by Jen K. And there is likely going to be a publication of these features. And in particular, one thing that's very interesting is to think about how differences in parameters change the sensitivity of the sea ice in particular. So if you would like to hear more about this, Jen K will talk about some of her work on this in a flash presentation at our Polar Climate Working Group joint meeting on Wednesday. So more community simulations. There's also a CSM2 run with CMIP5 forcing. This has been being performed by Cecile Hannay. So thank you so much for doing this run. And so this will be, this will have pre-industrial 20th century and an RCP 8.5 future. And this will enable better comparison between the CESM2 and the CSM1 large ensemble, for example. And I believe that the pre-industrial is already done here, and we are in the midst of the 20th century, and the future will be done in the future very soon. Furthermore, there's also work being done on a regionally refined Arctic CESM2 configuration. So this figure is from Van Kampen Hoot et al. 2019, where they do use the same CSM2 variable grid feature to focus over Greenland. We invite you to come to Adam Harrington's talk also at the Polar Climate Working Group joint meeting on Wednesday, where he will talk about his work on a whole Arctic regionally refined CAM6 configuration that he's set up, and future work that he will be doing in using this regionally refined version of CAM6 in a fully coupled configuration. Another important aspect of what the Polar Climate Working Group does is the training and networking of early career professionals in polar climate and creating the future leaders of tomorrow. So in light of this, we have the CESM Polar Modeling Workshop that was done in August 2019. We also had the CEIS and IcePack community workshop and tutorial done in February 2020. You can probably guess which one is which. And so we also want to thank members from other working groups who have also volunteered their time during these workshops and helped make them a success for everyone involved. And now I'd like to highlight some future science and some priorities that we have. And I have like 2 minutes, so I will hurry up.
Yeah, you have about a minute or two.
A minute, yes, a minute. I have a minute. So first of all, we really like to integrate observations with models. Here we have the Mosaic mission right here, where we have an icebreaker that has been in the Arctic over the last 8 months, and I believe will be there for another 4 more months. And so this figure right here is of some potential Lagrangian ship tracks that such a mission could experience after being parked in the Arctic for a year. And so you can see this is from satellite, this is from the seasonal CESM large ensemble, so where ice is seasonal, and this is for perennial ice. And so one thing that is clear is that you get different ice tracking depending on sort of what ice regime that you're in. And so for more information on this, you can look at Duvivier et al. 2020. And so in addition to using models to help make better observations possible, we would also like to use observations to make our models better. In order to do this, we need to compare models to observations well. And so I invite you to come to Abigail Smith's talk on satellite simulators in the CESM2 to better compare observations to models. And now we are also working on coupling sea ice to ocean biogeochemistry in the future. We will be working on this. We want to do further work on polar prediction and predictability, particularly with the Earth Predictability Working Group. We'd like to think more about uncertainty in our polar projections and contribute to actionable science in navigating the new Arctic. And so please, we would love to have more community input on what our future priorities should be. Please get on our mailing list. And once again, I'll make a shameless plug for our joint session on Wednesday morning. Please join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hansi. Okay, so we'll move on to Bill Lipscomb. Could you, okay, great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Oh my gosh.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Yep. Bill is going to provide an update on the land ice working group. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Can you see and hear all right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. On behalf of Jan Lennertz and myself and the Land Ice Working Group memories, I'd like to talk about some of what we've been up to for the last year or so. In particular, we have a number of papers submitted to the special issue and other CMIP6 contributions showing an improved ice sheet climate for both Greenland and Antarctica in CESM2. And also we've made a number of contributions to the ice sheet model intercomparison project for CMIP6, which I'll talk about. And then toward the end, I'll mention some current work we're doing and future work we hope to do toward CESM3. I'll start with this paper that Hansi also mentioned by Leo van Kamenhout et al., which appeared last year. This is the surface mass balance of the Greenland ice sheet in CESM in comparison to the RACMO2 regional model. Surface mass balance is just the difference between accumulation and ablation. So in this plot, the blue areas, for example, in South Greenland are places where you have net accumulation, and the red areas here in the west and north are places where you have net ablation. And comparing a CESM2 historical run on the left to RACMO in the middle, you can see that CESM2 does a good job, reproduces a lot of the spatial patterns that you see in the higher resolution regional model. We do have some biases, in particular, because we have topographic smoothing at the coarser resolution in CESM. we have too much interior precipitation and not enough coastal precipitation in the south. And that's a bias I'll come back to later. So Leo and colleagues showed that we have a very good simulation, even in comparison to a regional model. He found that the melt, runoff, and refreezing values in CSM actually fall in between the values that RACMO simulates at two different resolutions, 11 and 1 kilometer. So we're even within the variability that RACMO suggests. And also, there is a breakpoint or a change from no trend to a significant upward trend in melt and runoff that occurs around the mid-1990s, and consistent with RACMO and consistent with what we've seen in observations. So we're very happy with the general climate of Greenland and CESM2. This improvement is due to a number of changes in different model components. Significantly between CAM5 and CAM6, there were a lot of improvements in the CAM cloud scheme that led to benefits for polar climate. This paper by Jan Lennertz et al., which appeared this year, shows on the right-hand panel liquid cloud frequency in a section across Greenland at 72.5 degrees north with the interior of the ice sheet here. And you can see in observations, you have a pretty high liquid cloud frequency. In CAM5, you had almost no liquid clouds, and that was leading to significant biases in the radiation budgets. In CAM6, we still have a low bias, but we're much closer to observations than we were in CAM5. And the result is that our shortwave and longwave radiative components are now much closer to observations. And that's led to an improved simulation of the surface climate. For example, the plot in the lower left shows summer 2-meter temperatures in CAM5 and in CAM6. We had a cold bias in summer temperatures in CAM5, which is now much reduced, in part due to the improved representation of clouds. Brice Noel, who works with the RACMO2 regional model, RACMO is forced at its lateral boundaries typically by atmospheric reanalysis. But what Brice has done in this new publication is forced RACMO at its lateral boundaries with output from CESM2. And what he's found is that the climate state that the regional model produces with CESM2 boundary forcing is very similar to what you get if you were forcing the model with real atmospheric reanalysis. And not only is the mean climate a good climate, but we capture with CESM2 forcing the recent increase in summertime melting and runoff. And this is the first time that a global ESM like CESM has been used without any corrections to force a regional model of Greenland and yield a realistic surface mass balance. And this opens the way toward future simulations where, for example, if you're interested in time periods where you don't have a reanalysis available, you have some confidence that you could use forcing from a ESM at CESM at the same period to deduce what Greenland surface mass balance may have been like at that time. I don't have any slides on Antarctica, but I'll just mention that Jan and others have shown that our CESM Antarctic surface climate is also in good agreement with regional models and with observations. Now turning to ISMIP-6. ISMIP-6 is the first CMIP endorsed project or MIP that has a focus on ice sheets and sea level in particular. The primary goal of ISMIP-6 was to estimate past and future sea level contributions from the two large ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica with uncertainties. And those experiments were done primarily using ice sheet models forced by output derived from CMIP global models. And then a second goal of ISMIP-6 was to investigate feedbacks due to coupling between ice sheets and climate models and ice sheet impacts on the broader Earth system. And these experiments are done, of course, with Earth system models that are coupled to evolving ice sheets. The community ice sheet model, CESM community, and the CESM community made substantial contributions to both of these aspects of ISMIP-6. For the sea level projections, we did a large number, over 100, of standalone ice sheet model configurations for both ice sheets that contributed to this much larger ensemble that ISMIP-6 is using to do sea level projections that will contribute to the next IPCC assessment. Also, CESM is one of a very small number of global Earth system models that can run with an interactive Greenland ice sheet and was able to submit results to the coupled component of ISMIP-6 for Greenland, not yet for Antarctica. And on the CESM CISM coupled side of things, we were able to do by asynchronous coupling of the ice sheet with the climate, we're able to run about 9,000 ice sheet years while running a much shorter number of CAM and POP years, and thus spin up the ice sheet to steady state with the climate. We then did a pre-industrial run and some climate change simulations. We did basically the standard DEC historical and 1% per year transient CO2 simulation. And the paper describing that simulation is now in review. And also we did a SSP 585 simulation to 2100. That paper was recently published in GRL. So I want to say a little bit about both aspects, the standalone ice sheet modeling and the couple modeling for ISMIP 6. Now, this slide shows in broad summary the overall results of the ISMIP 6 Greenland Antarctic projections, Greenland on the left, Antarctica for the right. For Greenland, there were submissions from 13 international modeling groups, and the model results were fairly consistent across ice sheet models. You had a sea level rise of 90 plus or minus 50 or so millimeters by 2100 from Greenland mass loss. And the majority of that mass loss came from increased summertime melting and runoff. And that's something that the ice sheet models generally agree in their response to increased summer melting. Antarctica, the results were much more widely scattered. We had generally mass gain in East Antarctica, which is dry and doesn't have any melting, but sees increased snowfall in a warmer climate. We also had in West Antarctica, which is warmer and more vulnerable to warming oceans, we had generally mass loss and resulting sea level rise with a very large variations among models, among ice sheet models, depending on how they were forced and how the model parameterizations deal with that forcing. To look at that variability in a little more detail, Gunter Legee and I and some other colleagues have a paper submitted to the cryosphere where we looked at sensitivity of the Antarctic ice sheet to details of the ocean forcing and the melt parameterizations. And on the left, we see Antarctic surface speed, which is in good agreement with observations, just showing the model is spun up reasonably well. And on the right, we see thickness differences in a 500-year simulation where we start off with 100 years of SSP-based ocean forcing, and then we take the last 20 years of ocean forcing. We just continue that for the next 400 years. And red indicates thinning, so you can see large retreat of grounding lines and thinning of ice across much of West Antarctica in one of our simulations, which has relatively high sensitivity to ocean forcing. Other simulations show less response. A few that are forced with particularly warm ESM show a greater response. So the main point of this is just to highlight that there's a lot of uncertainty in Antarctic sea level projections associated with ocean physics and ocean forcing, which deserve to get more attention in coming years. The paper by Laura Muncherwerf and colleagues shows results of a global climate simulation with an interactive Greenland. And one of their main findings is that mass loss from Greenland accelerates significantly after mid-century. So you have a sea level rise contribution of only about 23 millimeters by mid-century, but more than 100 millimeters by the end of the century, with a significant contribution not just from southern Greenland, but northern Greenland by the time you get later in the century. And I'll say a bit about things we have planned for the next couple of years. In terms of model development, our community ice sheet model has a pretty strong dynamical core, efficient and accurate. And we've tested a lot for Greenland in couple simulations, and we've tested a lot for Antarctica in standalone simulations, but not yet couple simulations. So something that's been on our list for a long time is to enable coupled Antarctic ice sheet simulations within CESM. These initially would not be fully coupled in the sense that the ocean geometry, pop geometry for now, would be held fixed even while the ice sheet geometry is evolving. But we do hope in the longer run that we would couple to MOM6, which is capable of having an evolving boundary with an ice sheet. And then we'd like to work on improved treatments of ice sheet physical processes, including the subglacial hydrology, which determines how fast the ice flows at the bed. We would like to look at ocean parameterizations and reduced order ocean models to better represent the sub-ice shelf melting that's important in driving Antarctic ice sheet retreat in particular. And also we're working on improved schemes of iceberg calving. And then for coupled simulations, in the near term, we plan to do some additional ISMIP-6 related runs, CMIP-6 type runs. And then we also have some really interesting collaborations going on with the Paleoclimate Working Group to look at the last interglacial and following years up until the LGM and the last deglaciation. We'd also like to start running with a coupled Antarctica, and we'd like to explore variable resolution grids to reduce biases. So Esther, who will follow me, will talk about some really interesting last interglacial simulations. A related set of simulations by Marcus Löfström is simulating glacier inception in the Northern Hemisphere at about 116,000 years ago, when there was low summer insolation in the Northern Hemisphere that led to regrowth of ice sheets. In the plotted left, gray is where Greenland starts at the beginning of the simulation, and then red is where ice accumulates over the next 650 years in the cooling climate. And the great thing about this is that where ice is accumulating is almost exactly where the paleo record suggests that ice did accumulate. We do have probably too much ice in East Siberia, which is a common bias, but generally we're growing ice sheets where we think ice sheets really grew. Another simulation led by Sarah Bradley and Michaela Petrini is to simulate the last glacial maximum climate when Northern Hemisphere ice sheets were all over Eurasia and North America. And they'd like to go from there to the last deglaciation. They're still in the middle of things, but they've been able to generate vegetation, spin up the snowpack, and now they're working on the ocean model. And then once they have an ocean simulation they're happy with, then they'll move forward and simulate the response of Northern Hemisphere ice sheets. And finally, Adam Harrington and others have been working on variable resolution grids as a way of improving our simulations of Greenland, among other places. I mentioned we have a bias where we have too much interior precipitation and not enough orographic precipitation on the southwest part of Greenland. And it turns out that if you run on an Arctic grid with refinement down to 1/8 of a degree, you can better capture the ablation accumulation zones as shown in this animation. And then a project that we're just beginning is using a variable resolution grid over high mountain Asia. Up until now, we haven't been able to generate an accurate surface mass balance for Himalayan and other Asian glaciers, partly because our model resolution is not good enough. But now we're looking at whether
your time is up almost.
Okay. Anyway, we're looking at whether we can do better on a fine grid. So thank you for listening. Please feel free to contact me or my co-chair or liaison colleagues if you have any questions or interest in this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. So our next speaker, we are going to now move to paleoclimate, and Esther Brady will provide a summary. Go ahead, Esther.
Okay, let me share my screen. And let's see, here we go. Can you see it?
Yep, you can.
Okay. I apologize because my neighbor just started mowing their lawn. So you knew someone's neighbor was going to do that at some point today.
Yes.
Mine. So.
We don't hear much though.
Yeah, well, I do. So thank you, Gokhan. I also want to acknowledge my external co-chair to the working group, Arnie Winguth from the University of Texas in Arlington, for his service. And I would especially like to acknowledge the outgoing NCAR working group co-chair, Betty Otto Bleesner, for her great leadership and many significant contributions to the working group over her long tenure. We're a very large user community interested in modeling and understanding past Earth climate, taking a very long-term perspective on Earth system feedbacks with interests ranging from the early Earth to recent millennium. I'm going to be talking and presenting some science highlights that colleagues have sent into me over the year, and I want to thank them for their contributions. So let's get started here. Okay, so paleoclimate simulations have been used to understand past environmental change and serve as out-of-sample tests of models used in future projections. This year, we completed 3 of 5 CMIP 6 Tier 1 simulations. And the other 2 are in progress. The output is on the CMIP 6 ESGF. The mid-Holocene and the last interglacial simulations have been described in a CESM2 special issue contribution. And for the first time, I want to say that the last interglacial at 127,000 years has been included as a Tier 1 simulation to allow model assessment in the IPCC AR6. The Earth's orbit at this time had summer solstice near perihelion, higher orbital eccentricity and axial tilt, and as such, it yielded greater northern summer insolation. Proxy reconstructions show that last interglacial to be a warmer climate at northern latitudes with suggested retreat of summer sea ice extents. Figures shown here are from a model intercomparison paper submitted to the PMIP4 special issue led by Betty Otto-Bliesner on the left side. It shows the number of CMIP models in a 1-degree grid box with at least 15% coverage in the summer at the summer minimum. What you can see is about half of the 17 models in the ensemble show less extensive summer sea ice coverage comparable to the observed extent in the most recent decades and even more retreated. The plot on the right is from a MIP paper of just the Arctic sea ice for PMIP4. And it kind of indicates the relevance to understanding future projection responses of summer sea ice. It shows a really strong linear correlation between the sea ice area in the summer, the climatological summer for the last interglacial as compared to the 1% CO2 simulation at near doubling. However, the proxy sea ice reconstructions aren't yet sufficient to discriminate which models have the most realistic last interglacial response and hence give insight into future projections. Another Tier 1 simulation that's been completed is the mid-Pliocene warm period. It was written up and led by Ron Feng at the University of Connecticut. The Pliocene had an elevated CO2 over the pre-industrial, but similar levels to today. The full boundary conditions for the run include a retreat of the Western Arctic ice sheet, as well as other changes to the surface boundary conditions like vegetation and orography. The protocol was repeated in other CSM versions, allowing some intercomparisons within the CESM family. And one aspect that Ren is going to be talking about in the joint session on Wednesday is how the hydroclimate response to the mid-Pliocene forcing compares in the multi-model ensemble. Shown on the left is the multi-model mean of the annual P-E change compared to the pre-industrial with the proxy data overlaid in the circles representing either wetter or drier conditions. You can see there's been a moistening in the African and Asian monsoon regions in the ensemble mean that compares relatively well to the proxy data. The right panel shows individual pattern correlations with the proxy data for different thresholds, and comparing the CESM models in that highlighted red box suggests that the CESM 1.2 shows the best pattern correlations for a wide range of thresholds. Okay. So the DeepMIP early Eocene simulation is another university-led project by Jean Zhu and Chris Polson at the University of Michigan. We're delighted to now have Jean Zhu join us as a new project scientist in CGD. Across the CESM versions, the ECS, the equilibrium climate sensitivity has increased over time, as shown in the left panel by the colored dots. The latest estimate reaches over 5 degrees C in the CESM2, well beyond the consensus range in the earlier assessment reports, shown by the gray boxes. Past warm climates like the early Eocene provide unique constraints on the model response to elevated greenhouse gas forcing. Evidence from proxy reconstructions, shown on the right in the gray box, suggests warmer global mean temperatures and higher CO2 levels, but the uncertainty is fairly large, as noted by the box in the right plot. Although although the uncertainties are large, the evidence can still be used to constrain the model because of the much larger intermodal differences within the CESM under high CO2 levels in the Eocene. The best model data match is found using the CESM 1.2 model, as shown by these dots in the right-hand panel. This suggests the ECS in the CESM2 is likely too high. Next is what Bill just talked about, a really exciting cross-working group simulation that's been completed now. It's to simulate the evolution of the Greenland ice sheet over the last interglacial period from the 127,000 year ago point towards about 119,000 years. This is a coupled CESM2 climate and interactive ice sheet model, the CESM2. The project involved both lab and university collaborators as well as NCAR scientists. As noted earlier, the last interglacial is a warmer climate, especially at high northern latitudes in the summer, and this is attributed to its peculiar orbital induced high summer insolation. Proxy data suggests expansion of boreal forests in the circumarctic region. Greenland ice sheet was smaller and sea level stands higher. As the Earth's summer solstice processed away from perihelion, however, positive high northern insolation waned. In order to capture such a long transient response to this slow forcing, new coupling techniques and methodologies needed to be devised and worked out for this simulation. For example, the orbital forcing in this run was accelerated by a factor of 5, and the CESM2 was likewise integrated forward 5 years for every 1 year in the rest of the climate components. In total, 8,000 ice sheet orbital years were simulated. Results show really good agreement in the lower panels. You can see a melting back of the Greenland ice sheet to its minimum at about 121,000 years ago, and then a regrowth following that. We believe this is the first ever coupled transient climate Greenland ice sheet simulation with the CMIP6 model of such sophistication. A manuscript is in preparation on the fast track, and many more papers will surely follow, as there are a lot of more interesting lines to investigate. Okay, just keep going here. All right, we have more cross-working group projects that are ongoing. One is, I think was mentioned by Rolando earlier today. It's the CMIP6 Tier 1 past 1,000 simulation. And this is to evaluate model variability on decadal and longer timescales. The simulations are being conducted with the Wacom 6 version of the CESM2 coupled model, and we're working closely with ACOM scientists to produce this simulation. The other effort involves scientists from multiple working groups as well. It's designed to evaluate the response to transient forcing from the mid-Holocene up to the start of the last millennium. It also involves creating new data sets, particularly land cover and land use change, as well as volcanic emissions over this time period. We're intending to use a CAM-CHEM version of the CESM2 to better incorporate volcanic emissions, as the Wacom 6 would not be feasible for this long simulation. So we do have other non-CMIP research projects going on in the Paleo Working Group. There's some, these two figures come from examples of these on the left are a set of studies being conducted by university researchers on climate of the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum at about 56,000 million years ago. And that figure shows tropical cyclone tracks with the quarter-degree version of the KM5. On the right, it's a figure from the Transient Climate Project that goes through the last deglaciation with the isotope-enabled CESM 1.3 version. The right, it shows a multi-millennia long simulation through the first half of the deglacial period through the cold Younger Dryas. It's a collaboration with Zhengyu Liu at Ohio State, excuse me. These runs have transient forcings applied, the most significant being meltwater events that occurred as the ice sheets melted and climate warmed. The focus here is mainly on understanding abrupt change in the records, and to compare better to those records, the isotope-enabled version of the CESM2 is being used. Lastly, I want to show a figure from Christine Shields, who's been working with Ryan Johnson to update and reorganize the paleo resources that are on our GitHub repository. You can use this link to get there, and you'll find this landing page. It contains recipes for instructions on conducting boundary conditions for different experiments, an FAQ section, a section detailing new concepts that we've developed for paleoclimate simulations. For CESM2, we have concepts now for our CMIP6, mid-Holocene and last interglacial simulations available, and there are also some deep time concepts that work with the CESM 1.2. We would also like to see the user contributed code section grow. Paleo runs are monstrously difficult sometimes to set up. So if the community can share new tools to improve the workflow, this would be a boon to all of us. Okay, this is my last slide. I want to thank you for listening and also remind you that output from many of our CESM paleoclimate simulations is now or soon will be on either the CMIP6, ESGF, or the NCAR Climate Data Gateway. We have many older simulations as well with older versions of the CESM. And I invite you to come to our joint session with the Polar and Land Ice working groups on Wednesday morning. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Esther. If you can stop sharing your screen. Our next speaker is Bill Sachs, and he'll summarize the software engineering working group efforts. Go ahead, Bill. We can see it. But we can't hear you. You are muted, I think.
Okay, is that better?
It's better.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to summarize the some of the activities of the CESM Software Engineering Working Group over the last year and ongoing activities. This will really just be a selection of some of the major activities. And
we can't see your slides now, though.
You cannot see my slides. Oh, hold on. Is that working now?
Yes, now it's working.
Okay. So as is often the case with the Software Engineering Working Group, much of the work that we have done and continue to do is really work by the software engineering liaisons to just keep the model running smoothly and moving forward. And I'm not going to be able to talk about all of that, but that's not to minimize or trivialize all of that important work. The credits here really go to many, many members of both software engineers and scientists. However, I'm not going to have time to mention everyone by name in here. So First, you've heard about this a lot today, and there's been a lot of software engineering effort as well as science effort that's gone into bringing in new and vastly expanded components that really touch on every scientific component in CESM. So just, you've heard a lot about this, I think, already, but just to kind of very briefly summarize some of this work on the ocean side, MOM6 is a completely new component coming in that will be available as a functional release in CESM 2.2, and then that's planned to be the primary ocean component in CESM 3. A lot of the work underway now involves getting that working better scientifically, as well as adding biogeochemistry coupling. On the sea ice side, CEIS 5 is being replaced by CEIS 6, which should be available, I believe, in CESM 2.3 and future versions. On the software engineering side of that, two of the major changes are having dynamic memory allocation, which allows runtime changes of the grid, tracers, and other configurations, as well as having the vertical thermodynamics separated into the ice pack model, which allows column testing. On the atmosphere side, you've heard about some of the major changes in CAM, which include a pretty fundamental rewrite for the Common Community Physics Package, or CCPP, which I'll talk about a little more in just a minute, as well as support for new dynamical cores. On the land side, CLM has morphed into CTSM, the Community Terrestrial Systems Model, which the name there implies sort of expanded scope of this model and support for an expanded range of options for numerical weather prediction and other applications. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a minute. As well, on the land side is a move towards incorporating the functionally assembled terrestrial ecosystem simulator, or FATES, as a default capability. And this is going to bring in a whole new range of options and suite of realism and more physically based and ecologically based modeling to CTSM. On the river, a new river component called Mizuroute is being incorporated. This runs, as opposed to running on regular lat-long grids, this runs on more accurate hydrologic response units and will enable some new science, such as dynamic lakes and reservoirs. And on the land ice side, you just heard about CESM being enabled over Antarctica as well as Greenland. Now, a lot of these new and expanded components, I should mention, really have an emphasis on building communities across NCAR and across many national labs. So a lot of these are really large collaborations that these are facilitating. The CESM driver coupler infrastructure has also been completely rewritten now. It's called the Community Mediator for Earth Predictive Systems, or CMEPS. This new coupling architecture is based on ESMF's National Unified Operational Prediction Capability, or NUOPSI. There will be more details of this in a talk at 1:05 on Wednesday in the Software Engineering Working Group session. This brings many benefits to CESM. First and foremost is that it brings online a new online regridding capability. So up until now, if you want to introduce a new grid into CESM, you have had to run a toolchain to produce mapping files ahead of time. This new online regridding will make it much easier to introduce new refined grids by allowing the model at runtime, at initialization, to generate the mapping between different component grids. In addition, this facilitates, or this brings in a new runtime sequencing via a simple text file. So the driver sequence, the sequence in which the different component models are called, is now specified in a simple text file that's easy to read. This makes it much easier to change the run sequence for development or scientific simulations. This also brings in place a number of other new coupling capabilities. A key one will be an upcoming implementation of an exchange grid. So this allows the coupling between components to happen on a grid that is the intersection of the two component grids, rather than arbitrarily occurring on one or the other of the components grids. In addition, the data models, such as the data atmosphere, data ocean, et cetera, have now been rewritten to be based on the Earth System Modeling Framework, or ESMF. These new ESMF-based data models will provide a number of new capabilities to the community, such as online 3D regridding. Now, the last point here in terms of benefits is really, I think, in many ways the most important, which is that this CMEPS infrastructure is shared now between multiple modeling systems with different components and different coupling strategies. And this sharing is really facilitating collaboration as well as model interoperability with other agencies and other modeling systems. And bringing in additional people into this development is really leading to a more robust system. One example of this collaboration is that NOAA will also be using CMEPS for its operational subseasonal to seasonal applications. So right now within CESM, all of the CESM components have NUOPSI, what's known as CAPS. That is a small software layer that sits in between the science and the coupler. And CMEPS is planned as the default architecture for CESM 2.3 and beyond. In addition, as CESM adopts more capabilities for prediction applications, we're finding that the workflow and model initialization have become particular software challenges. So to this end, new workflow capabilities have been implemented in the CESM infrastructure code, that is SEAM, which will help with prediction as well as other applications. And so this just shows schematically what this looks like now. On the left is what you may know of as the pretty typical CESM workflow of creating a case to define your experiment, then setting up your case, building the model, possibly customizing the case for your particular experiment. But then this last step has now gotten expanded. Rather than just running the model, you can now specify an entire workflow. And that workflow can consist of, for example, of pre-processing steps to create the required input data for the model, actually running the model, and then performing post-processing. And this can all be done very simply now in a user configurable way. On the atmosphere side, there's been major software infrastructure work to really rewrite much of CAM to leverage the Common Community Physics Package Framework, or CCPP. The CCPP has been jointly developed by NCAR and NOAA and is a key part of the CEMA atmospheric infrastructure. The problem that this addresses is that up until now, atmospheric physics schemes and suites have not been interoperable. They haven't been able to exchange them between models because they contain code and data structures that are specific to the host atmosphere. So the CCPP framework auto-generates interfaces from metadata, thus removing this obstacle to interoperability. So as this schematic shows, there are still some handwritten pieces of the model, the core host model, as well as the lower level actual physics schemes are handwritten code. But then this framework auto-generates these caps that sit in between the two and act as interfaces between the host model and the physics suites and schemes. So key benefits of this are that it supports portable atmospheric physics that can be shared between models. And it's bringing in online a new physics testbed, which is enabling functional development and testing of new or existing physics schemes. Currently, the Kessler physics suite has been ported to this. Work has started on porting the entire CAM6 physics suite. In addition, the MPAS atmosphere model is in the process of implementing a CCPP interface. For the land model, CTSM, interoperability has also been a large focus. Here, though, the focus has been on developing a lightweight coupling infrastructure known as LILAC for coupling CTSM to other atmosphere models that do not wish to become full CESM components. So this slide illustrates the key difference in architecture between CESM and many of these other atmosphere models. On the left is CESM, which has what's known as a hub and spoke architecture. Here at the center is the coupler or driver, and that really coordinates the calls to each of the individual model components. In contrast, many regional atmosphere models, such as WRF, are written with the atmosphere as the driver, and they expect to call the land model from potentially deeply within their physics. So LILAC, this new infrastructure, allows the atmosphere model to be the driver in this way, coupling to CTSM. Lilac's built on top of the Earth system modeling framework and provides a simple interface for other models to couple to and call CTSM. We've implemented at this point a coupling of CTSM to WRF using this infrastructure and plan to soon couple CTSM to other regional atmosphere models. With all this increase in complexity, there's also been a renewed emphasis on supporting some simpler model configurations in CESM. There's already a number of available configurations, especially on the atmosphere side, as well as some configurations under development, such as a gray radiation aquaplanet, a coupled ocean aquaplanet, a pencil ocean model, and a full single column Earth system model. In addition, there have been a number of other projects recently funded, partly thanks to 2 recently funded NSF projects. One is the incorporation of the Simple Land Interface Model, or SLIM. This is really for those who want to use CESM for atmosphere-focused studies and don't want the full complexity of the full land model of CTSM. SLIM can then be used as a simpler set of parameterizations for the land surface. In addition, a larger project recently funded the development of idealized coupling modeling toolkits, which will implement a simpler model query tool that allows users to easily see what configurations are available, as well as tools for the generation of sort of boundary conditions of the ocean and the atmosphere and land. There's also been a push to get CESM running in the cloud, and already in place are some of these capabilities. So researchers can use a validated pre-installed CESM via Amazon Web Services. This has been used both for research in some simulations at Yale University, for example, as well as training. Now some workshops at AGU and AMS have used CESM in the cloud to allow participants to run CESM at these conferences. Coming soon are some additional features, such as simpler deployment and expanded options on the Amazon Web Services, as well as automatic selection of the most cost-effective options for your configuration. The big benefit to this is that it provides a standard platform that gives easier problem solving, since all of these runs are done on identical systems, as well as the infrastructure is fully configurable, so we can manage dependencies, libraries, tools, etc., much easier than we can on a diverse array of supercomputing systems. We've also, over the last year, migrated our community forums to a new web platform. This new forum software is easier to use and to support. And in addition to the infrastructure change, we've also renewed our emphasis on making sure that forum posts are seen and generally receive a reply. We really encourage you, if you haven't already, to visit these forums, both to ask questions and, if you can, answer other people's questions. We really hope this can continue to be a strong community tool for people to receive support, both from us at NCAR and from the broader community. So finally, I just want to end by inviting you to the Software Engineering Working Group session Wednesday afternoon, and especially to the second half of this, where we'll be discussing, have a large discussion session on managing model output for CESM3. This is really going to be one of our big priorities for CESM3, and we really hope to get input on these topics from scientists as well as software engineers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Right on time. If you can stop sharing your screen. Great, thank you. Our next speaker is Isla Simpson, and she'll be providing a summary for Climate Variability and Change Working Group.
Okay, thanks. You can see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I'll give a summary of the activities of the Climate Variability and Change Working Group on behalf of all of the co-chairs and the liaisons listed here. And so I just became a co-chair in March of this year, when Clara's term ended. So obviously much of what I'm going to talk about has been under Clara's leadership. So one of the things I want to mention first is that we have some revamped websites due to Adam Phillips. And so if you go and check out the Climate Variability and Change Working Group website, you'll see a list of all the community projects and simulations that are available, hopefully in a kind of a clearer way than they were before. And when you click on those simulations, you find information of what they're about. And then perhaps most importantly, some clear instructions of how to actually get at the data, which is not always straightforward through the Climate Data Gateway itself, but hopefully you can follow these instructions pretty easily. So before I talk about new simulations that have been done, for anyone who's new or not aware, I just want to go through the older simulations that are still available and still useful with CESM1. So there's the CESM1 large ensemble, which is widely used, a 40-member ensemble of simulations out to 2100. And then accompanying that, there's a long coupled pre-industrial control simulation that's 2,200 years long with CESM1. And then there's also a companion pre-industrial control run that's not coupled. It's run with prescribed climatological sea surface temperatures that are taken from the coupled runs. So these make a useful pair if you want to compare atmospheric versus coupled internal variability. We have a number of ensembles with prescribed observed sea surface temperatures. These TOGA ensembles refer to simulations where the time varying SSTs from observations are prescribed in the tropics, and then the climatological SSTs are prescribed elsewhere. And then the GOGA simulations are where the time varying observed SSTs are prescribed everywhere. And we have a variety of SST data sets that have been used, so you can see the sensitivity to that. In addition, there's 20-member tropical Pacific pacemaker ensembles. So these are coupled simulations where the SST anomalies in the Eastern Equatorial Pacific are nudged towards observations. And then there are also some pacemaker ensembles that follow a similar protocol, but where the the nudging toward the observed anomalies is performed in different regions. There's a 10-member North Atlantic pacemaker ensemble and a 10-member Indian Ocean pacemaker ensemble. And so if you're interested in any of these simulations, you should be able to get at them from the website. In addition, there are a number of high-resolution simulations run with the 1/4-degree atmosphere and a 1-degree ocean, and these are both AMIP and coupled simulations. These are available on request, so please get in touch if you're interested in them. They're not available directly for download just because they were run on a different HPC system than Cheyenne. So moving on now to the newly available simulations, or the ones that are coming soon. So before we move on to the CSM2 simulations, there's one new data set with CSM1, and that's the single forcing large ensemble. So this is using the same model version as the CSM1 large ensemble, so it's very complementary to that. And there are 4 ensembles, and these are of the form of leaving one out forcing. So in these simulations, everything is evolving except for the one forcing that you choose to keep at 1920s values. So there's a 20-member ensemble of these XGHG simulations where a greenhouse gas forcing is kept at 1920s values. There's a 20-member ensemble where industrial aerosols are kept fixed at 1920s values. A 15-member ensemble that's slightly shorter, where the biomass burning aerosols are kept fixed. And then a smaller ensemble still where land use and land cover changes are kept fixed. So you can find out the role of each of these individual forcings by taking the difference between the full large ensemble with all the forcings and these single forcing runs. And so this is documented in a paper by Clara that's currently in review at the moment, so it should be coming soon. And I'm just showing an example of the kind of thing you can do with these simulations here. This is looking at the correlation of 50-year trends in tropical precipitation, so the spatial pattern correlation. And it's the correlation between the influence of aerosols in the blue and greenhouse gases in the red with the overall pattern that you see in the large ensemble. And so it allows you to look at the evolving contributions of these forcings to what you see in the large ensemble, with the aerosols playing an important role in trends in the 20th century, and then the greenhouse gases really taking over as you go into the future. In addition, we are now running lots of CSM2 simulations. So some climate variability and change working group resources were used to extend the pre-industrial control that was run for CMIP6 out to 2,000 years. In addition, we're running a companion pre-industrial control that's not coupled, where the SSTs are prescribed to the climatology from the coupled run. So again, this will be a nice pairing to compare internal atmospheric variability and then coupled variability in a pre-industrial setting. We now also have some prescribed observed SST simulations available. There's a 10-member GOGA ensemble with observed SSTs prescribed globally, and a 10-member TOGA ensemble where the observed SSTs are time evolving in the tropics and climatological in the extratropics. So these just run out to 2014 at the moment, but we will be extending those out to the present day as soon as we can. We're also about to start on the CSM2 Tropical Pacific Pacemaker. So this will follow a similar protocol to the CSM1 pacemakers, a 10-member ensemble that will be run. They're starting a bit earlier this time in 1880. And so these are coupled simulations, but the SST anomalies in the Eastern Equatorial Pacific are being relaxed towards observations. In addition, members of the Climate Variability and Change Working Group and some resources have been contributed to various MIPS, as you see here. And so most of these are available on the Earth system grid, I believe, except for FAFMIP. And then the high-res MIP simulations are going to be, they're part of the IHES project that Gokhan discussed earlier. So you can go and check out the website for that to see the data availability for those high-res runs, which were done with CSM1. In addition, as was also mentioned by Gokhan this morning, there's the CSM2 large ensemble is coming soon. So you can go and check out the website for some more information. This is going to be a 100-member ensemble that's run from 1850 to 2100 under SSP 370. And unlike last time, which just used micro initialization where only the atmosphere was perturbed at initialization, this is going to include a mixture of micro and macro initialization. So there's going to be 20 members initialized every 10 years across a 200-year period of the pre-industrial controls. That's macro initialization. So the SSTs will be different at the beginning of each member. And then there's going to be 4 sets of 20-member ensembles with micro perturbations, so just perturbations to the atmosphere. And each of these are starting from a different ocean state. And the motivation behind the initial years here is based on the behavior of AMOC. So the 4 years were chosen as years when AMOC was highly positive, negative in terms of anomalies, trending down and trending up. So this will allow for an investigation into the influence of those different ocean states. So the status of that is 40 members are completed out to 2100, and so this should be finished toward the end of the year. And there's also a plan for a complementary single forcing large ensemble, like I mentioned, for CSM1, now with CSM2. And these will likely be the all but one forcings, 2 scenarios with about 15 to 20 members. Oh, I should have mentioned that all of these simulations are being run with the collaborators in Korea, and NCAR resources will be used for the single forcing large ensemble. So just a quick word on other projects by people in the Climate Variability and Change Working Group. So Flavio Lehner and Clara Desser have compiled the multi-model large ensemble archive. So this is an activity through the US CLIVAR Working Group on large ensembles. And it's basically a centralized archive where you can get certain variables for 7 CMIP5 class models that produced large ensembles. And I believe this is going to be expanded to some of the CMIP6 models as well. So this is an easy way to get at the data from those large ensembles. It resides on GLADE if you have access to Cheyenne. And it's also publicly accessible through the Climate Data Gateway. So you can find some more information on the website there. Adam Phillips and Clara Desser are developing a new climate variability diagnostics package that's geared toward large ensembles. So this kind of is in the spirit of the original CVDP, but now expanded to look at large ensembles. And I'm just showing the kind of thing you can expect to see from this package. So this is showing pattern correlations of the NAO structure between those 7 CMIP models that are part of the multimodal large ensemble archive, correlated with observations. And so now you can start to look at how the individual members behave and really place the intermodal differences within the context of the internal variability. So expect this to be released sometime toward the end of the summer. In addition, members of the working group have participated in this ARTMIP project, the Atmospheric River Tracking Method Intercomparison Project. In particular, Christine Shields has been playing a leading role in this. And so this is an effort to intercompare different atmospheric river tracking algorithms. And I think that one of the products of this will be a catalog of atmospheric rivers and reanalysis and CMIP models. So if you're interested in that, please check out the website or get in touch with Christine Shields. There have been a number of papers in the CSM2 special issue that have been led by climate variability and change participants. So Antonietta Capitondi has led one about ENSO and the PDO as represented in CSM2, and I think she'll be giving a talk on that on Wednesday. And then Jerry has led a couple of papers, one on the future warm states in CSM2 and one on the representation of the monsoons. And then I have led one on an evaluation of the large scale circulation and its variability. So you can go and check out those and other CSM2 papers on the website here. So just to conclude, I forgot to advertise our session here, but the Climate Variability and Change Working Group is meeting on Wednesday afternoon. So come and join us there. Check out the website for information on all the simulations I mentioned and join our mailing list if you would like updates. And we'd also like to get your input for the next CSL proposal. So the proposal to get the computing time to run the simulations like I described. So if you have simulations you'd like to see performed by the working group, please either enter your thoughts on this Google Doc or feel free to email me directly about that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ayla. If you can, yep, great. Okay. Our final speaker of the afternoon is Steve Yeager, and as I introduced in my in the talk that I gave in the morning, we have a new working group, Earth System Prediction Working Group, and Steve will be introducing that working group. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Steve Yeager, and I'm presenting on behalf of my fellow co-chairs, Kathy Pejan from George Mason University and Yaga Richter, who is also at NCAR. This will be a very brief presentation because we are a new working group and we don't have any progress to report at this point. But I thought I would just maybe flesh out a bit more the role of the ESP working group and a little bit more than what Gokhan already presented in his overview talk. So as he mentioned, the idea is that this working group will serve the CESM and broader geoscience community by facilitating and coordinating research focused on initialized Earth system prediction on timescales from subseasonal to decadal. So clearly there's a lot of work on Earth system prediction going on in CESM, but this working group will really be focused on merging the observational data sets with the CESM model to look at initialized prediction skill. And the idea is that we'll collect community input on priority experiments, infrastructure needs, and model system developments needed to advance ESP research, plan and execute large ensemble, initialized hindcast and forecast simulations that are too computationally burdensome for individual researchers to undertake, orchestrate the development of tools and frameworks to enable a broader community to explore predictability mechanisms and sensitivities to prediction system design, promote collaborative multidisciplinary research and serve as a hub for coordination of effort, and finally provide a reliable and catalyzing forum for sharing the latest ESP science results. And so ESP working group did not emerge from a vacuum. We've been doing this kind of research for many years, both at NCAR and in the broader community. But I would say the impetus for this working group grew out of the formation of CGD's interdisciplinary Earth System Prediction Group in the late 2018, where it was recognized that it would benefit from greater coordination amongst the different groups doing initialized prediction for various components of the Earth system at different timescales. And we'll certainly leverage past and ongoing data assimilation research in CISL and CGD. And it's worth pointing out that we have considerable experience with initialized prediction, in particular using the CESM1 model. So for example, on the S2S timescale, we've got a collection of hindcasts documented in a paper that Yaga has coming out, and with data available from the SubX website here. And I'm showing a plot from that. Subseasonal scale-up predicting go is second only to ECMWF in terms of producing useful scale-up past 25 lead days. So quite a good foundation to build off of. And on the longer time scales, we've got the CESM decadal prediction large ensemble that was documented in a BAMS paper that I led in 2018. That data set has been submitted as the CESM contribution to CMIP6, and the data are available. You can go to our community project website to get more information. And here's a nice result that's just come out in a paper this year showing that from the decadal prediction large ensemble, we're achieving correlation skills with historical NAO over the 1960 to present time period of over 0.6 when we look at a lead year range of 2 to 8. And clearly that skill is associated with the large ensemble size that we used in DPLE. We can get skill scores exceeding 0.8 if we do additional temporal smoothing. You can look up this paper for more information about that result. So we're building on quite a strong foundation. And as far as the working group itself, we have limited updates. Our main accomplishment has been coming into existence, which occurred in April of 2020, so a couple months ago. We sent out a request for members to join our mailing list, and we're pleased to report that we've got, as of this morning, 150 members signed up to take part in this effort. We'll soon have an ESP working group website under the main CESM webpage. And as we'll discuss in our session on Wednesday morning, we've got plans for new initialized hindcast sets using the new CESM2 model. So both S2S hindcasts spanning the historical range from 1999 through 2019, as well as a new effort to do multi-year prediction, and those would span 1970 to 2019. So please attend the session if you'd like to hear more about those plans. And finally, I'm just going to advertise our session agenda for Wednesday morning. We're pleased to have a diverse group of scientists who are experts in data assimilation, initialized prediction on timescales from subseasonal to decadal. We've got atmospheric scientists, oceanographers, land scientists, and we've got at least one talk on a diagnostic package that's specifically geared for initialized prediction. And as I mentioned, we'll have a general discussion about upcoming experiments and future plans. So please join us.
Thank you very much, Steve. So that essentially concludes our session for this afternoon. And I have just a few points to cover. I wanted to thank everybody for attending this virtual or digital 25th CESM Annual Workshop. And I'm actually, early numbers, I'm quite pleased. In the morning, including YouTube and CGD streams, plus Zoom attendance in the morning session, we sort of averaged around 400 participants. And in the afternoon sessions, again, including the streaming, we were slightly less than 300. Again, these numbers are sort of, at this point, just preliminary. We will essentially look at these numbers more carefully. And I want to also make sure that please check your emails this evening. We are trying to figure out if Everett Joseph, he's the NCAR director, can join us tomorrow or on Wednesday morning. If we can schedule him again, it'll be probably around 8:15. So it'll be like a 10 to 15 minute sort of speech from Everett. So we don't know exactly. He's very busy at this time of the year. And presentations are being made available. I believe they're the ones that we have right now. They're already posted on the CESM website. And I would like to request that for those of the from the co-chairs, if you have not sent your presentations yet, please do so. Please send them to Elizabeth so that they can be posted as soon as possible. There were some requests for these because people wanted to take a look at them again so that they can ask questions in tomorrow's or Wednesday's working group meetings. And I would like to also remind people that all of the agendas for the working groups are available online. They have been available for a while, but you can check them out. And tomorrow morning, again, depending upon what we hear from Everett, we'll start either at 8:15 for his talk, or we'll start at 8:30 and we'll have atmospheric model working group and land model working group sessions. Land model working group is discussion only. And with that, I would like to thank everybody again for their participation. And hopefully this was useful. It wasn't too boring for you. And I'm going to stop there, I guess. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.